The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Grief and Anger Plan to Cut Off the Water Source. Just as Guo Pinming made an impassioned speech, Shen Feng suddenly said, "Everyone, don't argue, we have to make two-handed preparations now. Next, I will take people to pollute the main water source in the city. On the other hand, the vice president we will arrange manpower to collect ships, and we will not abandon the base until it is absolutely necessary, and if we cannot hold it, everyone will go down the river to the Three Gorges." The Self-Aid Association has dedicated personnel to listen to and record the content of the radio every day. After all, this is the most important news that the Self-Aid Association can obtain from the outside. Now the radio is broadcasting the progress of recovering the city every day, but as long as you look carefully, you will find that all the cities that are being recovered recently are coastal cities, and very few inland cities have been recovered afterwards. Shen Feng looked at Guo Pinming and said, "Sit down first, and I will have a private talk with you later." Guo Pinming replied, "Yes, President." After answering, he sat down quickly, without any feeling of procrastination. He also knew that the people who made the decisions were always the president and the vice president, and now the president has said that he wants to be alone. Talk about it, and then you have to prepare your own answers. Shen Feng looked around in the conference room, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I am not from Lezhou, but I think this is not the time to talk about household registration. I also have deep feelings for Lezhou, and I also hope to recover Lezhou smoothly. But the current situation is difficult, so we can only proceed with caution. I will adopt the method of using bacteria to kill zombies, but we also have to leave a way out for ourselves. Next, we will collect a large number of ships. If danger is found, then evacuate quickly. Is there a problem?" "No problem." Everyone at the scene answered loudly. In fact, Shen Feng's choice at this time is already the best choice. Don't procrastinate. After the meeting broke up, Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi called Guo Pinming and went to the office to discuss. Shen Feng sat behind the desk, Chang Jianyi sat next to him, and Guo Pinming was arranged to sit opposite the desk. This was obviously not a posture for discussion, but a posture for questioning. Guo Pinming also couldn't help being a little nervous, wondering whether his suggestion would be accepted. "Don't be nervous, I'm just asking casually, and your answer based on what you know," Shen Feng said with a smile. Guo Pinming hurriedly replied loudly, "Yes, President." As expected of a retired soldier, Guo Pinming behaved very standard. Even if he was in a group of half-baked troops, he still looked very formal. Shen Feng said helplessly, "There is no need for such a formal conversation. Anyway, the Self-Aid Association is not an official organization. I just want to ask, why do you think we can get support? Now the country's focus is basically on the coastal cities. That is the eastern region. We belong to the west. How can we get support?" Guo Pinming replied, "Support is not only a kind of military support, but also other support methods. For example, after we contact the army, we can request weapon support. If we can get weapons such as individual missiles or a large number of guns, the battle group will be more handy when fighting." Guo Pinming is a soldier in the modern army. Of course, he is used to using firearms. As a result, he can only use cold weapons to fight. He feels very uncomfortable. Now, he also hopes that Shen Feng can contact the outside world. If he can get the support of weapons, then it's great. Chang Jianyi leaned close to Shen Feng's ear and whispered, "If you can really get powerful weapons, maybe you can really turn the tide of the battle." Of course Shen Feng knew that getting support could change the situation, but he couldn't believe it. "If we ask for support, can we really get it? How can it be so simple?" Guo Pinming quickly said, "I can't guarantee that I will get support, but if I don't ask for it, I won't even get support. Why not give it a try? And I think we have been noticed by the army. A few days ago during the battle, many corpses were washed downstream by the Yangtze River. This kind of action must have caused satellite observation, so as long as we take the initiative to contact, the higher authorities will definitely respond." Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help but nodded, then found the map from his desk, and started searching on the map, and suddenly found that there happened to be a signal tower 2 kilometers upstream of the dam. If the signal tower is recovered, If the power supply is restarted, it may be possible to directly contact the above, instead of just listening to the radio every day. It's just that I don't know if the signal tower can be used normally. Shen Feng muttered softly. Chang Jianyi thought for a while, and said, it's only been useless for more than a month. It shouldn't be broken. Even if it was broken, didn't we save a lot of teachers from Luzhou College? Let these teachers go, can't you just fix it? Hearing the senior sister's analysis, Shen Feng immediately nodded and said, in this case, then I will go to recover the signal tower tomorrow, and then try to see if I can contact it. Even if it doesn't work, I can just call home to report that I am safe. Afterwards, Chang Jianyi took out a green test tube from his body, handed it to Guo Pinming, and said, this is the reward for your hard work today. Drink it after you go back, and you won't wake up until about 6 hours later. Then you will become a supernatural being. Guo Pinming took the test tube and said hastily, in the future, I will try my best to kill zombies, and I will not disappoint the expectations of the two presidents. Shen Feng saw the green test tube and didn't say anything, but after Guo Pinming left, he asked, sister, why is the color of the medicine different just now? Could it be spoiled? Chang Jianyi smiled and took out another tube of green potion from his body, and said, this potion is made by extracting viruses from the brains of commanding zombies. The process is the same, but the color is different. I don't know. Make sure there is any special effect, just let others try it to see if it is good or bad. Anyway, I still have one in my hand. You are good or bad, but I like it. Of course, Shen Feng knows that it is immoral to use others to test medicines, but now if he wants to know the effect of unknown medicines, he can only ask others to try them. Anyway, this is also a joint production. The medicine that comes out will not have particularly dangerous consequences. After Guo Pinming left, only Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi were left in the office. Under the light, Chang Jianyi looked even more beautiful. Shen Feng couldn't help hugging her senior, and said, sister, I'm a little tired, go back to the bedroom and sleep. How could Chang Jianyi not know what Shen Feng was thinking? His face turned red immediately, and he said, then you carry me back. Shen Feng excitedly gave her a princess hug, and brought her senior back to the bedroom, ready to work hard for the next generation. On the second day after the meeting, Shen Feng brought 30 evolutionaries and started the Operation Grief and Anger, not because everyone was sad or angry, but because they couldn't find a more suitable word to express their anger. This time I described the action, because the 30 people carried bamboo baskets on their backs. Inside the baskets were all kinds of plastic bags filled with gold and rubbish, which were produced in the reincarnation of human beings, and now they are about to become Shen Feng, a weapon against zombies. Before setting off, Shen Feng has seen various water intake locations in the city from the map, such as ponds in parks, water in water parks, and fountains in traffic arteries in cities. As long as they can become water sources for zombies, that is the group's target. At this time, Shen Feng understood what a biochemical weapon is. It turned out that what he was carrying on his back was a biochemical weapon. Yang Cheng had already plugged his nose, and said in a low voice, President, let's go quickly, finish work early and come back early. I'm going to take a bath in the Yangtze River for an hour. The rest of the people also nodded one after another, and they all agreed. It's not that everyone is hypocritical, but it's really uncomfortable. If it weren't for the task of eliminating zombies, everyone would definitely not want to do this, but for the sake of the overall situation, everyone can only move forward in grief and indignation, hoping that this simple bacterial attack will take effect while walking. Shen Feng explained, in ancient times, some people used golden juice to defend the city. It is said that the effect is very good. After cooking and pouring it down, the burnt people will be infected by various bacteria. The thing actually works, and in ancient times, in order to make it difficult to replenish the water source, this kind of thing was thrown into the well. Yang Cheng couldn't bear it anymore, and said, President, stop talking about it. We all believe that this thing is useful. Just please stop talking about it. I almost can't look directly at the word impregnable. Shen Feng smiled helplessly. Everyone is an evolutionary, and their senses have become extremely sensitive. At this time, everyone can smell the smell in the back basket. The more you explain at this time, the more you feel the weapon on your back. It's too disgusting, it's better not to say it. Everyone can insist on it as if they don't know. The more you say it, the more uncomfortable it will be. The water plant has no electricity, so naturally it cannot continue to supply water, so people in the city are short of water. And zombies are also short of water. When zombies are short of water, as long as they find a water source, they will drink it, regardless of whether the water source is clean. After all, zombies don't even know what the water source is. After arriving at a park, Shen Feng signaled Yang Chang to work. Yang Chang had to grab a plastic bag and throw it into the pond with all his might. Larger, then throw out a bag of filth. In this way, Shen Feng led a group of people to act in the city. They ignored the zombies and only focused on the matter of polluting water sources. After using fertilizer bags to pollute one water source, they immediately went to pollute the next water source. In short, as long as it is a large-scale drinking water source for zombies, it is everyone's goal. The people in the base don't have this kind of worry. After all, they live on the edge of the Yangtze River. The cold wind with water vapor is blowing every day. It's a bit cold, but the water source is not lacking anyway, and everyone has electricity. Drink it all. The water is boiled water, which can greatly avoid bacterial infection, and the habit of drinking boiled water has long been formed, so you don't have to worry about the water source. While adding fuel to the zombie's water source, Shen Feng thought about it. Even if the zombie has a certain command ability, but their knowledge reserve is not even comparable to that of the ancient people, so the zombie still cannot threaten the survival of human beings. So can other cities use similar methods to recover? Shen Feng didn't dare to throw corpses into the water source. If there's a plague, his base may be affected, so throwing feces is the best choice, because the high probability of causing it is dysentery. As long as it can cause zombies, it is enough to die from dehydration. Zombies cannot be treated after dehydration, so these guys are likely to die of dehydration when advancing in the city. Shen Feng is also carefully observing the zombies, especially the pants of the zombies. He can often find a swollen buttocks of the zombies. He thinks that there is a high probability that it is the excrement of the zombies, because the zombies will not take off the pants, so the things after excretion can only accumulate in the pants, and they end up in a big pile. At this time, Shen Feng had to lament Yuanshu's cruelty, and even thought of such a different way of fighting, but who let the zombies' wisdom not work at all, so it can be used. Shen Feng is looking forward to seeing the zombies' dehydration. Might be interesting. People are throwing pollutants everywhere in the city, polluting all visible water sources. Shen Feng decided to do this every day for the next time. Not good, so we must continue to deliver, and strive to reach the goal as soon as possible. Shen Feng is still guessing. If the command zombie accidentally drinks the polluted water, will he die from dehydration, also get hurt? Don't blame the brothers for being ruthless. Zombies are really hard to deal with. Shen Feng sighed in his heart. If he could kill zombies normally, who would want to do such indecent methods? The most important point, Shen Feng found that there is nothing wrong with using dirty tricks, as long as he can win in the end. It doesn't matter how despicable he is. Chapter 77, Recovering the Signal Tower. After the grief and indignation plan was completed, Yang Chang jokingly referred to himself as the manure-throwing boy, and the rest of the people were also full of stench. After returning to the base, everyone jumped into the Yangtze River to take a bath, and Shen Feng was no exception. He also took a bath in the Yangtze River. After a while, he didn't go ashore until the skin on his body was wrinkled. After taking a bath, Shen Feng announced the next action, saying, Yang Chang, gather with 500 people, we will go to recover the signal tower upstream. Other members of the combat team, let them search and rescue survivors nearby. See the situation. If it's not good, run back, don't be caught by zombies. When preparing to leave, Shen Feng didn't see Guo Pinming, and couldn't help asking, why didn't Guo Pinming come? Yang Chang quickly said, it seems that after returning to the shack, he drank the evolution potion and fell asleep with a fever. He hasn't woken up yet, but we don't lack him, right? Shen Feng couldn't help feeling a little guilty at this time. The potion that the senior sister gave out last night was green, and no one knew what kind of effect it was. Guo Pinming drank the evolution potion and it has been more than 6 hours now. That is to say, there is really something wrong with this green potion, otherwise, Guo Pinming would have already woken up. Let's go. After recovering the signal tower, try to get in touch with the higher authorities. Shen Feng quickly began to change the subject. If Guo Pinming's abnormality was associated with himself, it would be bad, so he had to use the problem of the signal tower to cover up the problem of Guo Pinming. Yang Chang didn't think too much, and directly led the team to set off. After all, everyone had no problems drinking the potion before, so this time there is probably no problem. so there is no need to worry about Guopinming at all. There is also an urban area upstream of the dam, and there are a lot of zombies here, and Shen Feng's convoy is driving a large truck, a total of 10 trucks. It's an ordinary zombie, and I don't worry about these zombies blocking the way at all. When he came in front of the zombies, Shen Feng instantly cast Eye of the Hurricane, and all the zombies within 6 meters around were rolled up, even the vehicles blocked on the road were blown away, and all the zombies on the entire road were blown away. After being cleaned up, the whirlwind lasted for 10 breaths. During these times, the zombies on the entire road were cleaned up. Hu Lai, who was driving, saw this scene and couldn't help admiring. The president is amazing, he can clean up these zombies so easily. Hearing this, Shen Feng shrugged and said helplessly, if only it were that simple. How can the zombies be cleaned up so easily? I just blow them away, and most of the zombies are still alive, so let's say, killing zombies still requires everyone. Shen Feng has been exercising his abilities during this time, and now, he has been able to make the Eye of the Hurricane last for 10 breaths, which is almost a minute. It's a pity that the lethality is still not enough. Shen Feng can only control the wind in a small range now, and the speed of the airflow is not fast enough to cause effective damage. However, even so, Shen Feng's abilities are still envied by many people. After all, with abilities, he can do all kinds of magical things. Now there are only 2 supernatural beings in the base. One is Shen Feng, and the other is Yurinshu, and Yurinshu's real function of using supernatural powers is very simple, that is, to inject medicine into the water, which is a pity there is no poison here at the base, so Yurinshu can only drown the zombies with water at most. Nothing else can be done. As for the ability, Yurinshu believes that it appears because a large number of viruses enter the human body and undergo corresponding changes after being exposed to the rain, and the key part of the human body transformed by the virus is the brain, so she can the ability to transfer Hao Wangxi's ability to himself is all because Hao Wangxi's brain has not been damaged. So the ability to transfer the ability can be achieved soon. Everyone came to the vicinity of the signal tower and cleaned up the nearby zombies. They found 2 staff members near the signal tower. They survived by hiding in the nearby dangerous buildings these days. As for the food they ate, it can only be the vegetables grown by the nearby residents. Both of them are dizzy with hunger, because they can't get any nutrition from eating vegetables, but they dare not leave here, because there are all zombies around. If they can't get out, that is a dead end. Seeing the staff, Shen Feng felt more or less comforted. As long as some staff members are still alive, it means that it is feasible to activate the signal tower. Shen Feng handed the 2 workers a bag of instant noodles each, and said softly, it's okay, you are safe now. I ask you now, if I can provide electricity here, can you start it smoothly? The staff nodded quickly, and began to eat instant noodles, saying, of course, the machine in the signal tower has not been destroyed, so it can still be used. It's just that there is a lack of power. As long as there is power, it can be started, that's fine. My hard work is not in vain. As long as the signal tower works. Shen Feng was not disappointed after hearing such an answer. As long as the signal tower works, it's fine. I also happened to call home to report that I was safe. The signal tower stands tall, and there is a room for controlling the signal tower around. Then Shen Feng led people into the house. In fact, this place should be called a communication tower, because the tower here is not comparable to the general signal tower. If it starts to use it can provide signals for many nearby communities. Shen Feng was a little excited, so he said to Yang Chang, take people back to the base and let them prepare to restore the power supply in this area. I am going to contact the outside world. When you come back, you can also find a way to call your family. Yang Chang is also very happy to regain the signal tower, because once it starts to operate here, he can make phone calls with his family, which is a great thing. He is a student from other places and his home is near Rongcheng. Make a phone call to make sure your family is safe. Immediately afterwards, Yang Chang drove back to the base with his people and notified Yang Yi of the power supply preparation. Yang Yi did not dare to delay any longer. Not good. However, Yang Yi also thought of an important question. After taking down the signal tower, how can he contact the outside world for support? I don't know how to contact the army at all. Is it possible that I have to wait until the army takes the initiative to contact me? How is this possible? After Yang Chang notified Yang Yi of the power supply, he was ready to return to the signal tower. He brought his mobile phone and could not wait to contact his family. But at this moment, Chang Jianyi walked over, and everyone immediately watched when they came out. Chang Jianyi had already dressed up carefully, not only powdered, but also eyebrows and lip gloss, wearing a round-neck long-sleeved shirt on the upper body, and a long white skirt on the lower body, and said, "Wait for me, let's go together." Of course, Chang Jianyi knew Shen Feng's plan. If she couldn't get in touch with the people above, she should take the opportunity to call home. Since she wanted to make a call, she had better be present. The mother-in-law may be able to make video calls smoothly when she talks, but what if she doesn't dress up well and give her parents-in-law a bad impression? Yang Chang said hesitantly. "Vice President, if you were not at the base, wouldn't there be troubles? After all, you have always been in charge of the base." Chang Jianyi thought about it carefully, pointed to Yuanshu who was looking at the scenery in the distance, and said, "Isn't there another vice president? If something happens, go ask the doctor. She is very smart, she can do everything." After finishing speaking, Chang Jianyi was ready to set off. No matter how important things in the base were, they couldn't be more important than seeing the parents. For the sake of harmonious family relations in the future, Chang Jianyi was going to show herself that she was a qualified good wife. Although Chang Jianyi and Shen Feng have already cooked rice, it is best to get the consent of Shen Feng's family. Anyway, there are no major problems in the base now, and the zombies in the city center are not particularly obvious. Therefore, it is no problem to leave the base for a while now. Chang Jianyi threw the mess to Yuanshu. After all, the doctor is in the name of the vice president, and this time is just to share his worries. After everyone headed to the signal tower again, Yang Yi was also preparing to power up the area where the communication tower was located. It just so happened that after Chang Jianyi arrived at the signal tower, the street was powered on. Shen Feng was going to hurry up and get in touch? But I don't know how to contact the army. If I knew it, I would have found a veteran to give instructions. There are still several veterans in the base, but unfortunately I didn't bring them all. Chang Jianyi walked to Shen Feng's side, and said expectantly, "Why don't we call your parents now?" Shen Feng also noticed that the senior was dressed very beautifully, so of course he knew what she meant, so he told Yang Chang, "You guys think about how to contact your superiors while you're here, and I'll make a call." Yang Chang rolled his eyes, and said to his subordinates, "Think carefully about what to do next, and I'll make a phone call." Of course, the people below didn't know what to do, so they had to look at each other and think about it, but they had to do things, so they had to sit in front of the computer. Anyway, they didn't know how to contact their superiors, so they might as well call 114 to ask, but they didn't know how to do it. Cannot accurately ask the phone number of the army. As for Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi, they were about to call home, and many other people in the combat team also started calling, all waiting for someone to answer the phone. The signal on Shen Feng's side had just recovered, and they saw it right away. The hundreds of missed calls on the mobile phone are all from family members, and there are missed calls every day, and Lezhao has long been disconnected from the power and internet, so of course it is impossible to receive calls. Shen Feng suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart. It seemed that his family members were always worried about him. Afterwards, Shen Feng made a video call to his mother. As soon as he connected, the other end of the phone lighted up immediately. Shen Feng instantly saw his mother's face and couldn't help but get excited. "Mom, how are you doing now? Are you safe?" Shen Feng's mother, He Pingli, has been looking forward to hearing news of her son's safety, so she has been waiting until now, calling at different times every day, but she has not been connected. When she got a call from her son, she started to cry instead. "Mom, I'm fine, don't worry, what about my father and sister?" Shen Feng hurriedly comforted his mother. Li Ping was sitting at home, wearing casual clothes. From Shen Feng's point of view, her mother's face didn't change much. Apart from being thinner, both her complexion and her body looked good. It didn't do her too much damage. He Pingli looked at her son's face, thinking that for the past month, her son had been ignorant of his life or death. Before the zombie infection, she seemed to have a cold and a fever, so she was always very uneasy, always feeling that her son was afraid of being outside. It's more ominous than good, but now it seems that the son is still very safe. Your father has joined the army, and your sister has gone to work in the government department. I am resting today, so I am at home. He Pingli explained that she is the only one at home now, so Shen Feng has not seen her father and her husband for the time being. Elder sister hearing his mother's answer, Shen Feng became confused for a moment and asked, "Aren't you in Rongsheng? Do you still need to work?" He Pingley said with a wry smile. Of course I need to work. Now, except for the disabled and children, everyone needs to work. After all, the virus outbreak has caused social chaos today. We can only work hard to overcome this difficulty. There is no shortage of food, clothing, housing and transportation, but it is only 8 hours a day. Where are you now? Shen Feng quickly said, I'm still in Luxiao now, but don't worry, I'll find a way to take you over when I'm safe here and establish a base. Chang Jianyi also came over and said with a smile, Hi Aunt, I'm Chang Jianyi. We talked on the phone before. After Pingley saw Chang Jianyi, a smile appeared on her face, and she said, I remember you. At that time, you said that you were with Shen Feng. I didn't expect you to be safe and sound now. It's great. You guys has Bian also recovered. When Shen Feng was about to explain, a person next to him suddenly came over and whispered, President, there's a call, it seems to be from the military. Shen Feng didn't expect his subordinates to find a way to contact their superiors so quickly, but it was a good thing, so he handed the mobile phone to the senior sister and said, I'll answer the phone. Senior sister, you and my mother will go to school first. Twucking. After that, Shen Feng stepped aside and asked the combat team, How did you get in touch? What method did you use? The man replied with some embarrassment, and said, We didn't take the initiative to contact. The other party called. It seems that they already know that we have occupied the signal tower. When Shen Feng heard this, he immediately understood. It seems that he has been noticed, but it is also reasonable. Satellites can observe from the sky. He must be concerned about the abnormal gathering of people on his side. Now it seems that there are instructions for calling. Shen Feng didn't expect that his side had already been paid attention by his superiors, and he made a special call to contact him, which is an exaggeration. So, Shen Feng walked to the landline, picked up the receiver, and said, Hi, I'm Shen Feng, who are you? Chapter 78 Support from the Air. You just need to know that we are from the military headquarters, and you don't need to know anything else. On the other end of the phone was a middle-aged man's voice, which sounded thick and powerful. Shen Feng immediately asked, How to call it? I always need to know your name, right? The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, and then said, My code name is Eagle, you can call me by my code name. I called you because we detected that you are building a base, and we want to ask you about your next move. Also, I hope to have a long-term relationship. Shen Feng said quickly, Our next step is to attack Luxiao and clean up all the zombies. Naturally, such a long-term relationship will be no problem, but we need support, a lot of support, otherwise it will be impossible to recover Luxiao. Zhang then replied, You belong to the civilian forces, and the support we can provide is very limited. I don't know what kind of support you want. I need 10,000 guns and 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition. Give me these weapons, and I promise to take Luxiao down. Shen Feng remembered what Zhou Xiaoxiao said during the meeting last night, as long as there are 10,000 guns, even if there are 10 times more zombies, there is no problem. However, Zhang rejected the request very simply, and said directly, Sorry, we can't give you so much support. Guns are very tight now, and the whole country is in short supply. We can't meet the support you need. Shen Feng rolled his eyes and thought of his current situation, so he said, If there is no support, I can only retreat with 15,000 people under my command. We are going to collect ships and food and go down the river, preparing to take refuge in the Three Gorges. After hearing what Shen Feng said, Shang Ying continued, According to the regulations, you should go to the provincial capital of your own province to ask for asylum. If you go to the Three Gorges, it will cause a burden to the local people. I'm afraid the local area will not be able to afford you life. Of course Shen Feng decided to go to the Three Gorges, but if he doesn't get support right now, it's really hard to regain the city, so he can only play a rogue. Shen Feng continued, It's different. If I go to Rongcheng, it will take time to collect both gasoline and vehicles, and there may be dangers on the road. It's different when I go to the Three Gorges. I can sail down the river in a day. When we arrive, it's better to go downstream. I've already said that the local area can't afford so many of you. Even if you go, you can only leave your hometown. Are you willing to be outsiders in other people's mouths? Zhang on the other side of the phone continued. Shen Feng said with a smile, Isn't going to Rongcheng considered leaving your hometown? Isn't it an outsider? If I can get support to recover Luxiao, Of course I will not go to Hubei province to cause trouble, but the problem is that I can't get any here support. At this time, Xiangying also understood Shen Feng's meaning. This kid is not planning to relocate, he obviously wants to support, just under the banner of relocation. You wait for a while. I will ask the higher-ups for instructions. Someone here will register your non-governmental organization. You should register your own organization first. After the registration is confirmed, we will find a way to establish contact with you. Shang Eagle said so. Before Shen Feng could answer, a sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hi Shen Feng, I need to register your group here. Please tell me your name, group specification, group name, and region, and future prospects. Hearing these registration requirements, Shen Feng suddenly had an illusion that he must be registering the guild in the game, right? Afterwards, Shen Feng explained the situation on his side, and the woman opposite quickly registered the self-aid association founded by Shen Feng. The leader was Shen Feng himself, and the rest was just filled in casually. Suddenly Shen Feng thought of something important, and quickly asked, by the way, I want to ask, are there any non-governmental organizations similar to mine? Why do you need to register? Shen Feng has already reacted at this time. Since the military wants to register its own information, doesn't it mean that there have been civil organizations that have appeared before, so they will register their own groups according to the same process? In other words, in some cities in China, self-organized civil forces have probably emerged. Sorry, your authority is not enough to answer. The other end of the phone refused to answer Shen Feng's question. However, refusing to answer itself is also an answer, because it means that Shen Feng's guess is true, and other civil organizations do exist, but they will not tell Shen Feng. That's all. After getting this answer, Shen Feng immediately began to guess. It seems that in extraordinary times, non-governmental organizations like our own are indeed allowed to exist. Shen Feng continued to ask questions, but all the answers he got were answers with insufficient authority, and no more information was obtained at all. Finally, after half an hour, Shen Feng heard the voice of the eagle again, and he continued, I asked my superiors to investigate the urban area of Luzhou. There are a large number of zombies in the city center under control, and there may be a corpse king, so the superiors decided I will give you missile support, but the premise is that you need to report the location of the corpse king. As long as we know the location of the corpse king, we will carry out precise strikes. Hearing this answer, Shen Feng immediately felt relieved. With the support of missiles, wouldn't he be able to carry out the beheading operation directly? However, Shen Feng immediately became confused. What is the corpse king? The eagle explained, the corpse king is a special existence among the zombies. It does not have a combat power, but the corpse king can control the actions of the zombies, so it is called the corpse king. Once the corpse king is found, we will attack it immediately. You need missiles support. Shen Feng quickly said, Need. I can provide you with a position of the corpse king immediately. When will you be able to support? Shen Feng also realized now, isn't the so-called corpse king the commanding zombie he calls? Unexpectedly, the corpse king has been targeted by the headquarters and needs to be eliminated with missiles. At least 5 days later, there is no need to worry. Next, we will airdrop a radio station to your base. We will contact you through the radio station in the future. Please receive it accurately. Xiangying said on the other end of the phone. Shen Feng marveled at the military's generosity in his heart. In order to establish a stable connection, he even airdropped a radio station directly, but the question came, when is the airdrop? Is there an instruction manual in the airdrop? Can I contact you at any time in the future? Xiangying replied very simply, the airdrop will be carried out in the evening this evening, and you will understand the rest when the time comes. After saying these words, the phone was hung up. It seems that what the military wanted to say to Shen Feng is over, and Shen Feng can't say that there is no gain. At least he can get missile support and an airdrop radio station. Well, there is no shortage of electricity in my own base. With a radio station, wouldn't it be possible to obtain information from the outside world at any time? After finishing the call, Shen Feng immediately went to the senior sister's side, but happened to see the senior sister and mother chatting and laughing. It seemed that they were talking about their parents' affairs. The atmosphere was very harmonious. It seems that they will get along well in the future. After Shen Feng came over, Chang Jianyi quickly handed over the phone, and then Shen Feng heard his mother's instructions. Shen Feng, since you already have a wife, You must be more cautious when doing things in the future. You can't just do whatever you think about, and besides, you have to be careful in the future battles. Your wife has already told me that you want to build a base. I just want you to be safe, so you must be careful. Shen Feng quickly replied, okay, I understand, Mom. You should also take care of your health, and help me tell my dad and sister to pay attention to safety. Chang Jianyi also said sweetly, Mom, goodbye, we are going back. At this time, Chang Jianyi had changed his mind, which also proved that Shen Feng's family had completely accepted her, and Chang Jianyi was very happy. The phone finally hung up, and the group was about to go back to the base. Shen Feng told the phone call he had with the military, so on the way back to the base, Chang Jianyi kept analyzing the situation. The other party called the commanding zombie the Corpse King. It proves that they are also studying zombies, and the research is very deep. If this is the case, then the military should also have evolutionists, but we don't know the extent of the other party's research now. Shen Feng heard this analysis, thought about it carefully, and then said, perhaps many surrounding cities already have civic groups, but we don't know. To return to the base while discussing. After returning to the base, Yang Yi once again directed the dam to cut off the power on the signal tower. Anyway, they have already contacted the above, and now there is no need to continue contacting, and everyone in the base after hearing that our side has received support. I am also very happy. Renjing and a group of men stayed in the room near the dam. They all knew the plan of the Self-Aid Association, which was to use the dam to eliminate zombies. For example, yesterday, they saw Chang Jianyi directing everyone to flood. 40,000 zombies wiped out the wandering zombies in the surrounding blocks, and basically all the people in the vicinity were rescued for the sake of safety. Renjing didn't want to run around in the zombie-infested city, so he hid near the dam. He wanted to find a chance to see if he could sneak into the Self-Aid Association, but if he wanted to successfully sneak in, he had to. It's only good if you can disfigure your face, so that others can't see your own appearance. Everyone can't do this at present. If everyone becomes ugly, it will be too uncomfortable, especially Zhu Yan. When she heard that she had to be disfigured to enter the base, she immediately shook her head. The biggest reliance on her now is her delicate face and good figure. Who would like an ugly monster? Renjing looked at the crowd who were making a fire and cooking in the base, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. If he hadn't betrayed the Self-Aid Association, he would be able to live in the base without any worries. Accidentally surrounded by zombies, although he has evolved twice, it is still difficult to fight against hordes of zombies. If he wants to survive, he can only stick together. Thinking of this, Renjing slapped Zhu Yan's face and cursed, "Stinky woman, it's because of you that I'm in this situation." Zhu Yan couldn't help retorting, "You made a decision yourself, why blame me now? If you have the ability, just beat me to death." "You think I dare not?" Renjing picked up the knife on the ground at that time, wishing he could slash the woman in front of him. As a result, at this time, 2 or 3 evolutionists around Renjing quickly persuaded, "Don't do it, don't do it, everyone is your own, don't hurt your friendship." Renjing glanced at the people around him coldly, and said with a sneer, "Don't pretend to be old, I know why you protect her so much, I have seen it these days, you often go to her room secretly. Is it because woman? Do you think I don't know? Do you think I'm blind and deaf?" These few people smiled awkwardly and said nothing. When the rest of the people heard about this, they turned their attention to Zhu Yan. "Since others can play, can we also play?" It has to be said that in such a tense situation, everyone needs to vent the pressure in their hearts. It was already dusk at this time, and everyone prepared to hide in the depths of the house to start a fire as usual. But at this moment, a strange sound appeared, and everyone hurriedly observed carefully by the window, only to find a helicopter coming from a distance, and finally stopped above the base. When Renjing saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. He never expected that a helicopter would appear here. Could it be that the army is about to come to save people? If this is really the case, that would be great. I can go to join the army. Everyone else was also very pleasantly surprised. With a helicopter, it means that they can leave by helicopter, and this most likely means that the army is coming. However, at this moment, the helicopter dropped a large box from above, and there was a parachute on top of the box for deceleration. As for the helicopter, it left after dropping the box without stopping at all. This scene was seen by many people. There was a strong cheer on the spot at the base, and the airdrop meant that they had contacted the outside world. Chapter 79: The Importance of the Industrial System. The airdrop was accurately dropped on Hazhao, and Shen Feng immediately took the airdrop to the inside of the dam. Now that there is a radio station, it means that the base can directly contact the outside world, and maybe it can get more support after opening the airdrop. Shen Feng found the radio in the box, and in addition to the radio, there was also a satellite phone packaged separately, and there was a note next to the satellite phone, which read, "Only use when the situation is critical. Satellite phone, please use the radio to make contact during normal times." It seems that the military also took great pains to prevent others from abusing the satellite phone, and even wrote a special note to prevent people from making calls when they have nothing to do. Use. Shen Feng asked people to start assembling the radio station according to the instructions, and then discussed with Chang Jianyi whether to specially arrange a few people to watch the radio station, and if there was any news that needed to be contacted, he had to ensure that he could receive it. Today's radio stations are very advanced. Not only can you make calls, but you can also make videos. Even if the battery is out, there is a backup power supply that can be used. However, under normal circumstances, this radio station can only be used to receive information. If you want to take the initiative to contact, you need to be within the specified time. Chang Jianyi thought about it for a while, and asked Zhang Xiaoqiang to be in charge of the radio station, leading 10 people to record the information from the radio station every day with a radio. Shen Feng can understand the current situation more clearly, and if there is any danger nearby, the headquarters will also remind him. Shen Feng always felt that he was not taken seriously, so he couldn't help but feel a little helpless, and said, "Just provide us with a missile. If the grief plan fails, we can only take back Lu's house slowly." I always feel a little unwilling about this matter. I can't give you an answer, because I don't understand much, but I know that one person can explain this matter clearly. Chang Jianyi said with a smile as night fell. The lights on his house were brightly lit. Almost everyone lived in shacks outside. Only Shen Feng and the leadership of the Self-Aid Association could live in the dam. After all, there are various machines in the dam. There is no problem with 100 people, but if there are more people, the normal work of the dam will also be affected. Chu Chaoyan was already an evolutionary, so she and her grandfather had a room. Compared with the previous life, it was of course much worse, but compared to other survivors, this place was spacious enough. There are still not enough shacks built on Hao, so many people live in the shacks. In order to prevent the houses from leaking, many people choose to use mud to fill the gaps in the shacks. Household garbage and the like are all thrown into the Yangtze River. It's over, but the Self-Aid Association has a rule that garbage is not allowed to be thrown upstream, but can only be thrown downstream. Everyone is afraid that the water source will be polluted, so they all throw garbage downstream, otherwise the garbage will pile up together, and there is really no way to deal with it. Shen Feng put on a windbreaker, covered his head with a hood, covered his eyes, and wore a mask on his face. He didn't want others to discover his actions this time. As long as he covered his face, no one else would. He knew he was coming, and the person he was talking to, Shen Feng, didn't want others to know. Shen Feng walked to Chu Chaoyan's door, knocked on the door lightly, and said it was a room door, but in fact it was just a larger wooden board, and the joints could be tied with iron wires casually. Chu Chaoyan is not an important manager of the Self-Aid Association, so she is not qualified to live in the dam. People who live in Hao now basically live in shacks. It is the end of the day, and it is good to have a place to live. After all, you don't have to worry about safety when you live in Hao, so there are not many people complaints. Who is it? Chu Chaoyan didn't expect someone to come to the door in the middle of the night, so he opened the door and found that the person in front of him was wearing a mask and the hood was lowered. "Why do you dress up like this? Come here at night, maybe it's a conspiracy." In an instant, Chu Chaoyan turned a hand behind her back, and a dagger was stuck in her lower back. This was her self-defense weapon. From the day the zombies broke out, Chu Chaoyan lost her sense of security, so she always carried a knife with her, so she could deal with it if there was any danger. Shen Feng said, "It's me, don't be nervous, I want to go in and have a sit, is that okay?" Chu Chaoyan calmed down when she heard Shen Feng's voice. It turned out to be the president, so there was no danger. But then she had a question again. Why did Shen Feng come to find her at night and still be so sneaky? The appearance of evil spirits, for fear that others will find out the same, could it be? Chu Chaoyan realized instantly, Shen Feng dressed up like this, could it be that he wanted to steal something? Chu Chaoyan immediately sternly refused, saying, "No, What's the point of a lonely man and a widow staying together late at night? Please leave quickly, or I will call someone. You won't let me in, so I'm going in. If you dare to call someone, I'll tell you about the stitching of your wound. Shen Feng didn't care whether Chu Qiaoyan wanted it or not. The question just now was just polite. Even if you don't let me go in. Chu Qiaoyan felt a little helpless when Shen Feng threatened her, and Shen Feng also forcibly broke into the shack. Upon closer inspection, the room was divided into two halves. It seemed that the inner room was Chu Qiaoyan's residence, while the outer room was Chu Yangshan's room. Because Shen Feng smelled a faint fragrance in the back room, presumably only Chu Qiaoyan knew how to use perfume. Seeing Shen Feng forcefully breaking into her room, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help feeling ashamed and angry. She looked around and found that no one was around, so she quickly closed the door to avoid being seen by others. It's not good if there are gossips from the sky. She still wants to find a man who is in a beautiful tree and face the wind to marry. If her reputation is ruined, it will be troublesome. There wasn't a single chair in the room. Shen Feng didn't care. He sat on Chu Qiaoyan's bed, took off his mask, and asked, "Where's your grandpa? Is he not here?" When Chu Qiaoyan heard this, he quickly said, "He's gone out and will be back soon, so hurry up and leave. Let's go." "I finally came here. Why should I leave? If I don't get an answer, I will live here tonight," Shen Feng said, very bored. At this moment, he just wanted to know why he had to. "If you don't pay attention to it, is it because you are too weak, so the military doesn't value yourself?" Seeing Shen Feng sitting on her bed, Chu Qiaoyan was still looking around, as if she didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. She was instantly annoyed, and then said angrily, "If you are looking for my grandfather, please come during the day. Don't be so sneaky. That can't be done. This kind of thing can't be above board." Shen Feng shrugged, and then lay down on Chu Qiaoyan's bed, without any embarrassment at all. Seeing Shen Feng like this, Chu Qiaoyan hated him so much, he not only entered his room, but also lay on his bed unscrupulously. Didn't he know how to avoid suspicion? Or is he just pinpointing his own mentality that he dare not speak out? After much deliberation, this fellow Shen Feng broke in simply because of his shamelessness. "Come down, don't sit on my bed," Chu Qiaoyan said angrily. Shen Feng said helplessly, "If I could find a chair, I wouldn't lie on your bed. You are an evolutionary anyway, so can't you tidy up your room?" HMPH, almost everyone is waiting for you to take back Luzhao. This is just a temporary residence. When Luzhao is taken back, it's not just what they want. Chu Qiaoyan explained. Of course she wanted to dress up well. "I looked at the room, but thought that after Luzhao was recovered, I could have as many houses as I wanted, so I gave up the plan to dress up." Shen Feng lay in Chu Qiaoyan's room for 10 minutes. Chu Qiaoyan had no choice but to find her suitcase and chose to sit on it. The two of them didn't say anything, and Chu Qiaoyan started to mess around guessing. Shen Feng is so mysterious. Could it be that he is talking about something extraordinary? Suddenly, Chu Yangshan opened the door and walked in, saying at the same time, "It's late now, go to bed. I'm going to continue fishing tomorrow." Shen Feng? Excuse me. Chu Yangshan saw Shen Feng appearing in his granddaughter's room, and he was still lying on her granddaughter's bed. In this way, the relationship between the two is really not simple, so it seems that it is not the time for him to come back. It is still for the two young people. It's good to leave your own space. So Chu Yangshan turned around and left. Shen Feng quickly said, "Professor Chu, I came here specially to find you, don't get me wrong." Chu Yangshan was very puzzled and asked, "Why are you looking for me? Can't you come to me during the day? I want to ask about something small," Shen Feng said with a smile, and then pulled Chu Yangshan to sit down in the outer room, and said to Chu Qiaoyan, "Go outside and watch, don't let others come near." Chu Qiaoyan reluctantly went to the door to observe the surrounding environment, but she was listening to the conversation in the room. At this time she also became quite interested in Shen Feng's purpose. Shen Feng directly explained the reason for his visit. "I think the Sulfate Association has not been taken seriously. The military is only willing to support a missile, and then airdrops a radio station. I want to ask, is it because my current strength is too weak, so I can't attract the country's attention?" Hearing this question, Chu Yangshan immediately said without hesitation, "This is just one aspect. Lack of strength is one of them, but there is another very important reason why people don't pay attention to it. That is the ability of industrialization, especially the production capacity." What does this have to do with industrialization? Shen Feng couldn't figure it out. Now that zombies are rampant, Isn't it important to kill zombies? Why do you care about the ability to industrialize? Moreover, industrialization seems to have nothing to do with everyone. Chu Yangshan patiently explained, there are more than 1 billion zombies in the whole country. How long will it take to kill so many zombies? If it is a long-term battle, then ensuring industrial production capacity is a must. So you can see that the areas that the country is focusing on recovering are the old industrial bases in the northeast and the various developed cities in the east. Why? It's not because of industrialization capabilities. Population is also an important factor, but industrialization must be considered first. So. That's how it is. The professor's words made me suddenly see the light of day. However, 1 missile is still too little, right? Shen Feng probably understood a little bit, but he still felt a little bit uncomfortable. Chu Yangshan continued, industrialization is the most important thing. With industrial equipment, guns can be produced continuously. And if you look carefully, the eastern region is also an important area for grain production in the country. The coast can also use sea transportation to mobilize grain and materials. Therefore, the country's focus must be on the eastern region. As for the western region, it's a little later. This is the case in all the western regions. Not only you are not taken seriously. Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help feeling a kind of unfairness, and couldn't help but said, how can this be? Isn't this letting the people in the west continue to suffer? This is the best choice. Chu Yangshan said earnestly, don't the above know which is more important? In a critical moment, the industrialized areas and the old remote areas in the west must be the ones that need to be preserved. It is difficult to be taken seriously. The most important point is that the number of soldiers is too small. Of course it is no problem if it is to deal with the war, but now it is a situation of zombies everywhere. Should all cities go to support? It is unrealistic. That is to say, I can't get any support except for a missile, right? Shen Feng said, very distressed. Chu Yangshan nodded, and then said in a low voice, however, this also has an advantage, and that is the right to rule. As long as you can recover the area of Luzhou, you are equivalent to the Emperor of Earth here. Don't talk nonsense. I am loyal to the country. Shen Feng was taken aback. Could this old man be trying to persuade himself to rebel? Chu Yangshan smiled and said, everyone is loyal, so if you want to see a person clearly, you should not look at what he is saying, but what he is doing. Shen Feng couldn't help swallowing, not wanting to show his cowardice in front of this old man, so he was about to leave, saying, okay, I got the answer I wanted, farewell. If there is a chance, I hope Professor you will become a member of my staff. Let's talk about it after you take down Luzhou. Chu Yangshan said with a smile. Chu Yangshan didn't reject Shen Feng's proposal, but put forward his own conditions. It's not that he can't join Shen Feng's side, but Shen Feng is only a leader of 10,000 to 20,000 people, and his future is uncertain, so he is unwilling to accept in this way. He became Shen Feng's staff. Chapter 80. When the sky was slightly bright, Renjing took 2 people out to look for water sources. The 3 of them carried a large bucket in their hands. They did not dare to go to the Yangtze River to fetch water, because they were worried that they would be discovered by sentries on the dam. If not, it is conceivable that Shen Feng will definitely use the most cruel means to treat them. Everyone came to a nearby park, put down the bucket and started fetching water. There are very few zombies here, and all 3 of them are evolutionaries, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. The most important thing at the moment is not to be discovered by people from the Self-Aid Association. It's best to find a way to get in while fetching water. Su K1 said to Renjing, boss, look here, there is still half a shrimp in the water. It seems that the water here is very nutritious. There's so much nonsense. Hurry up and get water and go back. Renjing doesn't care about the shrimp in the water. He just wants to find a chance to return to the Self-Aid Club. If he can't, he can only find a way to build one belong to their own base. Su K1 hadn't eaten meat for several days, and when he saw the shrimps in the pond, he couldn't help but pick them up and put them in his mouth, muttering, shrimps are meat anyway. When the 3 of them were fetching water, Renjing suddenly heard a strange voice, so he said immediately, go, someone is coming. Hearing Renjing's words, the other 2 quickly ran away with buckets in their hands. The 3 of them quickly came to the corner of the wall and hid in the shadows. Be found after the 3 of them hid. Everyone was surprised to find that more than 30 people appeared from a distance with their backpacks on their backs, and the leader was Shen Feng. Everyone skillfully threw 2 plastic bags into the pond, and then left quickly without dragging their feet. Shen Feng warned while walking, "Hurry up, act faster, soldiers are precious, and pay attention to the pants of the zombies." By the way, Ren Jing, who was hiding in the dark, heard what Shen Feng said, and couldn't help thinking, why did he say he should pay attention to the pants of the zombies? Could it be that he has some special hobby for zombies? Moreover, just now Shen Feng led someone to throw something into the pond, and what exactly was thrown must be clarified. When Shen Feng led the people away, Ren Jing also led the people out, and the three quickly came to the edge of the pond, and began to observe the things thrown into the water, only to find that it was a plastic bag with there was something black and yellow, and it was still emitting a foul smell. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the three of them changed. Unexpectedly, Shen Feng took people to poison the water. So what about the survivors in the city? Isn't it the only way to drink this polluted water? After Su Keiwen saw the plastic bag, he immediately understood what Shen Feng and the others threw into the water. Isn't that the Unico? Moreover, I ate half a shrimp in the water just now. Thinking of this, Su Keiwen couldn't help it at the time, and vomited it out with a wow. Ren Jing patted Su Keiwen on the back, and then said, "Don't worry, we won't say anything about what you ate. We are all brothers. From now on, don't eat indiscriminately, grow up. Remember it?" Su Kai vomited for 10 minutes, until he vomited a lot of stomach acid, and then he stopped, because there was really nothing in his stomach to vomit out, and he had already developed a memory, so he must not be casual about things he didn't know. Just eat it, otherwise, it will be too painful. Shen Feng was planning grief and indignation in the city while carefully observing the zombie's pants. If the zombie had diarrhea, it meant that the bacteria had still worked. The back of the pants of many zombies has indeed turned yellow and turbid. This proves that the plan is feasible. It's just that so many zombies have been recruited in a day. This is good news. It will last for a week. Take a look. Will it cause dysentery in all the zombies in the city? However, Yang Chang also covered his nose and said, "President, we have polluted the water sources in the city. What should the survivors in the city do?" Shen Feng said helplessly, "That's not what we should consider. We can only pray that they will drink boiled water. Otherwise, we can only quickly eliminate the zombies in the city. But we will have missile support in a few days. In this way, it will be easier for us to recover Lu Xiao." The so-called Corpse King is actually a commanding zombie. The army decapitates the Corpse King, that is, a missile is dropped from the sky to directly kill the leader of the zombies. If the leader of the zombie group is lost, they can only let others go. Butchered. The biggest headache for Shen Feng before was the inability to assassinate command zombies. As for ordinary zombies and other mutated zombies, Shen Feng has the ability to solve them. Now he can use diseases to weaken the zombies. As long as the combat effectiveness of the zombies is weakened, everyone in the base zombies can be cleaned up in the shortest possible time. A person next to him whispered, "This seems to be a bit ineffective. It seems to be too shameless." Nonsense. Yang Chang became angry when he heard the guy next to him say this, pointing at the student who was talking and cursing as he walked. "Who cares if you are invincible in the battlefield, as long as you can win? Besides, the zombies have occupied Lu Xiao because of their large numbers. Why don't you say that they won't win by force? What kind of martial arts are you talking about with a bunch of zombies? I still like the kind of battle with real swords and guns, so that I can have a sense of accomplishment in recovering the city." The student was still a little reluctant. Pollution of water sources seems to be a bit too low, but he is still honest. Follow along. Shen Feng looked back at this guy, and found that it seemed to be a student rescued from a sports school before. He really looked like a tall man, but his brain might not be very good. At this time, he still pays attention to real skills. The reckless struggle with guns is really too barbaric. Human beings can develop to the present level. The most important thing is to rely on their brains. If they don't evolve their brains, humans are probably still robbing wild animals in Africa for food. Shen Feng was worried that the water source in the city would have a certain ability of self-purification, so he chose to repeatedly pollute the water source. He planned to take people to drop feces every day, so that the zombies would definitely be troubled by dysentery. After that, Shen Feng returned to the base again. Now the Sulfate Association no longer conducts large-scale battles, but only sends a small number of team members to rescue the survivors. As for the recovery of Lu Xiao, Shen Feng plans to wait until the zombies appear on a large-scale dysentery. It's time to move on. Shen Feng now needs to report the specific situation of the base in front of the radio station. Every day, But Shen Feng can be regarded as being cautious, and he didn't say that there are many evolutionaries on his side, he just simply reported a little simple content. That is, to deal with the above inquiries casually. Anyway, the Western region is not taken seriously, so there is no need to worry about everything. These days lasted for 5 days. Every morning, Shen Feng led people to start a plan of grief and indignation, and the group of people had already discovered the changes in the zombies. The pants of the zombies are becoming more and more dirty, and when walking on the road, you can often see water stains of strange colors flowing from the bottom of the trousers of the zombies. Finally, many zombies are lying on the streets of Luzhou with pale faces. Sewage was running everywhere, and the stench emanated from the city. Shen Feng also had to block his nose. The 5 senses of an evolutionary are indeed stronger than that of ordinary people, but the more sensitive they are, the more burdensome they are, because Shen Feng has to endure the stimulation caused by the stench, which is simply destroying his nerves. However, seeing the zombies fall one after another, it is already worth it. Shen Feng saw with his own eyes that the zombies were pooling while drinking water from the lake, and the lake was a polluted water source, which led to a vicious circle. Dysentery would lead to dehydration, and after dehydration, they had to replenish water, so he began to drink polluted water, which eventually led to worsening dysentery. The zombies don't know what dysentery is at all. They only know that they need to drink water when they are short of water, so they fall into an endless loop and can only be defeated by Shen Feng with despicable means. What makes Shen Feng uncomfortable in the city is that the zombies will devour each other. Once a zombie dies due to excessive dehydration, the hungry zombies around will start eating zombies in order to replenish energy. This practice is simply worse than animals. Excessive, because many intelligent beasts don't eat their own kind, such as dogs or monkeys, but zombies don't care about these. As long as they have something that can replenish energy, they don't care whether they are of the same kind or different. Today, most of the zombies in the city of Luzhou have already suffered from dysentery. Thanks to God's blessing, because it hasn't rained for a long time, the zombies can't get fresh water, so they can only drink dirty water constantly. And once dysentery appeared, the zombies couldn't solve it at all. Shen Feng took the time to go to the hotel to look around, and found that the zombies in the 5 kilometers around here were basically suffering from dysentery, but whether the command zombies in the hotel were still moving, Shen Feng hoped that the command zombies would stay there forever inside the hotel, because the missiles will start to decapitate tomorrow. As long as the command zombies die, it will be easy to take Luzhou, because most of the zombies are suffering from dysentery and cannot stand up. Dealing with these soft-legged shrimps is not easy. However, just in the evening, a news came from the radio station, which had something to do with the weather. The military informed Shen Feng that there would be heavy rain in Luzhou tomorrow, so Shen Feng had to prepare for it. Shen Feng had nothing to do with it. It's easy to say, what else do you need to prepare? Isn't it just raining? It has no effect on the launch of the missile. After all, the accuracy of the missile to the target is already very good. A little dark cloud will not make it difficult to launch the missile. Moreover, even if rainwater can evolve Luzhou's water source, most of the zombies have already suffered from dysentery. Just a little rainwater can't make these zombies suffering from dysentery stand up again. Shen Feng knows that the next battle, I have won it myself. At this time, Chang Jianyi anxiously walked to Shen Feng's side, and said in a low voice, Guo Pinming has woken up and has become an evolutionary, but he has also obtained a supernatural power. When Shen Feng heard this, he was shocked instantly. Before Guo Pinming drank the green evolution potion, he fell into a coma for 7 days and just woke up. However, Shen Feng never expected that Guo Pinming was drinking. After drinking the evolution potion, he actually got supernatural powers. Doesn't it mean that the green potion can give people supernatural powers? Not because of the deterioration. Where is he now? I'm going to see him. Shen Feng asked in a low voice. Right now, Shen Feng is a little nervous. After all, there were originally only 2 supernatural beings in the base, and he was one of them. Yu Renshu's supernatural powers were transplanted the day after tomorrow. Simply put, they are all controllable. Obtaining the supernatural power changed the situation in an instant. If Guo Pinming was not controlled, it might cause internal chaos. I took him to the office. He didn't seem to have any change in mentality. He was just curious about why he got the ability. His ability is to control iron, but the range is only a few meters around. Chang Jianyi said in a low voice. This is Magneto. It's difficult. Shen Feng heard the description of the senior, and instantly thought of the character in the movie. It's not bad to be able to control iron weapons. If this guy sucks all the weapons away, what else are you playing? What Shen Feng is most worried about is that Guo Pinming will have other thoughts after gaining power. After all, he can suddenly become a supernatural person, and ordinary people will be confused by power. Chang Jianyi quickly explained, it's not as powerful as you imagined. It's just that it can manipulate the iron objects around it to deform. It's only within a range of 2 meters. Other copper objects or alloy products have no effect, only iron, even. If you can only manipulate iron tools, it's not easy. Shen Feng muttered in a low voice, when I have a chance in the future, I will get myself a long sword made of titanium alloy, then there will be no problem. After that, Shen Feng rushed to the office quickly, only to find that Guo Pinming was holding a spoon in his hand at this time, and was directing the spoon to bend continuously. Sometimes he could even knot the spoon in his hand, and sometimes he could make the spoon bend, turning into a knife, and then turning into a spike in an instant. The speed of change is indeed very fast at this time. Guo Pinming held a spoon in his hand, but it seemed to be grasping a living object, because the spoon changed too much, and in just a few minutes, it could be like plasticine. This kind of ability can control the ironware as you like, and it is still very useful. Shen Feng opened the door and walked in, said, is it fun, seeing Shen Feng? Guo Pinming quickly put down the spoon in his hand and said, President, hello, I want to know, have I become a supernatural being? Chapter 81 Missile Landing. Shen Feng sat down with a smile, and said slowly, that's right, the potion I gave you to drink is actually a potion for obtaining special abilities. This potion has always been kept secret, and the point you made before, we have a new way of thinking, so in order to reward you, we gave you this potion, just hoping that you will also get the ability. It turned out that the president specially rewarded me. In the future, I will definitely repay you. Guo Pinming was moved in his heart. Ability has always been a mystery. Everyone in the base only knows that Shen Feng and Yuan Shu have it. Ability, but I didn't expect that I also got the ability now, thanks to Shen Feng. Of course, it is impossible for Shen Feng to tell the real purpose. If we use you to conduct an experiment, I am afraid that Guo Pinming will be upset on the spot. It is better to pretend that everything is expected and let Guo Pinming follow him to do things with all his heart afterwards. Shen Feng continued, actually, not many people know about the supernatural potion. As for you, don't talk nonsense after you go out. You can only use supernatural powers at critical moments, understand? Guo Pinming is a retired soldier, of course he is very clear about the confidentiality measures, so he immediately replied loudly, yes, President. I promise not to disclose any information about the medicine. Shen Feng nodded with satisfaction, and then said, you continue to fight in the battle group first, and when Ms. Hao is recovered, I will arrange for you to form a team alone, and you will be the team leader. Guo Pinming heard the big cake drawn by Shen Feng, but he didn't agree. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, President, I am very grateful that you appreciate me so much, but the zombies killed my whole family. Killed the zombies for revenge, so I don't want to leave the battle group. You are really a man of temperament. I think everyone has the same hatred for zombies. Since you insist, I will let you stay in the combat team and let you shine in a suitable position. Of course, I will also promote you. Yours, no problem. Shen Feng said hastily. Shen Feng just wanted to find out what Guo Pinming wanted to do in the future, but found that the other party had a particularly serious hatred for zombies, as if he wanted to kill all the zombies in the world, so he had to continue to arrange Guo Pinming to stay in the battle group. But Shen Feng felt relieved. It seemed that Guo Pinming had no ambitions when he came to meet Guo Pinming. Shen Feng had already prepared for the worst. If Guo Pinming's ambitions were revealed, he might have to kill him. As for the abilities he obtained, he could hand them over to other people. Shu came to deal with it, and Yuan Shu could transfer the abilities of the person with abilities at this time. Guo Pinming only wanted to kill zombies, which made Shen Feng sure that this guy had no ambitions, so forget it. Anyway, Jianyi still has a tube of green potion in his hand, and this tube of potion can be given to the senior sister. Take it. In this way, the senior sister can also get the ability after Guo Pinming left. Chang Jianyi naturally sat on Shen Feng's lap, kept watching with a supernatural potion in his hand, and said in a low voice, what is the difference between this potion and the general evolution potion? If so, then it's just that the materials are different, and the brains of commanding zombies are used to make it. Does this mean that as long as there are commanding zombies' brains, it is possible to artificially create supernatural beings? Shen Feng put his arms around the senior sister's slender waist, sniffed the fragrance of her hair, and said in a low voice, "Sister, you can also drink the potion, and then you will be able to obtain supernatural powers, so why envy others?" Chang Jianyi helplessly put down the reagent bottle in his hand, and said, Feng, I want to drink it now, but after drinking it, I may fall into coma for 6 or 7 days, and the missile will be launched tomorrow. We are about to start to recover Luzhao. How can I safely drink the potion at this time? In the past 6 days, Shen Feng has been using the ability to identify polluted water sources. Most of the zombies have lost their ability to move. Moreover, the missiles that the headquarters decided to support before will be launched. At such a critical moment, if you are not careful, there will be a fight. Chang Jianyi knows that he doesn't have so much time to sleep. Shen Feng sat on the seat with his senior sister in his arms. He was really helpless about the current situation. He had to admit that he couldn't do without the help of senior sister. It's okay if senior sister didn't show up for a short time. There will be chaos in the management of the base, and the time for the senior to drink the potion can only be postponed. Then, let's wait until Luzhao is taken back, and we will definitely have time to spare. At present, we can only wait for the missiles to be launched and deal with the Corpse King. Shen Feng said with some emotion. Chang Jianyi suddenly felt that Shen Feng's arms around her were getting tighter and tighter, and Shen Feng's breathing behind her was gradually becoming heavier, and she blushed suddenly, and said, "This is the office, don't be so intimate, because others will see you." Not good, then. Let's go back to the bedroom. Of course Shen Feng knew that the office was more exciting, but the senior couldn't let it go, so he had to go back to the bedroom. There was still some time before dark, but Shen Feng also became impatient. The missile will be launched on time at 7 o'clock in the morning. Yang Chang and others all came to the side of the radio station and waited for instructions. Shen Feng sat in the center, surrounded by other people sitting around him. When the time came to 7 o'clock at that time, a voice came from the radio, "The Luzhao Sulfate Association base, the missile is about to launch. Please avoid it, don't get close to the hotel in the city center, the countdown to launch, 10, 9, 8, after." Hearing the voice from the radio station, everyone in the Sulfate Association was already excited at this time. Everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the missile. As long as the missile can hit the direction of the hotel smoothly, the command zombie will definitely die, and then everyone will be able to recover Luzhao City smoothly. At this time, Shen Feng asked Yang Chang, "Is the camera you arranged ready?" Yang Chang made an okay gesture and said, "I have already installed a camera in the building near the hotel to ensure that I can capture the moment the missile lands. You just wait to watch the replay of the missile. I really don't know the power of this missile. How about it? I hope to kill hundreds of thousands of zombies. It's not a nuclear warhead, how can it be so powerful? I think that under normal circumstances, the hotel is blown up, and it is impossible to cause particularly large casualties. It can kill zombies within a range of tens of meters, which is about the same." Josiah Oxio said helplessly. Yang Chang smiled awkwardly. He felt that he might have watched too many movies. He always felt that missiles must be powerful. A single missile can destroy a city, so it can be called a real missile. But in fact, if you want to destroy a city with one missile, only nuclear warheads can do it. Ordinary missiles are not so powerful. Shen Feng said confidently. At this time, there is no need to destroy so many zombies. It is enough to kill the Corpse King. The rest of the zombies are basically soft-legged shrimps. Most of the zombies can't stand up. As long as there is no command of the Corpse King, we will be able to regain Luzhao. Suddenly, Luo Qing ran in from outside the dam and said, it's raining outside." Hearing this report, Yang Chang didn't take it seriously, and said, "Anyway, the survivors already have virus antibodies on their bodies. Even if it rains, it's okay, as long as the people in the base pay attention not to get caught in the rain. As for us, we're still here. Wait for the good news here." Shen Feng stretched his body and said with a smile, "Let the people in the battle group gather. Let's go to the dam to see the scenery. If there is no accident, we can start to recover Luzhao today, and then everyone can leave here, back to our city." Everyone quickly responded, so more than 1,000 people came to the top of the dam and began to look at the distant city. Everyone didn't hold an umbrella and let the rain drench on their bodies. Shen Feng stood at the front and looked at the distant city. He felt a sense of relief. For more than a month, he had been working hard for Lu Xiao. Now at this time, the missile killed the Corpse King, and the war would end quickly. However, Chang Jianyi still prepared a raincoat to put on Shen Feng's body, and said in a low voice, "Don't be brave, if you catch a cold, it depends on you." Shen Feng smiled and let the seniors put on raincoats for themselves, and then everyone started to put on raincoats or umbrellas in twos and threes. After all, most of the people in the battle group were ordinary people. It's raining, but at this time, the president is already sheltering from the rain, so you don't have to be brave. It is a pity for Shen Feng. After all, if he has the brain of the Corpse King, he can make 2 bottles of supernatural potions and directly obtain 2 supernatural beings as subordinates. But if the missiles start bombing now, then he probably won't be able to find the corpse. King's brain is gone. The crowd waited for more than half an hour before they saw a small black spot exposed through the clouds in the distance. In an instant, all the personnel on the dam cheered. Everyone knew that the small black spot was a missile, and the black spot the point is falling towards the city center. The people on the dam kept cheering. The people in the base heard the cheers and hurried out to watch. They also heard about the missiles, so they were all guessing whether the missiles were coming at this time up. Many people went out to watch. Although the bombing site was in the city center and basically nothing could be seen here, everyone was still willing to set up a pergola to look towards the city center. When looking at it, I always imagine that if the missiles come, Lu Xiao will be peaceful. The children also want to go out to watch, but the adults don't allow the children to stand outside. They all scold the children to go back inside the hut to hide from the rain. The children can only stand at the door of the hut and watch from a distance, hoping to see to the kind of shocking scene in the book. We must kill these zombies, and we must take back our own city. Chu Yangshan couldn't see the distance. He just looked at the sky blankly, full of expectations in his heart. As long as he can eliminate the zombies, then I can die in peace. Since the outbreak of zombies, the whole world has been threatened by zombies, and the excellent firepower relied on by human beings can only be effective when gathered together. However, in the face of zombies with low IQ and no human appearance, human beings have been fighting back. Lu Xiao is just one example of resistance. There are still many human beings, regardless of skin color, regardless of class, all struggling to fight against zombies. Now, Lu Xiao has the support of missiles, which means that the human beings here in Lu Xiao will win the final victory. Shen Feng watched helplessly as the black dot that appeared from the sky broke through the clouds, and then drew a white trail in the sky. He knew that the missile had come. The missile began to fall with the hope of everyone in the base, and the trajectory of the fall has already been calculated. Now, the missile is about to fall to the ground with everyone's expectations, and the humans' strong hatred for zombies will explode. Why do zombies appear? Why do zombies harm humans? Why do zombies want to destroy the beautiful life of human beings? Why do zombies do so many outrageous things? The tail flame of the missile drew a white trajectory in the air, and finally fell in the city center. Everyone's sight was blocked by tall buildings, but everyone was still looking in the direction of the city. Afterwards, a strong light appeared in the city center, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. 2 seconds later, the sound of a huge explosion reached everyone's ears. Boom! Everyone watched the smoke and dust rising in the distance and cheered endlessly. Everyone believes that under the attack of missiles, the base will win the final victory against the zombies. We won! We won! Yang Chang couldn't bear the excitement in his heart, and started to cheer, and the people in the whole base also started to cheer. Everyone had smiles on their faces. City, today. There was also a smile on Shen Feng's face. More than a month has passed, it is already late autumn, and winter is coming soon. Now, everyone can finally return to their own city. As long as the zombies are dealt with, then everyone don't worry about the threat of zombies anymore. The whole base is in a trance. They know what the appearance of the missile means. It means that the Corpse King will be killed. In the future, the zombies will have no leader and basically have no fighting power. It means that everyone can successfully retake their own city. You don't have to live in a shack anymore, and you don't have to face a precarious life anymore. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82. Just when everyone in the base began to cheer, Many people were also looking at the direction of the explosion in the city center. Many survivors saw the scene where the missile pierced the sky and landed in the city center, so these people wept with joy. They thought the army finally came to rescue him, and he was finally able to get out of the sea of suffering for more than a month. The survivors in the city have been living in this place. Without electricity, they can only burn firewood for cooking and heating. Many expensive furniture have been destroyed. In peaceful times, these furniture are sought after by thousands of people. Good stuff, but in this chaotic world, no matter how expensive the furniture is, it's just furniture. As long as it can keep warm, it can be split. The surviving people are all insisting on a belief that a country will come to save themselves, so no matter how difficult it is, the survivors have survived. If there is no water, they will drink from the rain. If there is no lighting, then light up furniture and lighting. In short, everyone survives to see the day when the light appears, and now the emergence of missiles has given everyone light. Renjing led a person to stand by the window, looking at the smoke and dust rising into the sky in the city. At this moment, he was dumbfounded and murmured, "Missiles. Missiles are coming, Ren." Jing knows that it is impossible for him to withstand the bombing of missiles, so zombies must also be unable to withstand the bombing of missiles. After all, they are all flesh and blood, so why can you resist the bombing of missiles? The hotel standing in the city is the tallest building here, and at this moment, the hotel collapsed, stirring up a lot of smoke and dust. Even in the rainstorm, the smoke and dust had already swept into the sky, and the missile successfully hit the hotel. After destroying the foundation of the hotel eventually fell. Just when everyone thought victory was coming, the zombies in the city center suddenly changed. The moving zombies nearby were all still gathered, and they were all approaching the city center, and the zombies who were unable to stand up due to too much dehydration. The zombies are also struggling and crawling towards the city center. They have received an order to assemble quickly in the city center, so they approach the city center regardless. This scene appeared in the city, and immediately attracted the attention of many survivors. So many zombies began to gather. What happened? Follow me and kill all the zombies in Luxiao. Shen Feng gave an order, pulled out his knife, and set off with everyone in the combat team. How could everyone not be excited today? Shen Feng quickly set off with people. More than 1,000 people were holding relatively primitive cold weapons. It is already the 21st century, but the people present could only charge with cold weapons. If they were abroad, I am afraid. Now even the tanks have been put out. Of course, this kind of place generally cannot be united, because everyone has guns. Why should I give in to you? In short, guns are banned in the country, and it is difficult to expand if there is a war in peacetime. But once a disaster occurs, it is difficult for ordinary people to obtain weapons today. Most of the zombies in Luxiao City have been infected with dysentery, and the zombies don't know how to take medicine, and they don't know how to avoid the occurrence of dysentery, so they can only helplessly feel that the water in their bodies is constantly losing water. Many of the zombies with too much water were already dead, and the dead zombies were eaten by their own kind. The remaining zombies were basically unable to move due to dehydration. Facing the battle team members who rushed into the city to fight, the zombies could only struggle to rush over, kill. Shen Feng pulled out a long sword at his waist and stabbed it into the body of a zombie. The members of the combat team behind him also rushed forward and began to fight the zombie. They couldn't even stand up for this kind of people. Zombies, as long as one knife goes down, they can be eliminated immediately. Today's zombies can only lie on the ground and be slaughtered. Dysentery is not so easy to heal. It is impossible to stand up without a problem by just drinking a little clean water. Therefore, Shen Feng knows that he has enough time to act, but he has to hurry up now. Kill all the zombies in the city within a short time, and then the entire city of Luxiao can be regarded as recovered. Li Minghu hacked a zombie to death with a knife in his hand, and then continued to direct the team members behind him, saying, "Don't make unnecessary moves when killing a zombie, cut it down on the head with one knife, and then move on. We have an important task today, so we can't delay it." The members of the battle group no longer have any fear when fighting zombies, because these zombies can't even do the most basic organized charge, let alone surround everyone, so more than 1,000 people are like a handful. It rushed into the city like a sharp knife and began to advance continuously. At this time, the rain gradually stopped. Although the clouds were still overcast, it was no longer raining. Chang Jianyi also immediately organized people to rush into the city to seize the favorable terrain. Now that Luxiao has officially begun to be recovered, the base site is useless, because the future base must be inside the city, and the rescued people will be the last. It should also be placed in the city. As for the base above has how, it will be abandoned. Shen Feng led the people to start the charge, and went deep into the center of the city. On the road that everyone passed by, zombies were already full of corpses. Now, the zombies have basically lost their ability to resist. Facing the charge led by Shen Feng, there is no way to resist it at all, only to be killed one by one. Shen Feng's goal is very simple, that is, in the area near the hotel, Shen Feng intends to confirm whether the Corpse King is still alive. Without the support of guns, he could only find a way in terms of potions. Shen Feng planned to have 1,000 evolutionaries as his subordinates first. As long as he had so many evolutionaries as his subordinates, it would be enough to manage the entire city. However, at this moment, Shen Feng felt a vibration, which seemed to be coming from the direction of the hotel. Immediately, everyone felt something was wrong. This kind of vibration seemed unusual. Only when many zombies acted together would it be so violent. The shock. Is it possible that there are still zombies with combat effectiveness? Shen Feng handed over the command to Yang Chang, and then he used a company like the wind to advance quickly, ignoring the dehydrated zombies along the way. As a result, after advancing several hundred meters, Shen Feng suddenly found that there were a large number of zombies in front of him. The pants of these zombies are indeed dirty, which means that they also suffer from dysentery, but their mobility has not been affected. That is to say, the degree of dysentery is not serious, so they can still move now. But here comes the question, why did these zombies suddenly start to move? Shen Feng quickly climbed to the top of the building, looked into the distance, and was shocked to see that there were densely packed zombies gathering in the distance, advancing towards the direction of the battle group. There was no end to be seen in the distance, so many zombies, at least tens of thousands. Moreover, these zombies are organized activities, which means that the Corpse King may not be dead. Shen Feng quickly returned to the team, and said to Yang Chang, "Go back to the base immediately, and take people to organize the defense line. There are tens of thousands of zombies rushing over. These zombies are zombies with combat effectiveness. I need to find the video to find out whether the Corpse King is dead or not, and you should take someone back immediately." Could it be that the Corpse King is not dead? Yang Chang was shocked at the time. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to resist a missile. In short, it is impossible for animals on the earth to survive a missile, so the Corpse King can do it? Shen Feng wanted to find out what was going on, so he was going to the building where the camera was placed. As long as he could find the video, Shen Feng would be sure to know the specific situation of the Corpse King. Originally, the camera was to capture it was placed only at the wonderful moment when the missile landed, but now it seems that it is just right to confirm the state of the Corpse King. Yang Chang had no other choice. The current situation was completely unclear, so he could only follow the president's instructions and take people back to the base. He only hoped that the video could clear up his doubts. The most important thing is that there are still tens of thousands of zombies capable of fighting in today's cities. It may be able to stop tens of thousands of zombies. Shen Feng passed through the crowd of zombies, performed accompanying like the wind, and came to the building where the camera was placed. This was originally an office building, but then the zombies broke out, and the office building was useless. However, because this place is close to the hotel, it was Shen Feng took a fancy to it and thought this place was the most suitable place to observe the movement of the Corpse King. Shen Feng found the camera fixed at the window. Luckily, the camera is not broken, and it is still working. Shen Feng is relieved. As long as the camera is still there, sooner or later he will be able to figure out what is on the Corpse King's side. Such a situation now that he has come here. Shen Feng also took a look at the hotel. At this time, the hotel with dozens of floors has fallen to the ground. It seems that the hotel cannot withstand the missile attack, which makes Shen Feng feel even more puzzled. Since even the hotel can't withstand the missile attack, how did the Corpse King survive? Could it be that there are several Corpse Kings? Afterwards, Shen Feng quickly returned to the base, but time was running out. Judging from the speed of the zombies here had at most an hour to reach the dam, and everyone in the base was worried. Looking at Shen Feng, he asked, "What happened?" Originally, Chang Jianyi was already organizing manpower to seize important areas, but he didn't expect Yang Chang to quickly run back with the people from the combat team. Only then did everyone know that there were zombies rushing over, and everyone's expressions suddenly turned strange. Could even the missiles be able to destroy the zombies on the opposite side? Shen Feng took out a camera on his body and said, "We will replay the scene when the missile exploded later, and we will know what happened. Everyone comes to the office to find out what happened first, and then quickly discuss what to do. Everyone quickly came to the office and began to watch the replay. The progress of the video was quickly pulled to the moment when the missile exploded. At this time, everyone found that the mutated zombie had already arrived outside the hotel. That is to say, when the missile landed, the Corpse King was probably already left the hotel, so just dodged the missiles. Shen Feng continued, adjust the progress forward and see when the zombies left the hotel. As a result, the progress of the video was adjusted forward, and finally everyone discovered that as early as 7 o'clock, the mutated zombies began to leave the hotel, and the zombies surrounded by mutated zombies looked ugly, but were tightly guarded, protected. This zombie is thin and small, and looks similar to a speed zombie, but its head is very big, and the width of its head is almost comparable to the width of its shoulders. Could it be that this zombie can't predict it? Otherwise, how could these zombies just leave the hotel and escape the missile attack? Li Mingho couldn't help asking. Hearing this sentence, Shen Feng disagreed, and said, how could the zombies predict that something must have happened at that time? So these zombies walked out of the hotel, and this zombie with a big head should be the dead king. Luo Qing suddenly remembered, and said, it happened to be raining at the time. Could it be because of this that the Corpse King left the hotel? When Yu Renshu heard Luo Qing's words, she reacted instantly and said, that's it. The reason why the zombies act is because of the rain. The reason why these zombies can maintain their combat effectiveness is because they are far away from the nearby water sources. So there is a special lack of water, but hundreds of thousands of zombies are crowded together, and there is no way to get water, so the zombies have been staying around the hotel, but now it is raining, and the zombies around the hotel have a chance to replenish water, so these zombies ready to attack. Let's go. Looking at the zombies on the screen, Shen Feng only felt a headache, and said, that is to say, the rain that we thought had nothing to do caused the zombies to prepare to attack, so they left the hotel, and the Corpse King was still alive. What a mistake. Everyone fell into a misunderstanding before, that is, as long as the Corpse King stays in the hotel, as long as the Corpse King is successfully killed, the missile can successfully kill him. But everyone has forgotten one thing, that is, why did the Corpse King stay in the hotel without any action? The reason is very simple, that is, the zombies don't have enough water to replenish, and it happens to be raining now, which gives the Corpse King a reason to leave. It's a pity that this point has been known very late. There is only one missile, and now nothing can be done except blowing up a building and killing hundreds of zombies. Chapter 83 Zombie Fueling Tactics. In the office, everyone was looking at Shen Feng. Yu Renshu first asked, President, what should we do now? Are we going to resist directly? Yang Chang also whispered to Shen Feng, President, if you want to evacuate, the boat is ready. Shen Feng shook his head lightly, sat slowly on the office chair, and said, at this moment, we absolutely cannot retreat. It has reached this level. If we retreat, all previous efforts will be in vain, because the target of the zombies is us. Seeing that Shen Feng was unwilling to retreat, Chang Jianyi stood up and said, we must not retreat. We finally weakened the fighting power of the zombies by polluting the water source. Now that the zombies come to the Yangtze River, we will not be able to pollute the water source. It has been used, so this is our best chance and only chance to recover Luoxiao. Guo Pinming also quickly said, brothers, you can't retreat now. These tens of thousands of zombies are already the only combat power among the zombies in Luoxiao. As long as you can defeat these zombies, then Luoxiao will be at your fingertips. If you miss this opportunity, it's really I don't know when and what month we will be able to truly recover Luoxiao. After hearing everyone's analysis, Yang Chang could only helplessly say, then we can only fight. It's just that our base has never had the experience of fighting tens of thousands of zombies head-on. Can we really fight? Yang Chang's problem is also a problem in other people's minds. The battle is easy to say, but no one has experienced such a large-scale battle. Tens of thousands of zombies rushed over. If they can't hold it, it will be over. If you want to escape, there is water all around, and it is difficult to escape. Now, we have to fight if we can't beat it. Shen Feng stood up and said directly, we are backed by the Yangtze River natural danger, surrounded by water, we only need to guard the dam, and the zombies can't get through, even though it is raining. The Corpse King has not been killed, but the water in the Yangtze River has risen, which is a good thing for us. Shen Feng glanced at everyone, and continued to direct, Yang Chang took people to get half of the gasoline, and poured it on the opposite side of the dam to block the way of the zombies' attack. At critical moments, they can set fire to block the zombies. Hulai led the transportation team. Drive to block all the streets in the city, use all the cars, don't feel bad, the car will burn if it burns. The rest of the people are ready to fight. Once the zombies break through the double line of defense, all of us need to guard the dam. As long as we guard the dam, we have hope for victory, Chang Jianyi quickly asked. Then how do we fight back? It's impossible to keep defending forever, right? Shen Feng looked at Luo Qing, who was on the side, and said, you immediately contact the military and ask for missile support. Just one more missile will kill the Corpse King. I will look for the Corpse King's trace. If I can find if you get it, you will come back quickly. Afterwards, Shen Feng looked at Chang Jianyi and said, Senior sister, the people in the base need you to organize, and they may need their help at critical moments. Chang Jianyi nodded in agreement, and then the group started to act. At first, everyone thought that the missile would definitely be able to kill the Corpse King, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. The Corpse King is not an idiot, he just stays in place, don't move. The Zombie King is coming to attack at this time. Now everyone can only unite as one and kill the zombies. Shen Feng quickly went to the city to monitor the zombies. It would be the best if he could find the Corpse King. If he couldn't find it, then the base would have to fight the zombies with swords and guns. When Shen Feng came to the periphery of the zombie group, the sky started to rain again. The zombies immediately raised their heads and opened their mouths, and began to drink the rainwater falling from the sky. It seems that it was really a heavy rain that saved these zombies, lest the Corpse King be killed. But having said that, it was always sunny some time ago, which can be regarded as helping Shen Feng, because the city lacked water, and the zombies could only drink the dirty water on the ground, which eventually caused dysentery among the zombies. Now it started to rain, but saved the zombies. It can only be said that God doesn't care about humans or zombies. God just rains when he wants to rain, and sunny when he wants to be sunny. Shen Feng quickly climbed to the top of the building, condescendingly observing the group of zombies below. It is estimated that in another 20 minutes, the zombies will go around the dam, and within this time, the base is already ready to fight, and the most important thing for Shen Feng now is to obtain the position of the Corpse King, so he had to search among the zombies. Shen Feng carefully observed the group of zombies, and found that there were about 50,000 zombies, and these 50,000 zombies were distributed in more than a dozen nearby streets, crowding the streets densely. The mutated zombies were scattered in twos and threes, with no intention of gathering at all. It seems that the zombies also understand that they are easy to be found when they gather together. Therefore, these zombies are scattered in the tide of corpses. It is extremely difficult for Shen Feng to find the Corpse King pole. I guess I was frightened by the missiles, so I didn't dare to expose it at all, but we must be dealt with. The Corpse King must be hiding in the dark. Shen Feng muttered in his heart. Now it is certain that the Corpse King is intelligent, and it must be stronger than the wisdom of mutant zombies, so as long as the Corpse King hides, Shen Feng is really hard to find. While Shen Feng was constantly moving on the roof of the city, the zombies had already started to fight the people at the base. The first thing the zombies faced was the vehicles blocking the street intersection, especially the heavy trucks blocking the intersection. It's like one man is in charge of the other and 10,000 is not open. But the zombies rushed over like a tide, and hundreds of zombies worked together to push the truck to move. In front of so many zombies, the means of creating obstacles seemed to be ineffective at this time. Yang Chang had already had people pour gasoline on the road beside the Yangtze River. The asphalt road, which was more than 10 meters wide, was now soaked in gasoline and exuded a pungent smell. They crossed the road and prepared to cross the road to attack the people on the other side of the dam. Looking at the zombies rushing towards him continuously, Yang Chang gritted his teeth and said, "Wait until the zombies rush over before lighting the fire. Try to burn a few more to death." A lot of gasoline was collected in the base, but more than half of the gasoline was consumed on the road, just to create a firewall to block these zombies. However, the current situation is different from the previous fire zombies. At that time, many fortifications were dug, just to restrict the movement of the zombies, in order to allow the zombies to move within a small area. This resulted in the achievement of killing 30,000 zombies, but at this time, the surrounding area is all open, unobstructed, and gasoline is used to deal with it. Zombies must be less effective. The obstacles made by cars are the first line of defense, and gasoline is the second line of defense. Zombies set foot on the road, full of gasoline without any scruples, and don't care whether they will encounter danger when they charge. When hundreds of zombies rushed to the road, Yang Chang gave an order and said, "Light it up." Several people around hurriedly threw out the torches in their hands. After the torches fell on the road, the gasoline was instantly ignited, and then the flames spread to the distance at an extremely fast speed. In just a dozen seconds, the people near the dam, the entire road was already on fire, and the road with a width of more than 10 meters instantly formed a sea of flames. The zombies that rushed to the road instantly burned, but only a dozen seconds passed, and these zombies had already fallen down. Even if it was raining at this time, it was difficult to extinguish the flames of the burning gasoline. Billows of black smoke emerged from the flames and continued to rise towards the sky. And the zombies can only fall down in the sea of flames. No matter how vicious the zombies are, they are still flesh and blood, so of course they cannot stop the burning of the flames. Seeing this scene, Yang Chang breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "With the existence of the firewall, these zombies should not be able to get through for a while, right?" As soon as Yang Chang finished speaking, Li Minghe quickly said, "Team leader, look at the opposite side, those zombies are still rushing forward." Yang Chang quickly watched, but found that the zombies did not retreat because of the appearance of the firewall. These zombies continued to rush forward without fear of death, but they could only be engulfed by the sea of flames in the end. Seeing this scene, Yang Chang suddenly felt bad, and said, "These zombies are under control, they won't feel afraid. So, these zombies are going to use their bodies to fill out a path, are they so ruthless?" Everyone stared intently at the group of zombies in the distance, and found that the zombies were rushing forward one after another, and the zombies would be burned to death soon. Some died of burns, some died of suffocation, but the fallen corpses were under pressure. On the road, although the corpses will burn, the degree of burning is far less than that of gasoline. Gradually, the bodies of the zombies cover the road for more than 10 meters. There are thousands of these fallen zombies, but it formed a road made of corpses. Subsequent zombies stepped on the corpses one after another and rushed towards the dam. The second line of defense, composed of gasoline, has also been broken through, and thousands of casualties are nothing to the zombies. They still have more than 40,000 zombies. You can continue to rush forward, and the defense line on the base side is only the last one left. The battle group. Yang Chang turned his head and shouted loudly, "All follow me to stand up and kill these hateful zombies." Afterwards, Yang Chang led his men to stand at the head of the dam and began to fight against the zombies. The fighting power of the zombies was really not good. On average, each member of the combat team could fight 3 or 4 zombies, but they couldn't hold back the continuous rush of zombies. Tens of thousands of zombies charged desperately, instantly suppressing everyone in the battle group. Yang Chang led the combat team to fight hard, but the space was constantly oppressed. Everyone was suppressed from outside the dam to the dam. The width of the dam was about 10 meters. Everyone retreated continuously because there were already members of the combat team. He was caught and bitten to death by the zombies. In just one breath, this member was caught and eaten by the zombies. It can be said that he didn't even have a whole body left. Some of them collapsed in an instant after seeing such a fierce battle, and ran away crying. Yang Chang hurriedly shouted, "Don't be a deserter, come back to me immediately." But the few people who fled ignored Yang Chang's cry at all. They would rather bear the stigma of cowards, and would rather bear the eyes of being pointed at for fleeing in battle, than face those brutal zombies. They regretted it, regretted why they joined the battle group. Why risk your life to fight zombies? Yang Chang looked at the few people who were running away, and was very annoyed. It's okay for these people to escape, but it's not good if they shake the fighting will of other team members. What Yang Chang is most worried about is that he can't hold the front line. Once the front line collapses, the people in the base will be wiped out. However, the appearance of deserters made everyone start to shake. If there is one person who escapes, then the rest of the people want to run together, and no one wants to be a scapegoat at this time. Chang Jianyi appeared with someone. Behind her were all girls. These girls were secretly cultivated by Chang Jianyi. More than 30 people were all evolutionaries. They were not known by everyone before. Recognize, because the evolution potion has always been in the hands of Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi, and each reward for the evolution potion is carried out individually. If you don't take the initiative to declare yourself as an evolutionist, other people will not know who is the evolution potion at all. by Chang Jianyi stood in the middle of the dam with a girl composed of evolutionaries, looked at the members of the combat team who had fled back from the head of the dam in embarrassment, sighed, and said, "Kill these deserters, Chang." Jianyi had already spoken, and the girls hurriedly followed the order to kill the few people who escaped from the front. These deserters never dreamed that they did not die in the hands of zombies, but died in the hands of their own people. Who let them escape. It not only disturbs the morale of the army, but also spreads an atmosphere of terror. Listen up, everyone in the combat team. If they dare to escape, these people will be punished. Chang Jianyi said loudly, standing in the middle of the dam with a short knife in her hand. The girls she led formed a supervisor team at this time. The task is not to kill zombies, but to kill your own people who dare to escape. Many members of the battle group were recruited only recently, so they didn't have enough combat experience, and when encountering zombies rushing up, they quickly started to run away. However, Chang Jianyi led people to form a supervising team, which immediately prevented other people from escaping. Hold them all. The people at the front need to rotate and shrink the front line slowly. Chang Jianyi commanded quickly. These girls under Chang Jianyi are all evolutionaries. Except for her and Shen Feng, no one knows the true strength of these people. A supervisory team was formed to kill the deserters in front. One by one the people in the battle group slowly retreated to the top of the dam, and the pressure of the zombie attack was reduced immediately, because the left and right only needed to guard the width of the dam of about 10 meters, and more than 20 of us could block the zombies. In a small space, the zombies' ability to move was instantly weakened at this time. Yang Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the zombies rushing over, after the ones in front were killed, the ones behind rushed over again, using refueling tactics to fight, which makes people feel lucky in misfortune. The road above the dam is narrow, and the zombies cannot attack on a large scale, so they can only advance sequentially. In this way, they can only be killed by people on their side one by one. However, tens of thousands of zombies are boundless, and it seems that there are only densely packed human heads. Yang Chang can't help wondering whether it takes a few days to kill all these zombies. Chapter 84. The situation of isolation and helplessness. The fighting group and the zombies began to fight on the dam. At this time, a problem arose. The width of the dam was not very wide, but there were still a lot of people in the fighting group. More than 1,000 people crowded together. The fighting in front was in full swing. But the people in the back didn't even have the distance to attack, and they didn't dare to run away, so they could only stand behind and watch. Seeing this scene, Chang Jianyi immediately realized that it is absolutely impossible to use all the people in the combat team at this time, so he directly directed Li Minghua, retreat with 300 people, and Guo Pinming with 300 people. People retreat, take turns to resist the zombies. Since the battlefront cannot be launched on the dam, it is not necessary to stand on it all, but to use wheel warfare to fight. The tactics used by the zombies are very simple, but they are just refueling tactics. When the zombies in front die, the zombies behind will follow up and fight immediately. If they are killed, they will fall to the ground and become a stepping stone for the zombies behind. Yang Chang led people to fight continuously, and the dead zombies were quickly piled up. These corpses kept piling up on the dam. The concrete fence above the dam was only 1 meter high, and the dead zombies quickly blocked it. The road was blocked when the zombies were advancing, so they could only climb onto the corpses. Many zombies could not stand firmly on the corpses, and soon fell into the waterway of the Yangtze River, and were washed away by the river water. Yang Chang gritted his teeth and said to the brothers beside him, "All follow me," and rush up to fight on top of the corpse. The corpses of the zombies piled up into hills, blocking the side of the zombies and the battle group on the narrow road above the dam. And Yang Chang didn't want the zombies to attack him condescendingly, so he prepared to stand on the corpses of the zombies to fight. Then, hundreds of people rushed to the corpses and started fighting. Everyone was very careful not to fall off the dam. Be careful to throw the corpses of the zombies into the water, and don't block the dam. Yang Chang shouted. Only 10 minutes had passed since the start of the battle, but there were at least 1,000 zombies that fell on the dam. If you look around, there are densely packed zombies farther away, and you can't see the zombies at all. Marginal, and these killed zombies seem not worth mentioning at all. Suddenly, a girl came to the dam out of breath, and anxiously said to Chang Jianyi, "Vice President, the radio station has contacted the dam. You should hurry over and have a look." Chang Jianyi hurriedly said to Zhang Xiaoqiang, "You lead people to continue to supervise the battle. If there are people who escape, They will be killed. Afterwards, Chang Jianyi quickly left and entered the dam through the small door on the side of the dam. At this time, Chang Jianyi only wanted to apply for support. As long as one more missile was fired, the situation of the battle could be completely changed, and the victory for her side would be assured. Chang Jianyi quickly came to the inside of the dam, and then saw a man in military uniform appearing on the radio screen. It seemed that the military also attached great importance to the battle here. Chang Jianyi quickly introduced herself. I am the vice president of the Self-Aid Association. Now we need support. The Corpse King is not dead. Please support another missile. We are working hard to find the Corpse King's position. Unexpectedly, the soldier on the screen said seriously, application for missile support requires a fixed process. It is impossible to get support now. Moreover, it is cloudy in Luzhou at this time, and the satellite cannot confirm whether the situation on your side is true, so we cannot agree to the request of the Self-Aid Association. Now is an extraordinary period, so please act in an extraordinary manner. As long as we can kill the Corpse King, we will be able to recover Luzhou smoothly. We only need to launch another missile. Chang Jianyi said quickly, the situation at this time is already extraordinary. It's critical. How can you still follow the process? The soldier continued, missiles are not launched at your request. I gave you a missile support earlier, which is already very good. Please don't go too far. If the situation is critical, please retreat quickly, and the matter of regaining Luzhou will be discussed later. Retreat? It's already reached the current level, and you still want us to retreat? Chang Jianyi became annoyed, and said directly, since the outbreak of zombies, the assistance we have received is nothing more than a missile. If you don't give it to us, and you don't have any weapons, now we are going to take the initiative to take back Luzhou. You tell us to retreat. If you want to abandon us, please say so. Don't beat around the bush like this. Please retreat quickly. The person on the screen said this, and then cut off the video signal. It seemed that the person on the other side didn't want to explain too much. Chang Jianyi bit her lip and looked at the radio station that had no signal. At this moment, her tall chest was constantly heaving. Obviously, at this moment, she was extremely annoyed. She never expected that the other party would not even support a missile. And now that the battle has entered a fever pitch, it is impossible to retreat safely. Chang Jianyi walked out of the dam slowly, and when she raised her head, she saw the crowd watching in the base. These people were all looking at her eagerly, as if they wanted to get some answer from Chang Jianyi's mouth. Chang Jianyi knew that these people in the base are all scared, worried that if these zombies rush in, will everyone die? Chang Jianyi didn't know how many zombies were on the other side of the dam, and he didn't know how long the people on his side could last. Most importantly, if the dam couldn't be defended, there would be no defense on the base side. The place is now, when the zombies drive straight in, it will cause huge casualties in the base. Looking at the terrified eyes of everyone in the base, Chang Jianyi walked up to the dam without saying a word, and continued to supervise the battle. At this time, Chang Jianyi began to think, if he looked at the current fueling tactics of the zombies, he could always be on his side. Support it until the evening, but it will not work if it is supported for a longer time. Zombies can't do their best to cross such a long dam road. After all, the top of the dam is only 10 meters wide, and the bottom is a slope. If you are not careful, they will roll under the dam and be washed away by the current. Therefore, tens of thousands of zombies can only surround a dam. Attack on the narrow part of the dam. Shen Feng didn't know that he couldn't get support here. He was still looking for traces of the Corpse King on the streets of the city, but the Corpse King learned his lesson, and there was no exposure at all. Even the mutated zombies had been scattered in the city. In the group of zombies, it seemed that they didn't intend to protect the Corpse King at all, so Shen Feng couldn't use the gathering of mutated zombies to find the location of the Corpse King. Faced with such a difficult zombie king, Shen Feng was very helpless. He glanced towards the direction of the dam and found that a battle was still going on at the dam. The previous roadblocks and firewalls only blocked the zombie army for half an hour. Now these zombies are still rushing towards the dam tirelessly. Shen Feng is very clear that at this time, it seems that the battle on the other side of the dam is evenly matched, but in fact it is not the case. The evolutionists in the battle group have basically already started, but at this time the various mutated zombies hidden in the zombie group have not yet appeared. Hands on, once these mutated zombies join the battle, the combat team can't stop them at all. It may be that most of the mutated zombies in the city are gathered together. There are more than 100 mutated zombies in the zombie tide. The appearance of so many mutated zombies is simply a disaster for mankind. Shen Feng has also seen that the Corpse King is indeed very smart. He knows that the people on the base side are not easy to deal with, so he drives a large number of ordinary zombies to rush forward to die or pave the road. This is not only consuming the supplies on the base side, but also consuming the physical strength of everyone in the battle group. Even the evolutionists will be tired after continuous battles, but zombies do not have this kind of estimation. They only need to drive ordinary zombies to die. When the battle group is tired, the mutated zombies will swarm. To put it simply, the zombies simply use the crowd tactics to send out cannon fodder to attract firepower, and wait until the base's combat power is exhausted, then let the mutated zombies charge. In this way, the most difficult combat team members, then the charge of the mutated zombies will be unstoppable. Could it be true that we are going to retreat? Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Shen Feng observed on the tall building for an hour, during which he kept moving, but he never found the hidden Corpse King, and at this time the zombie had rushed to the middle of the dam. Although the zombies paid thousands of casualties, none of the mutated zombies suffered casualties. Shen Feng had no choice but to step on the zombies' head to the dam using a company like the wind. At this time, Chang Jianyi saw Shen Feng appearing and said quickly, Feng, we can't get any support now, even if it is a missile. Support is also impossible. What should we do now? Shen Feng looked at the team members who were fighting, and he also began to struggle at this time. He was considering whether to retreat now. Since he couldn't get support, and the mutated zombies on the zombie side hadn't suffered any casualties, then he basically couldn't stand it. But if he really retreated, he might not be able to find a chance to recover Luxiao in the future. It would be very difficult to build a safe base. Senior sister, I haven't found the Corpse King yet, so I can't assassinate them. There are still more than 40,000 zombies who can move. There are really too few people on our side who can fight. Shen Feng also said helplessly. After that, Shen Feng looked back at the survivors in Hezhao in the distance, and said helplessly, if these people are unwilling to fight, we will definitely not be able to win. At this time, Shen Feng had the idea of retreating. Since there is no hope of winning, it is better to retreat in time. As for Luxiao, it seems that there is no play. Chang Jianyi also looked at the direction of the base, and said in a low voice, I'm afraid it's unrealistic to let them fight. There were deserters in the previous combat team. If these people go up and fight the zombies, they will probably pee their pants in fear on the spot. Zombies are not afraid. Zombies won't be afraid. Shen Feng was reminded a little by the senior sister's words, and instantly understood something, and said, zombies won't be afraid because they are controlled. Otherwise, many zombies would not dare into the water, but the Corpse King will be afraid. Thinking of this, Shen Feng suddenly had a bold idea. Since the Corpse King is wise, then he will also be afraid. So, why not take advantage of this and let the Corpse King take the initiative to expose it? Chang Jianyi quickly asked, what on earth do you want to do? If you rush up at this time, it will be a dead end. Don't do anything stupid. Shen Feng said with a smile, sister, don't worry, my speed is so fast, I'm absolutely fine. If the plan doesn't work out, I can run away. Besides, regaining Luxiao is just around the corner. How can I not try my best? Today's Shen Feng also understands that it is impossible to get Luxiao easily, and now he can only work hard. What are you going to do? Chang Jianyi asked worriedly. Shen Feng said, I am going to take two supernatural beings, Yurinshu and Guo Penming, to set off and let them help me complete the assassination. As long as I can assassinate the Corpse King, the zombie attack will not be so violent. At that time, only we need to ignite gasoline on the dam, so that the zombies will not dare to rush over, and we will also have a chance to breathe, and it will be no problem to regain Luxiao. No, it's too dangerous. The three of you want to break through the encirclement and kill the Corpse King among the zombies. This is absolutely impossible. Even if you kill the zombies, you will eventually be surrounded by them. By then what should I do? Can the three of you still survive tens of thousands of zombies? Chang Jianyi didn't want Shen Feng to take risks. She felt that there was no need to be in such a hurry to regain Luxiao. At most, she would wait until later to find a suitable opportunity. People around can escape by boat. Shen Feng looked at the senior sister's worried face and said in a low voice, Sister, once the opportunity is lost, it will never come again. In order to get a safe base, I can only take risks. Don't forget, We the three of them are all supernatural beings, and they will definitely survive the crowd of zombies. Chapter 85. Chang Jianyi heard that Shen Feng insisted on taking risks, but at this time she couldn't say anything to stop her, because she knew that Shen Feng also wanted to have a bright future, so he wanted to work hard to fight for a beautiful future as a result. Once the location of the Corpse King can be successfully found and beheaded, then Liz Hao will get it. By then, Shen Feng will really be above 10,000 people. However, the danger also exists. If it fails, then everyone can only flee. No matter where they go, they can only rely on others in the end. Chang Jianyi could only say in a low voice, "Then be careful, Chang." Jianyi was very reluctant to part with Shen Feng, because there were tens of thousands of zombies on the opposite side, and there were more than 100 mutated zombies. With so many zombies, even if Shen Feng was a supernatural being, she might not be able to come back alive. Nothing can be said other than words. Shen Feng nodded, and said patiently, "Don't worry, I will return safely. I will build a safe base, and hold a grand wedding with you, Chang." Jianyi's eyes were clouded with tears. She couldn't say anything. She just lowered her head and dared not answer. Shen Feng then found Yu Rinshu and Guo Pinming who were in the base, and told his battle plan, that is, to scare the snake away. As long as he can find the location of the Corpse King again and kill the Corpse King, the crisis in the base will be resolved. No, because the zombies around here were all summoned by the Corpse King. As soon as the Corpse King dies, the rest of the zombies will gradually disperse, and it is impossible to fight together. In this way, the base can defeat these zombies one by one. Guo Pinming immediately agreed with Shen Feng's suggestion. For him, as long as he can kill the zombies, that's enough. He is willing to do it no matter whether it is going up the mountain of swords or going down into the sea of fire. Zombies are what ruined his family. The culprit, and killing these zombies can just avenge the family members. But when Yu Rinshu heard Shen Feng's plan, she quickly shook her head, saying that she didn't want to go, and explained, "I'm a researcher, I won't be able to fight, so I won't go. If I go, I will die." When Shen Feng heard what Yu Rinshu said, he couldn't help being a little angry, and said, "When you were enjoying the preferential treatment from the Self-Aid Association before, why didn't you think that you were a researcher? You can use the ability yourself when you get it. Now I want to. If you want to back down, how can there be such a good thing? If you don't go, I will beat you, then. Beat me up." Yu Rinshu pointed at Shen Feng's nose and said, "You and Chang Jianyi threatened me, stole my supervisor's research materials, and then took away my research results. Often throwing me away when I use it. It's completely a messy attitude, and now you still want me to follow you to work hard. You have a good idea. You said I treated you so badly? Then let me ask you, who saved you when you were hacked more than a dozen times because of Ren Jing's betrayal? It wasn't me who worked so hard to stitch your wounds up, and then returned. I gave you 10 bottles of evolution potion. Why didn't you say that I saved your life?" Shen Feng immediately became angry when he heard Yu Rinshu's excuse. This matter has not been properly settled, but now she still says that she has been wronged, which is really shameless. Didn't I give you the timely information? Yu Rinshu also remembered that she was rescued by Shen Feng once before, but she also needs to excuse herself at this time. Shen Feng turned his offensive at this time, pointed at Yu Rinshu's nose and said, "Then you are ungrateful. As the saying goes, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring, and there is also a saying, an ungrateful person will be struck by lightning. Now this, how can you say that you don't owe me? I feel incredible." Of course Yu Rinshu knew that Shen Feng's second sentence was made up, but now she was kidnapped by Shen Feng for morality. Yu Rinshu thought that she had always been a person with clear grievances. "I couldn't help being speechless, as if I really didn't repay my kindness." So Yu Rinshu could only express helplessly, "Then I helped you this time, and I owe you nothing. Don't use this matter to blackmail me in the future." Of course, who am I? I always do what I say, and I, a gentleman like me, can't blackmail you. Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Yu Rinshu finally agreed. Now it seems that his plan can be carried out successfully. Afterwards, Shen Feng told Chang Jianyi a word, "If you really can't resist, then take people to retreat, and everyone finds a chance to meet up." Shen Feng was worried that he would not be able to find the Corpse King with his last move. In this way, the base would be breached sooner or later, so the senior sister must escape, leaving the Green Hills without worrying about firewood. Even if the base was breached, The big deal will be to build a new base in the future. After giving instructions, Shen Feng took Yu Renshu and Guo Pinming to go ashore from the downstream position in a small boat, trying not to be discovered by the zombies. Shen Feng's plan at this time is very simple. Since the Corpse King is also afraid, it is better to use this one point, let Yu Renshu and Guo Pinming forcibly create danger, which makes disappointment feel fear. In this way, the Corpse King feels threatened, so he will definitely gather people to protect himself. This is instinct. And Shen Feng's task is to rush over to finish him. After finding the direction of the Corpse King, the three of them went ashore from the downstream position, and then began to discuss the next actions. They needed to make the Corpse King feel enough threats. Therefore, they had to show enough strength, and they had to be shocking. If it only looked gorgeous, the Corpse King is probably hiding and laughing. How could he be threatened? In the end, Yu Renshu could only helplessly say, "My abilities are limited in damage, and I need water to use them. Fortunately, this place is on the edge of the Yangtze River, so I can only do it with all my strength. I can use the trick water floods the Golden Mountain. To begin with, it is to use a 10-meter-high water wall to drown in one breath, but it can only be used once, only once." Hearing what Yu Renshu said, Shen Feng suddenly felt that this one-off move was too bad, so he said helplessly, "Your ability is really too weak, but as long as it can be used, a 10-meter-high water wall, come to think of it. Not bad either." Yu Renshu was also a little unconvinced when she heard this evaluation, and said, "Your ability can't kill zombies, you can only use it to speed up, and you can only use it to push away the enemy. Why don't you say that your ability can be weak?" "My ability can be used repeatedly, which is completely different from yours." "Well, you can use the ability once and you will get nothing." "What a man in 3 seconds." Shen Feng said with a smile. Seeing Shen Feng's narrow smile, Yu Renshu really wanted to punch him. Doesn't this guy just think that his abilities are better than his own? What a shameless guy. Can something like superpowers be compared? Seeing the two people in front of him mocking each other, Guo Pinming suddenly felt that he was a bit redundant, so he interrupted and said, "President, after the water passes, I will drive the car to the group of zombies, and then I will use the ability to explode the fuel tank, and then wrap myself with iron. Then I will have no fighting power, and then it will be up to you, the president." Shen Feng said confidently, "It's okay. Once I find the Corpse King, I will rush to kill him immediately. After that, the victory will belong to us." After discussing the plan, the three of them dispersed. The battle plan was to scare the snake away. The main combatants were Yu Renshu and Guo Pinming. The dazzling and most eye-catching battle is also a mission of narrow escape. Yu Renshu took advantage of the cover of the bushes on the side of the road to get close to the dam, and Guo Pinming also went nearby to find a car that could be driven. Guo Pinming didn't have high requirements, as long as the car could move. As for the key, he can make one on the spot with a spoon. Guo Pinming knew that both the president and Yu Renshu had developed their own skills, but he still didn't understand how to use their abilities. He could only feel that his ability to control iron objects was not bad, that is, within the controllable range. It is too small. Shen Feng used a company like the wind to accelerate, and he came directly to the tall building in the center of the zombie group. He looked down at the zombies below, and he could see the commotion among the zombies at any time, and most of the mutated zombies were. It can be seen here that sometimes, by watching the movements of the mutated zombies, one can know what the Corpse King is thinking. Shen Feng stood on the top of the building and looked at the zombies below, waiting for Yu Renshu and Guo Pinming to do it. Now only the supernatural beings can interfere with the walking zombies. It may be easy to rush in the zombie group, but it is impossible to rush out at this moment. The mutated zombies in the group of zombies started to move. The strong zombies and the tank-shaped zombies were gradually approaching the front line. Unknowingly, 50 mutated zombies appeared on the front line, including 10 tank-type zombies. The rest are strong-type zombies and jet-type zombies. At this time, the strong zombies were constantly approaching the front line, and the ordinary zombies who blocked the front along the way were also pushed away to the two sides. The hill-like tank-shaped zombies walked in front, directly boarded the top of the dam, stepped on the corpses of the zombies and continued to advance. 10 tank-shaped zombies boarded the dam, and immediately made the members of the combat team desperate. It was able to block the attack of the zombies on the dam, but now there are many mutated zombies rushing up at once. In this case, how can it block the attack of the zombies? At this time, Yang Cheng had already retreated to rest with 400 people. The person who led the battle on the dam was Li Minghe. He almost died because he was led to a dead end by Ren Jing before. More than 100 brothers have died, and the remaining 20 or so people have all been rewarded with evolution potions by Shen Feng, so they have also become evolutionaries, but at this time, many evolutionists are already tired. In the process of blocking the zombies, they had killed at least 5,000 zombies, but the zombies are still endless. When the mutated zombies appeared in everyone's sight, the members of the combat team didn't know what to do at all. Everyone was really tired, and the more than 50 mutated zombies on the opposite side were still alive and well. It is completely impossible to win. Seeing the mutated zombies appearing on the battlefield, Chang Jianyi immediately judged the Corpse King's actions. It seems that the Corpse King is ready to go all out, so he sent so many mutated zombies in one go at this time, just to complete his work in one battle. Chang Jianyi knew that it was impossible for the 300 people led by Li Minghe to block so many mutated zombies, so he turned his head and shouted, "Cao Fuli, take the 300 people who are resting over there together to block the mutated zombies." Cao Fuli is also an evolutionary, and he was the captain who commanded 100 people before, but now Yang Cheng is resting, Li Xiang is guarding the granary, Guo Pinming has also been dragged to the battlefield, and now he is the only one who can stand up. It can be said that Chang Jianyi's approach is to stand taller among the dwarves, and you can only find a suitable person as a commander, but at this moment, he can only act like this, and it is too late to find a suitable commander. Cao Fuli rushed over immediately with the people who had withdrawn earlier, and there were already more than 60 evolutionaries in the battle group, which could barely block the attack of the mutant zombies. Shen Feng discovered a strange thing among the mutated zombies, that is, none of the zombies on the front line had any speed zombies. These zombies all hid in the crowd of zombies and did not move at all, as if they had not received instructions. Very strange. Could it be that these speed-type zombies exist as the protection force of the Corpse King? Because the speed-type zombies are the fastest, if something bad happens, they can come to the Corpse King's side in the shortest time, so speed zombies must not rush up to fight. Shen Feng thought in his heart, and Shen Feng carefully observed the position of the speed-type zombies, and found that there were more than 40 speed-type zombies, distributed in the zombie group, forming a vague circle, and the center of the circle was actually at the edge of the zombie tide. And at this location, there happened to be a small building, and there was not a single mutated zombie around this small building, so Shen Feng hadn't noticed it before. Could it be that the Corpse King is hiding there? Shen Feng began to guess in his heart, if it is a speed-type zombie protecting the Corpse King, then the center of the circle is the easiest to rescue, so the Corpse King may be hiding in the small building. Chapter 86. Shen Feng looked at the small buildings in the distance, frowned and began to think, could the Corpse King be hiding there? If he rushes over by himself, there is no protection of mutated zombies around the Corpse King at this time, so he can easily get close, and the difficulty of killing the Corpse King will definitely be very low. However, if the Corpse King is not there and rushes over by himself, wouldn't it mean that his purpose has been exposed, and the Corpse King will definitely be more vigilant in the future, and it will become more difficult to find him. Therefore, Shen Feng has two choices at present, whether to rush to the side of the small building to check. If the bet is right, then he can make a lot of money here, but if the Corpse King is not there, he wants to find the corpse in the future Wang. That is more difficult. Shen Feng looked at the people who were fighting hard on the dam, and muttered to himself, should I take a gamble? It is already very difficult for the base to hold on. After much deliberation, Shen Feng still did not choose to gamble. Although the small building at the center of the circle is most likely the place where the Corpse King hides, after all, it is about the same distance from the nearby speed zombies. If something happens, these speed zombies will usually rush to Xiaolao's location as quickly as possible, but is it really possible that the Corpse King doesn't have a mutant zombie around him? In the end, Shen Feng decided to wait until Yuanshu and Guo Pinming took action. It would be safer. Although there were risks, the position of the Corpse King would be more certain. Shen Feng knows that he bears the fate of the base, so he must not take any risks. If the Corpse King is still alive because of his gambling and the base is breached in the end, then he will be a sinner. Shen Feng looked to the Yangtze River. If you're ready, it's almost time to do it now, right? Shen Feng's guess was not wrong, because at this time Yuanshu had come to the edge of the Yangtze River and was hiding behind the bushes. Yuanshu took a deep breath. It seemed that she had practiced the skills for so long, and finally she could use it, and thinking of this, She also became a little excited. Yurin looked at the wave of corpses besieging the dam not far away, and said silently in her heart, "Now, just watch mine." After that, Yurin quickly stood up and rushed towards the direction of the tide of corpses. With her charge, the water in the Yangtze River also had waves, and this wave was still getting bigger and bigger. In the end, Yurin rushed when they got near the zombies. The zombies ignored Yurin. They only received one order, which was to rush to the base opposite the dam, so they didn't care if there was anyone by their side. Water flooding the Golden Mountain. Yurin didn't pay attention to herself when she saw the zombies. Just in time to use the moves she developed without any scruples, I saw huge waves appearing in the Yangtze River behind Yurin, and then the water in the Yangtze River began to rise. In just a few breaths, the river water had already risen to a height of 10 meters from the shore. It is almost impossible to see the inland area, but at this time it was displayed by Yurin. The zombies still didn't move, and Yurin was also reassuringly storing water. The more water she stored, the greater the power of her move would be. At this time, there were no zombies to disturb, and Yurin was just using it to try it out. What kind of scene is it like to use the ability with all your strength? Sweat gradually appeared on Yurin's forehead. She was almost at her limit. At this time, the water channel in the dam was instantly shortened by half, because the excess water had been sucked up to the sky, and the huge waves hung high in the air. It gives people a feeling of howling mountains and tsunami. As long as the huge waves fall, it will definitely be a huge disaster for the zombies. Yurin felt that she had reached the limit. Even her body was about to lose control. Her legs were trembling slightly. Watching the tide of corpses in the distance, sweat was streaming down her cheeks. Her hatred for zombies was no less than others, and now it is chance for revenge. Go to hell with me, Yurin shouted, pushing out her hands as if under the control of Yurin. The huge waves that had rolled up high flew out in an instant, like a giant dragon soaring in the sky. After the huge waves fell on the ground, they instantly swept over the zombies on the ground. The wave spread directly towards the tide of corpses, and the zombies pushed by the river fell down one after another. The power of the river was undoubtedly revealed. As long as there were zombies in front of the river, they were all pushed away by the huge waves without exception. Hundreds of zombies were pushed away by the river. After the siege, he drowned on the spot. It can be said that Yurin's move caused thousands of zombies to be lost. The river swept forward in a mighty way, and lasted for half a minute. The river advanced 500 meters in the tide of corpses. During this time, the zombies swept by the river fell down one after another. The road, and the river was exhausted in the end, and it did not continue to sweep, and the river flowed in all directions, making the zombies defeated for a while. The roads that appeared in the tide of corpses were all fallen zombies. Many zombies were drowned, and some zombies survived by luck, but they couldn't stand up. Most of the zombies had broken bones, obviously unable to stand up. After Yurin used this trick, she no longer had any strength, and slowly fell to the ground, panting heavily and looking ahead. After performing this trick, she felt sore all over her body, as if all her strength had been drained, and she wanted to sleep very much at this moment, but she knew very well that at this moment, she must not fall asleep, otherwise, she would lose sleep at any time. May be in danger due to the effect of water flooding the Golden Mountain. The pressure on the combat team on the dam suddenly eased, because the ordinary zombies nearby couldn't replenish it for the time being, and there was a shortage of fuel in the refueling tactics. After killing half of the mutated zombies, the dam finally relieved the pressure and barely held the line of defense. At this moment, Yang Chang walked up to Chang Jianyi and said, "Vice President, now let me take the rest of the brothers to join the battle, and kill all the zombies on the dam in one go, now." Yang Chang has seen the right moment, knowing that he only needs to rush up with the people who have rested for a while, and he can kill all the zombies on the dam, and push the defense line out again. Chang Jianyi shook her head lightly, and said, "Rest now, you will need to fight later, you have more important tasks." "What mission?" Yang Chang asked. Chang Jianyi lowered her voice and said, "The president has brought 2 people to kill the corpse king. If they succeed, they may be surrounded by zombies. So, when the time comes, you need to rush in to protect the president and them, understand?" When Yang Chang heard about this task, his expression became heavy immediately. He didn't expect the president to do such a dangerous thing, and if he wanted to save the president from the zombie group, it seemed to be a very dangerous thing. Now resisting so many people, zombies are very difficult things. If you rush into a group of zombies, isn't it a near-death situation? However, it was impossible for Yang Cheng to disobey the order at this time, so he had no choice but to reply, "Okay, I understand." When I returned to the base, I thought about how to rescue the president. Just when Yu Renshu fell down, Guo Pinming in the distance was also ready. He found a van, which was the only car that could start nearby. When the river gradually receded, Guo Pinming immediately started the car and rushed towards the gap exposed among the zombies. He had already prepared his own ability. As long as he could rush into the crowd of zombies, he could cast it instantly. Go to hell. Guo Pinming rushed out in the car, along the direction where the river rushed before, and rushed into the group of zombies. Many zombies fell to the ground before they had time to stand up, and then they were run over by a van. Those who were lucky were crushed to death on the spot. Those who were unlucky had their hands and feet broken and could only struggle on the ground, waiting for them to be trampled to death by other zombies. Other than that, it was killed by the people in the battle group. Guo Pinming rushed out and advanced hundreds of meters along the direction of the river. At this time, he could already meet resistance. The resistance came from the surrounding zombies. Zombies were not afraid of being hit by a car at all. They were attacked by the Corpse King. Take control and surrounded in the direction of the van. Guo Pinming, on the other hand, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and drove the car to drive away the zombies blocking him. Fortunately, there are gaps between the zombies. Guo Pinming didn't feel any obvious resistance. If the zombies were all crowded together, it was like hitting a wall. Guo Pinming moved forward for tens of meters again, but the van was still blocked by the tide of zombies. The densely packed zombies seemed endless. The van could knock away 1 or 2 zombies, but what about 100 or 1,000? Or 10,000? The van couldn't move forward again. At this time, the car happened to be in the center of the tide of corpses. The zombies received the order and blocked the rushing van. After that, they all climbed up and wrapped the van tightly. The inside of the van, it also instantly became quiet. The van gradually began to deform under the squeeze of many zombies. At this time, the engine had been turned off, and it was impossible to start it again. Guo Pinming took a deep breath and began to use his own abilities. First, he used the iron block of the engine to make spikes, puncture the gas tank of the car, and then use the ability to make 2 iron plates rub against each other to create sparks, igniting the gasoline. Dozens of zombies pressed tightly on the van, making it difficult for the van to move. However, there were gaps among the zombies, and at this time, a lot of black smoke floated out from the gaps. These black smoke rose slowly, giving people a sense of relief. It was a bad feeling, but the zombies didn't feel scared, so they still surrounded the van tightly. These zombies didn't want the van to move on at all. At this moment, a strong flame appeared among the zombies, and after that, a loud boom sound spread all around. The car exploded, and dozens of zombies around were thrown high on the spot, and were instantly blown to the ground. In the distance, the surrounding area of 5 or 6 meters was instantly emptied. At the center of the explosion, billowing black smoke rose, and there was a huge iron ball here, which was also dented due to the previous explosion. But is not damaged. Shen Feng has been observing the movement of the zombies on the roof. During the water flooding the Golden Mountain, the zombies did not move much. When they arrived in the tide of corpses, the speed zombies in the tide of corpses moved. These zombies suddenly jumped on top of other ordinary zombies and rushed towards the small building. At this moment, Shen Feng was sure that the Corpse King must be hiding in a small building on the edge of the tide of corpses. At this time, the Corpse King was frightened, so he summoned speed zombies for protection. After confirming the location of the Corpse King, Shen Feng immediately jumped down from the top of the building, and then used the wind to support his body so that he would not fall to his death due to the speed when he landed. Afterwards, Shen Feng moved towards Zio. He rushed in the direction of the building. Although there are basically zombies here, Shen Feng has the blessing of supernatural powers, so he can step on the hoods of the zombies and move forward. Shen Feng's goal is the corpse hiding in the small building king. It seems that it was because I was almost attacked by a missile before, so at this moment, I was frightened by the sound of the explosion, and I was afraid that I would be attacked by a missile again, so I recalled the speed zombies. It's a pity that you died today. It's settled, Shen Feng said to himself. Shen Feng's guess was not wrong. At this time, in the dark of the small building, the Corpse King with a big head was trembling at this moment. He remembered the inexplicable attack that occurred this morning. He brought a group of mutated zombies. I just left the hotel room, but at this moment, A comet fell from the sky and hit the center of the hotel directly, followed by an explosion, and the huge airwave directly swept up the zombies in the distance. The nearby zombies were torn into pieces when the Corpse King saw this scene. His legs were so frightened that his legs went limp. He didn't expect that he would suffer such a violent attack, so he could only hide, for fear of being hit by another missile. In my mind, it was simply a scene of heaven and earth falling apart. However, at the moment when the car exploded just now, the huge explosion sound had alarmed the Corpse King in the dark. At this time, the Corpse King thought that he was about to be attacked again, so he immediately let the surrounding speed zombies approach, and he needed to be attacked at the critical moment. Protect yourself. Chapter 87, Wanjin takes the head of the enemy general. Shen Feng stared closely at the small building in the distance, and he determined the location of the Corpse King. So at this time, if he wants to avoid the crisis here in the base, he must kill the Corpse King. There are more than 40,000 zombies left in today's zombie tide, and these zombies are not attracted by the base, but controlled by the Corpse King, and the Corpse King is the mastermind behind the attack on the base. So, as long as after killing the Corpse King, the rest of the zombies will lose control and will not be attracted enough. In the end, they will gradually disperse. The personnel on the base only need to take a little rest, then all the zombies in Luzhou can be wiped out. Thinking of this, Shen Feng began to accelerate continuously. He needs to kill the Corpse King before the speed zombie returns to the Corpse King. If the speed is too slow, the Corpse King will be protected, and he will definitely try to escape. Yes, if you don't kill the Corpse King, you will definitely leave hidden dangers in the end. Coincidentally, at this time, the Corpse King came out of the small building, followed by 2 speed zombies, and the Corpse King also saw Shen Feng, who was rushing fast, and his intuition told him that the guy rushing at this time must not be messed with. Because even a speed zombie is far inferior to this guy's speed, and the opponent's target is himself. Ever since the Corpse King became crazy, he wanted to survive. He didn't want to be killed by humans, so he controlled the zombies to form a 5-meter-high wall in front of him, and if he wanted to kill the Corpse King, first he needed it is only necessary to cross the wall made up of zombies, and the time to climb over the wall is enough for the rest of the mutant zombies to return to the Corpse King's side. Shen Feng rushed over without fear. He knew very well that the fate of the base was in his own hands. As long as he succeeded, the base would have a bright future. What if he failed? Impossible to fail. Just when Shen Feng started the beheading operation, in the tall building not far away, Ren Jing was leading people to watch carefully. When they were surrounded by corpse tide again this morning, they were terrified at that time. When tens of thousands of zombies were surrounded, they had already experienced what it meant to be a sea of people. It was as if they were trapped in the ocean. More than 400 members of the combat team were torn to pieces by the zombies just by meeting them. It was Ren Jing who had a good brain, made a turtle with a shrunken head, and used the tactics of the golden cicada to escape the shell, so that he could escape from the siege of the zombies. There is nothing left, and as for the woman Zhu Yan, she is actually useless. Ren Jing himself was wondering why he betrayed at that time. If it was only because of a woman, then he was too stupid at that time, right? Ren Jing saw the resistance from the direction of the dam on the roof. He didn't expect that even if the tide of corpses appeared, the base would be able to resist. It's really amazing, and he knew very well that the base would never be able to stop the tide of corpses. Yes, so the people at the base have only one way to escape. Ren Jing could see many boats on the banks of the Yangtze River. These boats were all tied to trees to prevent them from being taken away by the river. However, even in this critical situation, the direction of the base has not yet escaped. Ren Jing, I don't understand what the guys from the Self-Aid Association are thinking at all. Even though they have such a good chance to escape, they still don't run away. Could it be that they waited until they were broken by the zombies? I can't stop these zombies, and Shen Feng's side can't stop them either. It's best to work hard together, and then both sides will lose. At that time, I will be able to make a profit. Ren Jing said to himself. However, Ren Jing always had some worries in his heart. Shen Feng has not retreated. Could it be possible that there is still a backup? Just when Ren Jing was puzzled, Ren Jing saw Yu Renshu's appearance. The moment Yu Renshu appeared, the water in the Yangtze River was also instantly controlled to rise up, and after half a minute of accumulation, it washed away instantly. This scene was shocked immediately Ren Jing. He didn't expect Yu Renshu to be so strong. It seems that she has become stronger since she fled back to the base. Otherwise, why didn't Yu Renshu use this trick when he chased and killed Yu Renshu? Question mark. Recalling the night when he was about to betray, a wave of hatred rose in Ren Jing's heart. If Yu Renshu hadn't taken Chu Chaoyan back to report the letter, he would have had plenty of time to prepare instead of panicking. He left the academy on the second day. If he had enough time to prepare, he could bring more people and more food, and then attack after inquiring about the situation of the granary. You will encounter a wave of corpses and be wiped out. Thinking of this, Ren Jing's hatred for Yu Renshu deepened again. However, after seeing Yu Renshu lying on the bank of the Yangtze River, Ren Jing was overjoyed. It is not because of the help of Yu Renshu that he has the evolution potion. Yu Renshu is from Yanjing. If there is no accident, Yu Renshu will never appear in Luzhou for the rest of his life. But after Shen Feng got Yu Renshu's help, indeed, he has mastered the evolution potion at this time. Ren Jing began to think in his heart, if he could also get help from Yu Renshu, wouldn't it mean that he could also create an evolutionary? And if he had enough evolution potions, then he might be able to evolve for the third time. Maybe you can know how to get the ability. As long as you can get the ability, then calling the wind and calling the rain can also be done. Thinking of this, Ren Jing's eyes suddenly became fiery, and he said to the people around him, "Follow me and get the doctor back. As long as we have a doctor, our strength will also grow in the future." At this time, Ren Jing thought of Wu Kai, the person who betrayed Shen Feng first. At that time he thought that he had become an evolutionary person, that was the real son of destiny, but he did not expect to be set up by Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi directly killed, and threw the body into the water to feed the fish. At that time, his purpose was to control Yu Renshu, but he did not expect that Yu Renshu was also an evolutionary, and finally died after being plotted against. After much deliberation, the actions against Yu Renshu, be sure to wait until she can't move, like now. Ren Jing knew that a perfect opportunity was in front of him. If he didn't seize it now, he might never have such a good opportunity in the future. It took Shen Feng 5 seconds to come to the human wall of zombies, and then quickly climbed over. At this time, what appeared in front of Shen Feng was the Corpse King, who was protected by more than a dozen mutated zombies. Wang really bought enough time for himself. Originally, there were only 2 speed zombies around him, but now several of the 4 mutant zombies appeared beside the Corpse King, and at this time, the Corpse King was controlling mutated zombies. Protect yourself. As long as there are no speed zombies that mutate twice, then I'm invincible. Shen Feng laughed. At this time, he understood why it is said in martial arts that the world's martial arts are only fast, because as long as you can maintain extremely fast speed, then it would be impossible for the opponent to defeat him, even if he showed his flaws. As long as the speed was fast, the opponent would not even have time to attack. And with the blessing of supernatural powers, Shen Feng at this time is the fastest man. Afterwards, Shen Feng rushed towards the Corpse King without dodging or evading. 2 spray zombies stood in the front. When they saw Shen Feng rushing over, they opened their mouths and sprayed out 2 streams of acid. Dare to be touched by acid, this thing is hydrochloric acid. If it sticks to the skin, it will definitely burn a layer of skin. So, Shen Feng kicked the zombies under his feet hard, avoiding the spray of acid to the side. But the zombies under Shen Feng's feet did not have this speed. They were sprayed by the acid on the spot, and immediately began to scratch their skin and howl. Shen Feng started a roundabout attack from the side. Unexpectedly, at this time, the strong zombies made a move. They grabbed the ordinary zombies around them and threw them over. Throwing it over, Shen Feng had no choice but to dodge, and his speed also temporarily slowed down. Although strong zombies can't catch Shen Feng, the ordinary zombies they throw interfere with Shen Feng's speed, making Shen Feng unable to move forward at extreme speed. The Corpse King saw that he couldn't hurt Shen Feng, so he wanted to run away immediately. So he lay on the back of the tank-shaped zombie, opened his mouth and roared silently. The tank-shaped zombie turned around and ran away immediately. Another tank-shaped zombie standing behind them. 2 tank-shaped zombies began to escape, one in front of the other, blocking the Corpse King's body to prevent Shen Feng's attack. The rest of the dozens of mutated zombies were left behind to delay Shen Feng. As long as enough time can be bought for the Corpse King can hide again. No matter how much the loss is, as long as the Corpse King is still alive, the zombies will has always had the ability to command. Shen Feng saw that the zombie king wanted to run, so he quickly started chasing him. Fortunately, the tank-type zombies were not fast enough, so Shen Feng quickly chased after him. The speed-type zombies appeared from the flanks and began to attack Shen Feng. The speed-type zombies, they rushed towards Shen Feng one after another, stabbing at Shen Feng with the long black nails on both hands. Shen Feng didn't want to care about these mutated zombies, but the mutated zombies kept harassing them. So Shen Feng slashed with a long sword go down and cut off the arms of two speed zombies on the spot. However, at this time, the strong zombies started throwing ordinary zombies again. They just want to block Shen Feng's forward speed, and Shen Feng is also very angry at these ordinary zombies being thrown over. He knows that these ordinary zombies can't hurt him. But the speed has been slowed down. If you want to kill the zombie king, you must avoid being harassed by other zombies. At this time, Shen Feng couldn't care less about conserving his energy. Although he wanted to successfully break out from the tide of corpses, if he didn't kill the corpse king, everything would be futile. So Shen Feng began to use the Eye of the Hurricane. A whirlwind surrounded the surrounding area, and the zombies within 5 meters were blown away one by one. Even ordinary zombies thrown by strong zombies couldn't get close to Shen Feng at all, and Shen Feng rushed forward again. This time, there were no zombies around Shen Feng to harass. The Eye of the Hurricane lasted for 10 seconds, and at this time, Shen Feng had already caught up with the tank zombies, jumped up and slashed at the back of the neck of the tank-shaped zombie. The tank-shaped zombie fell to the ground and died on the spot, and the back of the tank-shaped zombie in front was also exposed, but Shen Feng took a closer look and found that the corpse king was not lying on the back of this tank-shaped zombie, so he looked around quickly, only to find a zombie with a big head hiding in the distance among the ordinary zombies. It turned out that during the scuffle just now, the corpse king quietly jumped down and hid among the ordinary zombies, but Shen Feng didn't notice this, which made the corpse king escape successfully. Right now, Shen Feng wanted to run away when he saw the corpse king, and couldn't take it anymore, so he used the Eye of the Hurricane to catch up again. This time, the Eye of the Hurricane lasted for 8 seconds, and during this period, Shen Feng, after catching up with the escaped corpse king again, the ordinary zombies around were still blown away. A whirlwind appeared from Shen Feng's side, and the strong air pressure caused the zombies to be blown away. Shen Feng, who was surrounded by zombies, was not blocked by many zombies at this time. Shen Feng panted slightly. The Eye of the Hurricane was too much for him to consume. Under normal circumstances, Shen Feng can use 1 or 2 disappearing accompanying the wind, but when using the Eye of the Hurricane at the time, Shen Feng could only hold on for more than 30 seconds, and it was difficult to last for a minute. At this time, Shen Feng used the Eye of the Hurricane to chase and kill the corpse king continuously, and his body felt very tired, and his physical strength must be preserved, otherwise, it would be impossible to break out of the tide of corpses. At this time, Shen Feng had already caught up with the corpse king, and he kicked the corpse king directly to the ground. Then, without waiting for the corpse king to get up, Shen Feng stepped on it with a big foot to prevent the corpse king run away. The ordinary zombies surrounded him again, but the corpse king turned his head reluctantly, with a terrified look on his face. "Don't kill me." The corpse king struggled to highlight these few words, and he has learned to speak human language. I have to sigh, the corpse king's wisdom is still quite high. Hearing this sentence, Shen Feng first showed a look of astonishment on his face. He didn't expect that the zombies could speak now, but then he used the Eye of the Hurricane to blow away all the surrounding zombies, and his face showed with a mocking look. So what if you can talk? Go to hell. Under the protection of the Eye of the Hurricane, no one can disturb Shen Feng, and the rushing zombies are basically blown away by the strong wind. It is impossible to get close to Shen Feng, let alone save the corpse king. Shen Feng grabbed the Yishan sword and stabbed it down. The long sword pierced through the corpse king's back and passed out from the front chest. After the long sword passed through the body, it stabbed to the ground. Then, Shen Feng beheaded the corpse king, grabbed the corpse king's hair and stood up. He knew that he had won. The Eye of the Hurricane is no longer used, but the surrounding zombies did not rush up, because at this time all the zombies lost control. So many zombies, none of them understood why they were here, and the nearby zombies wanted to bite Shen Feng, but at this time, Shen Feng used a company like the wind to quickly leave the battlefield, and took the corpse king's head with him and rushed to the distance. At this time, there were no mutated zombies blocking Shen Feng's actions. Because the mutated zombies also found something was wrong, anyway, they couldn't catch up with that guy, so there was no need to chase them, and there were still many of the same kind on the ground that could be eaten, so what are you waiting for? Fill your stomach first. Shen Feng took the corpse king's head and prepared to return to the base. Although he felt very tired at this time, he could still hold on. There must be no problem returning to the base. As long as there is no danger on the way, it is enough. Speaking of it, Shen Feng will immediately gather people to look for Yu Rinshu and Guo Pinming. This beheading operation, without them, might not be successful. As for the head of the Corpse King in Shen Feng's hands, Shen Feng intends to leave it to his parents or sister to use after making the potion. I'm afraid it's time to win Luxiao. Chapter 88. Yu Rinshu struggled and sat down against a sidewalk tree. Fortunately, at this time, the zombies were under the control of the Corpse King. They were either attacking the dam or blocking Shen Feng. At this time, none of the zombies wanted to take the opportunity to attack Yu Rinshu, so Yu Rinshu took advantage of the fact that he could rest for a while. Now Yu Rinshu looked into the tide of corpses from a distance, and could only vaguely see that in the depths of the tide of corpses, the corpses were constantly being thrown up and down. She guessed that Shen Feng was probably chasing and killing the Corpse King at this time. Besides, who can make such a big commotion in the tide of corpses? Looking at the tide of corpses in the distance, Yu Rinshu sighed, and said to herself, I hope Shen Feng is going well, so I can probably return to the capital smoothly. Yu Rinshu thought of her parents and relatives who were in Yanjing. Since the outbreak of zombies, she still didn't know whether her parents were safe. She herself relied on the self-aid association to get to the present step by step, and she even became a person with supernatural powers. The ability to protect themselves, but the family members far away in Yanjing are still alive and dead. I don't know if they are safe at this time. Will they become zombies? At this moment, Yu Rinshu keenly heard the strange noise coming from a distance, so she quickly turned her head to watch. Suddenly, Yu Rinshu turned pale with fright, because she saw Renjing, who had disappeared for a long time, leading someone towards him. The sound I heard was from Renjing. Yu Rinshu didn't forget the slashed knife some time ago. When Renjing found out that the conspiracy had been revealed, he rushed up and slashed him. Yu Rinshu couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the knife. Every time Yu Rinshu thinks of this incident, she will feel fear for a while. If she hadn't dodged in time, she might have died in Luxiao College at that time. Now, Yu Rinshu faced Renjing again, and the fear in her heart appeared again, but at this moment, Renjing appeared again, and Yu Rinshu panicked immediately. She regretted it very much at this moment. Why did she have to use all her strength to use Waterman Jinshin just now? Just now, even with a little strength left, he could escape, but now that he is so weak, he is definitely not Renjing's opponent, and Renjing is definitely going to be against him at this time. Thinking of this, Yu Rinshu had no choice but to struggle to leave, but she was so weak that she could only crawl on the ground with difficulty, and she couldn't even stand up in the morning. It had only rained in Luxiao, so the ground was very muddy. Yu Rinshu crawled on the ground, and her clothes soon became dirty, but Yu Rinshu didn't care about her clothes. The last thing she wanted now was to fall into the hands of Renjing. The ghost knows what Renjing's plan is hiding nearby. If he starts to take revenge, it will be really bad. However, how could the weak Yu Rinshu escape from Renjing's clutches? Renjing quickly caught up and stepped on Yu Rinshu's back. Renjing laughed and said, Yu Rinshu, do you want to run away? But you seem to have no such chance. Su Muwen, tie her up for me, we are going to leave. Su Mu heard this, and quickly tied Yu Rinshu's arms from behind with scotch tape, but Yu Rinshu didn't even have the strength to struggle, so she could only curse. Renjing, what do you want to do? I advise you to hurry up. Let me go. Shen Feng is around, be careful, he leads people to kill you. Renjing smiled triumphantly, and said, how could I not investigate Shen Feng's location before arresting you? To tell you the truth, I have seen Shen Feng rushing into the pile of zombies just now, and you count on him to rescue him. That is wishful thinking. Su Muwen also nodded and added, if it is really discovered, isn't the doctor the best hostage? We are not afraid at all. When Yu Rinshu heard this, she immediately said angrily, you white-eyed wolves, how can the Self-Aid Association feel sorry for you? Are you going to do something like betrayal? Just because of your own selfish desires, the Self-Aid Association killed 400 soldiers. At this moment, you dare to persist in your obsession. If I had known this, I shouldn't have saved you in the first place, stubborn. Renjing couldn't help laughing as soon as he heard this word, and said, I want to turn back, but there is no chance for me to turn back. If I dare to appear in front of Shen Feng, he will probably kill me on the spot. Cut me into pieces. But now, it's alright now, as long as you are my doctor, no matter how many evolutionaries I have, I can have them. In time, I can't surpass Shen Feng, This is called taking chestnuts from the fire, you. Rinshu scolded. You scum want to use me? Just dream, even if I die, I won't do what you want. If you have the ability, kill me. When you see a scum like you, I'm almost blind. Looking at you is an insult to my eyes. Slap. Renjing couldn't take it any longer, and slapped Yu Rinshu with his backhand, which directly made a red palm print on his fair face. At this time, Renjing didn't feel sorry for her. Renjing grabbed Yu Rinshu's hair, forced her to look at him, and then said, "It's an insult to look at me, right? You don't want to be used by me, right? When I go back, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Sooner or later I want you to help me do things convincingly. If you still dare to look down on me, you will feel better sooner or later." Bah. Yu Rinshu was not frightened, and directly sprayed her saliva on it, and said with red eyes, "I look down on you? Do you? I never looked at you." Slap. Renjing was enraged, and immediately slapped Yu Rinshu twice, and Yu Rinshu's cheeks on both sides suddenly became swollen. Renjing is also a person who has evolved at least twice, and his hands are very strong. Now at this time, the two merciless slaps directly beat Yu Rinshu miserably. After all, Yu Rinshu was pampered since she was a child. She has always been a top student who is not to be played with in the eyes of others. She has never been insulted like this before. 2 lines of clear tears flowed out immediately. "Take it away," Renjing said coldly, and his subordinates hurriedly carried Yu Rinshu to leave here. After all, there is a dam nearby. It would be bad if people from the Self-Aid Association chased him out at this time. Su Muwen suddenly discovered a strange thing, so he said quickly, "Boss, why do these zombies all disperse?" Everyone hurriedly observed the zombies, only to find that the zombies that had gathered to attack the dam had all dispersed at this time, and the battle near the dam was coming to an end. If they did not leave now, after the zombies dispersed, they would decide will be surrounded too. Although I don't know what happened, the zombies are no longer gathered together. I think the battle will end soon, and the surrounding buildings are no longer safe. Yu Rinshu said loudly at this time, "You are dead." Shen Feng went to kill the Corpse King and the Corpse Tide before. He made an agreement with me that after he killed the Corpse King, he would come to join me. He is now. Get closer here. I advise you to put me down, otherwise you will not be able to run even if you want to. Papa, in response to Yu Rinshu's yelling, was Renjing's fierce slap across the face. He said with a grin, "You still want to lie to me at this time? Let me tell you, my plan was also destroyed because of you. Even if I kill you, I won't let you leave here safely." After finishing speaking, Renjing continued to lead a group of people to prepare to leave. He also knew what would happen if he was stuck by zombies, so the best way at present is to leave here quickly. The first is to avoid the zombies from catching up, and the second is to avoid being discovered by Self-Aid. However, at this moment, a gust of wind blew past, and Shen Feng grabbed a long sword in one hand and the head of the Corpse King in the other, and appeared in front of Renjing and the others. He looked at the kidnapped Yu Rinshu coldly. At that time, Yu Rinshu was beaten very miserably. She raised her head and saw Shen Feng. Her cheeks were already swollen. Seeing Shen Feng appearing here, a light of hope suddenly shot out in her eyes, and she said with difficulty, "Shen Feng, help me." Tears flowed from Yu Rinshu's eyes, flowed over the painful cheeks, across the muddy chin, fell gently on the ground and disappeared. This is Yu Rinshu, whom Shen Feng has never seen before. At this time, she is so helpless and weak. Unlike the confident and lazy doctor before, she is now pear blossoms with rain, making Shen Feng look annoyed. Shen Feng conveniently threw the Corpse King's head into the window of the building next to him, and drew out a dragon-slaying sword with his left hand, and said indifferently, "You guys are going to die today. I'm in a very bad mood right now." Shen Feng rushed up with 2 swords in his hands. The moment he saw the teary-eyed Yu Rinshu just now, his heart seemed to be inexplicably pulled. He never thought that the doctor, who was still high-spirited before, had fallen to such a point, and he beat the doctor. The person in question is the traitor Renjing, who sent more than 400 soldiers to die before, escaped from his shell and ran away, and now he dares to kidnap the doctor. Block him. Renjing panicked when he saw Shen Feng appearing, and quickly asked the people around him to block Shen Feng. At this time, Renjing also began to regret, why did he waste his time here, and left quickly after kidnapping Yu Rinshu just now? Didn't he just have nothing to do? As a result, I procrastinated here, but I didn't expect Shen Feng to come over, and I don't know if I can stop Shen Feng. Shen Feng was also very tired at this time, because he was very tired at this time because of using the ability for a long time, but in order to save the doctor, he still had to continue fighting the two people around. Renjing rushed up, trying to block Shen Feng, who was rushing forward, but Shen Feng broke out at an extremely fast speed, stabbing out with two swords continuously, and disemboweled the two traitors who rushed up, causing the two guys died miserably, and the rest of the people knew how powerful Shen Feng was, and they all hid behind Renjing, hoping that Renjing would deal with Shen Feng himself. Friendly troops are immovable in asking for help. A bunch of cowards. Seeing how timid his subordinates are, Renjing couldn't help cursing, but for the rushing Shen Feng, he insisted that if he was up against him, he would not be able to beat him. So he directly grabbed Yu Rinshu, who was being carried beside him, grabbed the hair and dragged it down, put the knife on Yu Rinshu's neck, and shouted, "Shen Feng, stop for me, otherwise, I'll kill her." Seeing that Yu Rinshu's life was in danger, Shen Feng immediately stopped in place. Of course he knew that if he rushed over, he could kill everyone, but the doctor would probably be killed too. These desperados are now trapped under such circumstances. Most of them will choose to die, and they will not be polite if they can pull it back. At this moment, Shen Feng stopped in his tracks, and immediately gave Renjing strong confidence. He knew that Shen Feng was absolutely concerned about Yu Rinshu's safety, so at this moment, Shen Feng would never dare to do anything, so he would still. There is a silver lining. Shen Feng, cut off your arms immediately. I know how powerful you are, so don't try to play tricks. Renjing shouted arrogantly. Shen Feng sneered and said, "Did you watch too many TV dramas? Do you think that a woman who has nothing to do with me will cut off my arms because of her? Do you think I'm just a fool without a brain? Let me tell you, when you kill her, it will be the time for all of you to die. It doesn't matter? If it doesn't matter, why don't you do it?" Renjing asked. Renjing was very nervous at this time. As long as Shen Feng dared to rush over, he would kill Yu Rinshu first without hesitation as a backup. Of course Renjing didn't want to die, so at this moment, he could only bet that Shen Feng would stop. Shen Feng heard Renjing's question, and then calmly replied, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that she has no value. To me, she still has value, so I don't want to see her die. If you let her go now, I'll forgive you. How about it? Don't try to lie to me." Renjing roared angrily with an ugly face, "Just now you said you were going to kill us, but now you say you can let us go. I think this is your trick. You just want to lie to me. As long as I release the hostages, you will kill us immediately." Shen Feng continued, "I promise in my own name, as long as you release the doctor, I will definitely release you, and I will do what I say. Name, this thing is worth a fart. I don't believe in the so-called name. In short, you get out of here immediately, otherwise, I can't let people go." Renjing shouted. Shen Feng looked at Renjing, who was yelling at this time, and knew that Renjing was guilty at this time. The more he behaved now, the more he was hiding the fear in his heart. He was afraid. He was afraid of himself, whether he will die or not, and if he wants to successfully save Yu Rinshu, it doesn't seem to be a simple matter. "You want me to leave? That's impossible. How do I know if you will let me go after I leave? Besides, in this situation, zombies are everywhere. Where can I go to such a dangerous place?" Shen Feng said with a smile. At this time, Shen Feng only wanted to keep Yu Rinshu safe. Although Yu Rinshu sometimes disobeyed orders and often had her own thoughts, she had never betrayed her. The evolution potion she got here was also inseparable from Yu Rinshu. Thanks to his credit, he might be able to develop more medicines in the future. How could such a talent give up? However, at this moment, the wave of corpses scattered around came to Shen Feng's side. Many zombies found the food standing in the distance, so they rushed up one after another. Now, these zombies want to have a full meal, although they don't know where are you, but who cares? A full meal is the most important thing, boss. All the zombies are chasing us. Su Muwen said nervously, "Let's retreat first." Renjing grabbed Yu Rinshu with one hand, held a knife in the other, and slowly retreated to the side, while Shen Feng stood there without moving, neither chasing up nor retreating. At this moment, he seemed to be trapped out of the state of thinking about how to solve the crisis at this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. Shen Feng originally planned to go back to the base directly after killing the Corpse King, but considering his physical strength, he might encounter mutant zombies on the way, so he planned to find a place to rest in a nearby street, wait until the physical strength recovers before returning to the base. Anyway, the crisis over the base is resolved. Without the control of the Corpse King, these zombies have no desire to attack the base at all. However, when Shen Feng was about to find a place to rest, he saw a group of people in the distance grab Yu Renshu and seemed to be beating her. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng rushed over at that time. Unexpectedly, the guy who caught him was Renjing, who killed half of the combat team before. Shen Feng didn't expect it. Shen Feng wanted to save Yu Renshu, but Renjing threatened Shen Feng with Yu Renshu's personal safety. Shen Feng was powerless about this. He wanted to save Yu Renshu successfully, but he couldn't let Yu Renshu be hurt damage, which is obviously impossible. Afterwards, when the zombies appeared, Renjing began to retreat, but Shen Feng did not pursue him. He quickly used his powers to come to a nearby room, hid in the dark, and carefully observed the escaped Renjing and his party. If he appeared in the front, then Renjing and his group would definitely be vigilant. He might as well hide in the dark and do it. In this way, he would still have a chance to save Yu Renshu. Just when Shen Feng was hiding, Renjing also noticed something was wrong. Why didn't Shen Feng catch up? Renjing didn't want Shen Feng to chase him before, because if Shen Feng followed closely, he needed to be careful of Shen Feng's attack at any time. If you fight Shen Feng head-on, you have absolutely no chance of winning. But now that Shen Feng didn't show up, Renjing was even more scared. He knew that Shen Feng was not a casual person, so at this moment, he couldn't give up. That is to say, Shen Feng hid in the dark. Currently, Renjing is being chased by zombies, and he has no time to find Shen Feng's location, so he can only bring his brothers to a restaurant, close the door to block the zombies chasing outside, and run upstairs quickly, and finally escaped the pursuit of the zombies. However, everyone's hearts began to fear. Shen Feng can't be seen now, but it seems that he is everywhere. Boss, should we find a way to force Shen Feng out? Su Mu, when asked quickly. Renjing nodded, looked at Yu Renshu at the side, sneered, and said, "It's okay, if you want to force Shen Feng out, of course it's fine, but how do we leave later?" Su Mu understood the meaning of the boss, and quickly said, "Using Yu Renshu? It's no problem, we can ask Shen Feng to provide us with a car, and then we drive away. That's alright, isn't it?" Ren Jing thought for a while, and it seemed that he could only use the car to leave. Anyway, Shen Feng had already fought, and he should be very tired now. At the same time, Shen Feng, who was hiding in the dark and observing, began to think, how can he save Yu Renshu? Shen Feng does not want to let Renjing and his group be let go. These traitors are hopeless and there is no need to forgive them. The only kindness that can be given is to simply kill them. However, where is it so simple to save people? After all, Renjing also knew that as long as they gave up the hostages, they would immediately die. At this moment, Shen Feng heard footsteps coming from behind, and quickly turned around and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me. It's me. President, it's me." Guo Pinming immediately walked into Shen Feng's room from the outside. His left hand was already hanging limply on his shoulder, and he didn't dare to use force at all. It must have been fractured. And his face is also rather ugly at this time. It is not easy to survive the tide of corpses. Now that he has broken an arm, it is a good thing. Seeing the appearance of Guo Pinming, Shen Feng finally had a solution. Since Guo Pinming is still alive, he can continue to help, so he said quickly, "I have a task for you now. The doctor has been taken away. You have to go to save her. I am attracting attention from the front, and if you appear from behind, you only need to fight for a minute to find a way to save the doctor. No, it only takes half a minute, and I will come to rescue you right away." Guo Pinming grinned helplessly. He didn't expect that his left hand was already broken, and he needed to continue to fight, but there was no other way at this time, so he replied, "Okay, I will try my best to save Doctor. Yes, but now that his left hand is broken, his combat effectiveness may be affected. It's okay, just buy time, I will kill those people." Shen Feng said coldly. Afterwards, Shen Feng told Guo Pinming's specific location, which was in a restaurant not far away. Renjing definitely didn't know about Guo Pinming's existence, so Guo Pinming only needed to go around from the side to form a relationship with Shen Feng. Between the two sides, Shen Feng attracted Renjing's attention in front of him, and then Guo Pinming tried his best to save Yu Renshu. After that, Shen Feng could quickly rush forward to deal with the enemy. After Guo Pinming heard about his specific mission, he left quickly. As a veteran, he still maintained his original habit. As long as he received a mission, he would try his best to complete it, no matter how difficult the mission was. At this time, something happened at the hotel, because Ren Jing grabbed Yu Renshu at the window where she appeared, put a knife on her neck, and shouted to the surrounding buildings, "Shen Feng, I know you are here nearby, come out to me immediately, everyone can negotiate, if you don't come out, I will kill someone." Of course Shen Feng knew that Ren Jing didn't dare to do anything, but seeing Ren Jing's arrogant appearance, he hated his teeth. He remembered that when this guy was the leader of the combat team, he was obedient and immediately ordered whatever he ordered. Just do it, not daring to take the blame at all, even daring to threaten myself at this time. But because there are hostages in his hands, it can only be described by a poem in A Dream of Red Mansions. The sun is a Shongshan wolf, and he will be rampant when he gains power. At this time, Shen Feng hated not having a gun in his hand. If he had a gun in his hand, he would shoot Ren Jing a bullet from a distance to see if he still dared to be so arrogant. Seeing that Shen Feng still didn't show up, Ren Jing immediately sneered, and said to the people around him, "Take off the clothes on Yu Renshu, and I'll see if Shen Feng can hold back. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten meat for several days, ever." Since Ren Jing knew that Zhu Yan was a slutty woman, he immediately lost interest in her, so he ignored Zhu Yan at all. Today, he went out to kidnap Yu Renshu, but did not bring Zhu Yan with him, and Zhu Yan was also afraid of zombies. Has been hiding in the building, and can only watch other people go out to perform tasks. Su Muwen asked cautiously, "Boss, what if Shen Feng is really no longer around?" Hearing this question, Ren Jing said proudly, "It would be even better if he wasn't here, just to let me have a good time. Don't worry, don't look at this woman's fair skin and beauty, I won't monopolize it, I ate it meat, everyone has soup to drink." After hearing Ren Jing's words, many subordinates immediately became excited. Everyone has been suffocated these days. Now that they finally caught a woman, how could they let it go easily? Moreover, it is already a dangerous situation at this time anyway. It's better to enjoy it than to be killed in despair. Yu Renshu began to scold in horror, cursing, "How dare you? If you dare to do this, I will never forgive you in the future. You still can spare us? I want to know why you can't spare us." Ren Jing said arrogantly, first tore off Yu Renshu's coat, and the rest of the people also hurriedly began to strip clothes. Yu Renshu, they kept screaming, but they were powerless to stop the movements of these people. In the end, Yu Renshu's upper body clothes were stripped off and thrown out of the window onto the street. Yu Renshu shouted out of the window, "Shen Feng, kill these beasts and leave me alone. Even if I die, don't let these people humiliate me. I beg you, kill them, give me revenge." Ren Jing smiled triumphantly, and said, "At this moment you are still counting on Shen Feng to save you. Let me tell you, you are doomed today. Even if Shen Feng appears here, I will fight hard." "Really? I want to see if you still dare to touch her." Shen Feng's voice came from outside the window, and everyone quickly looked out of the window. Shen Feng held swords in both hands and was standing on the top of the street lamp. This position happened to be able to see the scene on the third floor. Everyone was sure that just now, Shen Feng was not on the street lamp outside. He appeared in an instant, but at this moment, his eyes were red, staring at everyone in the restaurant. Shen Feng is sure that the people here are all scum. He just wants to kill this group of people now, but he needs to wait until Guo Pinming appears. Only when Guo Pinming appears from behind and saves Yu Renshu, Shen Feng will rush out to kill them. Otherwise they would not be able to save Yu Renshu. Seeing Shen Feng appearing, Yu Renshu said with tears, "Shen Feng, you help me kill them. Don't worry about my safety. As long as I can watch these people die, I am satisfied. I don't want to be treated like this by these people. Humiliation, I don't want to be so aggrieved." When Ren Jing saw Shen Feng appearing, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Shen Feng is still in front, there is a solution, which is much better than him hiding in the dark and sneaking from time to time, and everyone saw Shen Feng's appearance. The desire that was still high just now was instantly suppressed, and they all knew that if they dared to continue messing around, Shen Feng might really make a move. "Prepare us 2 cars and a week's worth of food. We'll leave right away. If you don't listen to me, then I'll kill Yu Renshu and make you lose everything." Ren Jing was still very arrogant. At that time, he held hostages, so he spoke a lot harder. Shen Feng looked at Yu Renshu, who was naked in the upper body, and she was full of shame and anger at this moment. If she hadn't had the strength at this time, she might have committed suicide, and Shen Feng felt even more uncomfortable seeing this scene. She is so cheerful on weekdays, doctor, being tortured like this at this time. This is what those scumbags did. However, Shen Feng still needed to delay, so he continued to ask, then how do you give me the hostage? Give you a hostage? Of course, it depends on my mood. After driving far away, I will push the person out of the car. Renjing said without thinking. Shen Feng continued, if this is the way to release the hostages, forget it. Who can guarantee that you will tear up your tickets on the road? How about this? I will give you the car, and you will give me the doctor at the same time. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Renjing said, if you do this, we will not be able to escape from your grasp. When handing over the hostages, you must keep a distance from us, otherwise, our safety will be compromised. Guaranteed, Ren. Jing and a dozen people were standing here on the 3rd floor at this time, and this is the lobby on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Everyone was standing at the window and looking outside, all of them ignoring what was behind them. At this time, Guo Pinming finally appeared. He circled a large distance, and finally sneaked into the hotel. At this time he went up to the 3rd floor, and saw these 10 people threatening Shen Feng, and Shen Feng has also seen Guo Pinming appearing behind these scumbags. So Shen Feng raised the long sword in his right hand and said coldly, now I repent. I don't want to make a deal with you. You have already angered me. I'm dead, so I'm going to kill you now, Ren. Jing never dreamed that Shen Feng didn't intend to make a deal now, and suddenly panicked. If Shen Feng killed him regardless of everything, wouldn't it mean that he was about to die? No way, I was only in my 20s, in the prime of my youth. How could I die so easily? So Renjing immediately began to threaten, saying, don't mess around. If you really dare to come here, I will kill someone. Chapter 90 Clean up the scum. Shen Feng looked at Renjing, who was getting nervous, and said casually, I look down on people like you the most. If you want to be tough, just keep being tough. What are you afraid of now? Are you afraid of death? If you're afraid of death, why did you betray me back then? Of course I'm afraid of death, but I also want to enjoy it. When you're working under your command, besides having enough to eat every day, what else is there? I'm already an evolutionary, and I still have to work hard to kill zombies. Is it worth it to go all out for a bunch of cowardly fellows? I want to enjoy life, play with women, be admired, and be well clothed. Renjing said loudly, you have all of these things. If you can't give it to me, since you can't give it to me, I can only take it myself. Selfish people, there are so many excuses. Shen Feng said coldly, you are just thinking about yourself, you are just greedy, so you want to oppress others, and you want to use others to give yourself the superior, just like now, takes advantage of others' danger, humiliates others, and being able to do such a thing proves that you are nothing but selfish. So, what? Renjing was still very unconvinced. I have worked so hard for you for so long, but I can't get anything. I want more things. I want a different future. You ordered it. Shen Feng didn't answer, because he saw Guo Pinming's movement at this time, and Guo Pinming had come behind everyone. He was holding an iron ball, but the iron ball changed instantly. It turned into a big knife, aimed at Renjing's arm and slashed down fiercely. Shoo! Renjing didn't expect someone to appear from behind him. Unexpectedly, his arm was cut off on the spot, and immediately, blood gushed out from his shoulder like a fountain, which shocked the people around him. Su Muwen was the first to realize that there was someone behind him, so he quickly shouted, there's someone behind. Everyone turned around quickly, but Guo Pinming was holding a knife in one hand, and used it to sweep away thousands of troops. The 4 nearby evolutionaries were too late to resist, and they were killed on the spot. Shen Feng also jumped on the street lamp at this time, and went straight to Renjing, who was at the window. He was still in the air, and threw the Yishan sword in his hand. Su Muwen struggled twice on Muwen's chest, and died on the spot. Renjing saw that suddenly there was another person in the lobby, who seemed to be able to use supernatural powers, so he endured the pain and said, even if it is death, I will pull it back. Then, Renjing put the knife on Yurenshu's neck, and pulled the knife hard. He thought that Yurenshu's carotid artery would be cut if the knife went down. Jing slashed vigorously, but only scratched Yurenshu's skin. Feeling puzzled, Renjing quickly picked up the knife in his hand and took a look, only to find that for some reason, his big knife had become blunt at this time. Obviously he was sharpening the knife every day. Why was the blade blunt at this time? However, Renjing didn't have time to be confused, because Shen Feng rushed in from the window at this time, and first gave Renjing a sword, so Renjing's right hand was also separated from his body. Both of Renjing's arms had been cut off, and he was in so much pain that he began to roll while lying on the ground. He wanted to pick up his hands on the ground, but the problem came, what to use to pick them up? His hands are on the ground, and he wants to pick it up, unless he has 3 hands. Shen Feng rescued Yurinshu, saw that Yurinshu's upper body was still exposed, so he quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around Yurinshu's body, cut the tape binding her hands with a sword, and then joined He Guo in the Battle of Pinming. He will do justice for this guy today and kill these shameful guys. Guo Pinming had broken his left hand before, so his combat ability was affected. At this time, he can only use the huge iron ball in his hand to transform into a shield, constantly resisting the attacks of many evolutionaries. The reason why Renjing failed to kill Yurinshu just now was that he secretly changed the shape of Renjing's broadsword. The originally sharp broadsword directly turned into a thick piece of iron. At that time, Renjing was attracted by Shen Feng. He didn't feel any change in the attainment in his hand at all, so he couldn't kill Yurinshu with one blow at this time. Shen Feng joined the battle, and the situation became one-sided in an instant, because Shen Feng's speed far exceeded the crowd, so the massacre started on the 3rd floor of the hotel, and no one could block Shen Feng's sword. When Shen Feng killed these evolutionaries, it was as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. In just a few tens of seconds, the evolutionaries here basically fell down. However, at this moment, Renjing, who was lying on the ground, moved. He struggled to use his teeth to pull out the long sword stuck in Su Muwen's body. During the process again, sweat fell like soybeans, proving that his physical strength had been exhausted. It was almost done, and then Renjing held a long sword in his mouth, placed it on the dining table, raised one foot, kicked hard on the hilt of the sword, and immediately, the sharp long sword flew out, and the target was Shen Feng is fighting. Shen Feng has been fighting continuously today. He was already very tired from fighting the Corpse King before, and now he still needs to fight these evolutionaries, so his speed has slowed down. At this moment, Yurinshu shouted loudly, "Be careful, Shen Feng." Shen Feng had just killed an evolutionary at this time, but he heard Yurinshu reminding himself loudly. Before he could react, he felt a person bumping into his body, and after that, a long sword pierced his body, and suddenly, Shen Feng felt severe pain in his abdomen, looked down, and saw a bloody long sword spring out from his abdomen at this moment. Shen Feng wanted to pull out the long sword, but Yurinshu's voice sounded from behind him, "You can't pull out the sword, otherwise, you will lose too much blood." Shen Feng hurriedly turned his head, but the muscles in his abdomen were pulled, and he was in pain. It was only at this moment that he realized that the person who bumped into him just now was actually Yurinshu. After she discovered the danger just now, she rushed up to block the sword for herself unexpectedly. The strength of the long sword was so strong that it passed through Yurinshu's body and pierced her abdomen from behind. The place where Shen Feng was shot before was also in the abdomen, but the wound at that time was a laceration, and the muscles around the wound were torn. At this time, Shen Feng was pierced by a long sword, causing severe pain in his abdomen, but he didn't have the feeling of excessive blood loss as before. Presumably, the wound was blocked because the long sword was not pulled out at this time. There were still 2 enemies left in the lobby. Guo Pinming saw that Shen Feng was injured, so he could only grit his teeth and use his strength. The sword in his hand changed, and in an instant it turned into a long sword. The enemy killed him, walked to Shen Feng's side and asked, "President, how are you? Is it important?" Shen Feng only felt Yurinshu's fall from behind in an instant, and the sword was under force, which also began to affect Shen Feng's wound. Shen Feng quickly threw away the sword in his hand, and put his arms around Yurinshu's body backwards, only to find that Yurinshu at this time, he has lost consciousness, and has passed out at this time, and the blood is continuously dripping down the long sword. "I'm fine, I can still be rescued. It's just an abdominal injury, so I shouldn't have suffered too much damage, but the doctor is already in a coma, I don't know if she can survive it." Shen Feng gritted his teeth and said, he knew very well that if it wasn't for others Shu first blocked the long sword, which became her own buffer, otherwise, the person who was seriously injured might be herself. Although she is also seriously injured now, it is not as serious as last time. Guo Pinming was leaning weakly on the side table at this time, fighting continuously. He was also very tired, and said with difficulty, "President, I really can't send you to the base for treatment now. I will go by myself. Don't move, or we can find a way to send a signal and let the people in the base come to rescue us." Shen Feng was very sad, and said, "In this case, we can only resign ourselves to fate. You can send a signal, it is better than no hope." Shen Feng is holding Yuanshu back with both hands at this time. He must fix the position of the long sword on the wound, otherwise the wound will be torn and the blood loss will be more serious. Shen Feng also lost his ability to move. Holding a long sword, it is completely impossible to act at this time. Renjing, who fell on the ground, laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, I am so lucky to have two backs to die together. I see if you dare to laugh at me. I see if you dare to look down on me. You let's go to hell together, this couple of dogs and men." Seeing Renjing lying on the ground, Guo Pinming gritted his teeth and said, "I should have hacked you to death at that time, and I will kill you when I come back after sending out the signal." Guo Pinming hadn't met Renjing before, so he didn't know what Renjing had done, so when he received the task, he didn't feel any particular resentment. He took his big knife, but he didn't expect that his mercy would cause a catastrophe, causing Yuanshu and Shen Feng to be in danger at this time, so he regretted it at this time, and he should have slashed each other's head at that time. Saying that he is a scum, do I still need to doubt so much? After that, Guo Pinming supported his tired body to the top floor of the hotel. He found some fuel and started to light the fire. Suddenly, a puff of smoke rose. If the people at the base can see it, they will know that there are people here up. Renjing is still laughing at Shen Feng at this time, because he has already reached such a level, but with Shen Feng and Yuanshu as companions, it is enough. The so-called barefoot who is not afraid of wearing shoes is just a description of the current situation. Yes, he had nothing at all, so he died when he died, but Shen Feng is the president of the Self-Aid Association, and Yuanshu is also the vice president, so I can change the names of two people with a cheap life. That's too much made money. However, at this moment, hurried footsteps sounded, and someone was coming. Shen Feng heard the disorderly footsteps downstairs, and he was relieved, and Guo Pinming also yelled loudly at the right time, "Yang Chang, we are here, the president and I are here, come and save us." Hurry up, Yang. Chang had been leading the first batch of fighting team members to recharge their batteries for a long time, in order to rescue the president who went out to take risks at critical times, and after he left the base, he was leading people to search around, thinking you have to know where the president is at the moment, but you have no clue, and you don't know if the president is hiding. Therefore, Yang Chang could only look around, and at this moment, he saw black smoke appearing in the distance, so he walked over with the mentality of giving it a try, just in time to hear Guo Pinming's call, and immediately led people into the place. After entering the restaurant, there were zombies who came to harass them along the way. Yang Chang led his men and killed them. As long as the number of zombies is not large enough, they will not be able to threaten everyone present at all. After Yang Chang reached the third floor, he immediately saw Shen Feng and Yuanshu, who had been pierced by the long sword, and was immediately stunned. At this time, Guo Pinming also went downstairs with his fractured left arm fixed, explaining what happened before. Things that happened, and Yang Chang had already discovered Renjing, whose arms had been cut off. After seeing the traitor, Yang Chang drew his sword and rushed up, shouting, "Traitor, die!" Shen Feng shouted loudly, "Don't kill him, take him back, stop the bleeding quickly, I want to do it myself." Yang Chang also hurriedly stopped. Seeing Shen Feng's miserable state at this time, he didn't know what to do. Shen Feng and Yuanshu were strung together, and it was not easy to pull out the long sword. Looking anxious, Shen Feng quickly said, "Use the sticks in your hands and the curtains here to make a stretcher, and Yuanshu and I lie on it, and you carry us back." Yang Chang hurriedly followed Shen Feng's instructions, made a stretcher and carried Shen Feng and Yuanshu back. As for Renjing, he just dragged his foot and dragged it outside. It depends on his luck if he survives. If you want to stop the bleeding, there are no medicines or tools here, only ghosts can stop the bleeding for you. Yang Chang didn't expect to see Renjing, a traitor, and he was very angry. It was because of this guy's selfish desires that the Self-Aid Association was almost unable to take back Luz Hao. Today's battle is so tense, and there is actually a factor of insufficient troops. Among them, most of the soldiers were recruited temporarily. If Renjing hadn't betrayed, then the soldiers who had been in the battlefield would be able to block the zombies smoothly without causing too many casualties. It's a pity. At this moment, it's too late to say anything. The battle is over, and this guy Renjing actually caused waves again. Chapter 91 Jealousy Makes People Blind. Shen Feng and Yuan Shu were carried back to the base. The people who were still cheering before became silent in an instant. At that time, everyone was still celebrating the successful resistance against the zombie attack. Then Shen Feng and Yuan Shu were stretchered. He carried them back, and the two of them passed through like candied haws on a string, and Yuan Shu had already fallen into coma. In this situation, it was too tragic. Everyone was stunned. Are zombies so powerful? The supernatural beings are all injured like this. In order to kill the corpse king before, 3 supernatural beings were dispatched, but now they are all back. 2 of them are lying on stretchers, and one of them has an arm hanging in front of his chest. It is obviously broken. Such a tragic battle made the people in the base they all calmed down. It seems that the zombies are still very powerful, and they can actually hurt the supernatural beings like this. Only a few people know that Shen Feng and Yuan Shu's injuries were actually caused by humans, not zombies. The reason why Guo Pinming's arm broke was actually because after detonating the fuel tank of the car, he received a huge impact, and the big iron ball that the car turned into couldn't block the shock wave, so it then appeared, and he hit it instantly. Guo Pinming's arm was broken, but Guo Pinming's arm was broken after this battle. Guo Pinming has already felt how to use the power. He believes that as long as he can heal his injuries, his strength will be improved to a higher level. When Chang Jianyi saw Shen Feng who was being carried back on a stretcher, tears fell and she asked, Feng, how are you doing now? I'll have someone start the operation right away, you must persevere. Shen Feng gritted his teeth and said, I'm fine, let's operate on the doctor first. She blocked me with a sword, I owe her this. Hearing this, Chang Jianyi was also very grateful to Yuan Shu, and then said, Professor Zhang has trained several students during this period, all of whom can perform surgery. Let's do surgery together. Chang Jianyi immediately arranged for manpower to perform the operation. Since Shen Feng was shot, she knew the importance of the medical team. In order to ensure that the operation can be performed at any time at a critical moment, Chang Jianyi specially asked Professor Zhang to train students. There must be clinicians who can save lives at critical moments. At this time, Chang Jianyi suddenly discovered that Shen Feng's coat was wearing on Yuan Shu's body at this time, and Yuan Shu seemed to be wearing nothing under the coat. Guess, when Shen Feng was injured, what were he and Yuan Shu doing? Why was Yuan Shu not wearing anything? Chang Jianyi also knew that it was best not to ask about this kind of matter in public now, and it must be resolved in private. Therefore, Chang Jianyi suppressed the curiosity and uneasiness in her heart, and asked people to find a clean room inside the dam, and immediately carried out disinfection and sterilization treatment, striving to be able to perform surgery immediately. Professor Zhang came here with the students, and then turned to the students and said, You should have learned what I taught you before, so now is the time to test you. The president's injury is relatively minor, so you guys come to operate. Yuan Shu's injury is relatively serious, so I will perform the operation myself, understand? Chang Jianyi heard this from the side, quickly took Professor Zhang aside, and said seriously, Professor Zhang, Shen Feng's current injury is not optimistic, and he needs to lead us to recover Luzhao, so it is very important, please you think about it carefully. Professor Zhang understood what Chang Jianyi meant. He knew that Chang Jianyi was worried about the level of his students. After all, they were all fledgling guys. Operate on Shen Feng. Professor Zhang also thought about it carefully. The Sulfate Association can have no Yuan Shu, but it can't have no Shen Feng, so he nodded and said, Well, I will perform the operation on the president myself. As for Yuan Shu, I can only let my own. The students tried it, but I can guarantee that they are all my excellent students. As clinicians, there is absolutely no problem. Of course, I know that they are all excellent students and excellent doctors. Chang Jianyi laughed. She still believed in Professor Zhang's level, so when she performed the operation, she chose Professor Zhang for Shen Feng had surgery afterwards. Professor Zhang announced his choice to the students under him, and asked the students to operate on Yuan Shu, while he himself brought 2 assistants to operate on Shen Feng. Chang Jianyi suddenly remembered the problem of the evolution potion. At this time, he only had dozens of bottles in his hand. If he needed to use the evolution potion at that time, the stock in his hand was actually not enough, so he quickly told Yang Chang, You immediately use the potion. Take people to chop off all the heads of the mutated zombies killed today and send them to the dam. Now we need to make evolution potions. I can see your performance. I will reward you when this incident is over. 10 bottles of evolution medicine, let you evolve a second time, Yang. Chang hurriedly led people down to collect the heads of the mutated zombies. Today's battle was particularly fierce, especially after the mutated zombies joined the battle. The reduction in staff at the base became even more serious. Counting it now, the combat team has lost 300 people, basically all died in battle, and the price they paid was worth it, because more than 60 mutant zombies were killed by the base. Chang Jianyi waited nervously outside the operating room. Regarding the arrangements in the base, she only had one sentence: live as usual, and we will talk about the recovery of Lu Xiao tomorrow. The last time Shen Feng was injured, Chang Jianyi left the matter to Yu Renshu to solve it, and now Yu Renshu was also seriously injured. Chang Jianyi had no choice but to throw the blame away. Fortunately, this time the base did not need to be transferred, so she could let the people below continue to wait. Anyway, just live as usual this time. There was still no anesthesia for the operation. After all, the teacher who taught anesthesia turned into a zombie and was killed, so Shen Feng could only endure the pain forcibly to have the operation performed. Professor Zhang was worried that Shen Feng would bite his teeth, so he hurriedly someone gave Shen Feng a soft wooden stick, and asked Shen Feng to bite the stick if he couldn't hold on, and he must not bite his teeth. Fortunately, Shen Feng is an evolutionary, and his tolerance for pain is much stronger. Finally, after an hour, the wound was finally stitched up. At this time, he was also sweating profusely, enduring the pain during the operation. It was too painful. Shen Feng seemed to feel that he was in hell, otherwise, how could he be in such pain? After the operation, Professor Zhang gave a rare compliment: you can survive the pain of the operation, which is already very remarkable. As long as you recuperate well, you can recover, but you need at least 10 days and half a month to recuperate. Well, even an evolutionary, it is impossible to recover from an injury in a short time, unless you evolve again. Hearing such doctor's orders, Shen Feng finally felt relieved. After the operation just now, he felt that he didn't suffer so much pain even during the battle, but now that he has been stabbed by the doctor a few times, his body is about to be unbearable. After the operation was over, Chang Jianyi walked in quickly, holding a small box in her hand, and when she opened it, it turned out to be dozens of bottles of evolution potions. She quickly said, hurry up and drink these evolution potions, as long as you the third evolution, then you will be able to recover quickly. Shen Feng heard the senior sister's words, and reluctantly said, give it to Yu Renshu to drink it all. I have finished the operation now, and I am fine. Yu Renshu's injuries are serious, and she needs the evolution potion more. Hearing what Shen Feng said, Chang Jianyi bit her lips and thought in her heart, he has been hurt like this, and he is still thinking about other women. It seems that Yu Renshu is really important to him. It's an extraordinary relationship to give up everything that can save lives. Afterwards, Chang Jianyi said in a low voice, don't worry, the evolution potion is still being made, and there are still many evolution potions that can be used. You don't have to worry about Yu Renshu, you should worry about yourself. Hearing Chang Jianyi's answer, Shen Feng finally picked up the evolution potion and started to drink it. After drinking 50 bottles of potion, Shen Feng lay down on the bed, feeling feverish all over his body, and lost consciousness. Chang Jianyi knew that, now that Shen Feng has started to evolve, he is ready to leave the ward. Before leaving the ward, Chang Jianyi pinched Shen Feng's waist fiercely, and muttered, make you think about other women all the time. Afterwards, Chang Jianyi went out and said to the two girls in the supervising team, you two guard the door, and if the president wakes up, come and tell me right away. While Professor Zhang was operating on Shen Feng, his students were also operating on Yu Renshu. However, the operation on Yu Renshu's side was more difficult because the long sword pierced through Yu Renshu's body before stabbing Shen Feng's, so the wound was more serious. When the long sword was pulled out, Yu Renshu's body was bleeding profusely. The students hurriedly stopped the bleeding and stitched up the wound. Professor Zhang has completed Shen Feng's operation, and Yu Renshu is not out of danger yet. In the end, Professor Zhang came to Yu Renshu's operating room to guide the operation, and then successfully completed the operation, but Yu Renshu is still at this time in a coma. Professor Zhang speculated that Yu Renshu should be suffering from excessive blood loss at this time. Therefore, Professor Zhang began to ask Chang Jianyi, saying, Yu Renshu's condition is dangerous now, can we use evolution medicine to treat her? If we don't use medicine, I'm afraid she won't be able to survive. Hearing such a question, Chang Jianyi couldn't help but have a headache. Although Shen Feng could evolve for the third time after drinking more than 50 bottles of potions, it doesn't mean that Yuren can evolve again with only 50 bottles. After all, Shen Feng has eaten python meat and drank a lot of potions before, so currently only 50 bottles are needed to meet the conditions for evolution. If Yuren uses evolution potions, who knows how much it will consume. After much deliberation, Chang Jianyi planned to treat Yuren with the evolution potion because Yuren blocked Shen Feng's sword. Fortunately, he killed more than 60 mutant zombies today, and temporarily made 120 bottles of evolution medicine at this time. Medicines. Finally, there are medicines that can be used. So many medicines could have cultivated more than 100 evolutionaries, but now they need to be used to save people. Chang Jianyi felt a little distressed, but he could only continue to use them in the ward. Yuren was lying on the hospital bed, wearing a loose hospital gown. At this time, her face was pale, her heartbeat was irregular, and she didn't know how long she could last. Chang Jianyi had someone pry open Yuren mouth, and poured the evolution potion into it. Yuren didn't respond at all when pouring the potion, and Chang Jianyi was also worried that with so many potions, could it be as it for naught? Finally, after 92 bottles were filled, Yuren whole body became hot and began to evolve, and Chang Jianyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It would be too miserable if there was no result after consuming so much medicine. Yes, but, to evolve for the third time, more than 90 bottles of potions are needed, which is exaggerated to the extreme. When the second evolution is performed, it is obvious that only 10 bottles of potions are needed. Is it possible that every subsequent evolution requires 10 bottles? Doubling the potion is enough. When Yuren was in a daze, she couldn't help muttering, Shen Feng, Chang. Jianyi's face was dark, and when she heard Yuren call, she felt very upset. When Shen Feng and Yuren woke up, she must ask about this matter. Is there something wrong with the two of you, man's secret? Otherwise, how could they miss each other so much? However, now that the doctor is safe, Chang Jianyi can rest assured, at least she has an explanation for Shen Feng. Then she asked everyone in the ward to go outside to guard, and before she left, she pinched Yuren thigh fiercely, as revenge for her bad mood. Chapter 92 Wind King Barrier. After confirming that Shen Feng and Yuren were safe, Chang Jianyi left the inside of the dam. The inside of the base was still in chaos at the moment, because almost everyone hadn't had lunch because of the great battle in the morning, and now they were far away from eating. It's still early after dinner, so many people are bragging and chatting, and some children are learning how adults are fishing. For children, their only source of meat recently is the fish that can be caught in the Yangtze River. Seeing that the people in the base had nothing to do, Chang Jianyi said to Yang Chang, take a group of people and throw all the zombies on the dam into the river. As for the corpses of the combat team members, put them aside alone. By tomorrow, they will be buried on Hezhao, and everyone will erect a monument. They all died in battle, and their corpses cannot be exposed in the wilderness. Yang Chang nodded quickly, and led the battle team to clean up the zombies on the dam. The zombies just need to be thrown outside and then go into the water, and the people who died in the battle team, if they are lucky, can still leave their bodies. Those who were unlucky had already been bitten incomplete by zombies. Looking at the corpses of his brothers, Yang Chang couldn't help feeling sad. He was still alive and kicking a few days ago, but after a morning's battle, everyone lost more than 300 people. How many more battles like this will happen in the future? Brothers have died in battle again. It seems that life is always unpredictable. Yang Chang was depressed. He had gradually gotten used to seeing corpses, but he still couldn't remain indifferent as he watched his brothers die. The corpses of the members of the combat team were dug out from the pile of zombies one after another, and then sent to the open space in Hezhao. Zhang Xiaoqiang from the logistics team immediately led someone to cover the corpses with a white cloth. Children, the second is to prevent birds and beasts from pecking. Perhaps because of the reduction in human activities, the number of birds and beasts has increased a lot recently. Fortunately, apart from the mutated boa constrictor, the Sulfate Association has not seen any other mutated beasts, so at present everyone's enemy is still zombies. As long as humans can kill all the zombies as quickly as possible, then human society will eventually restore the original order. The reason why human beings are strong is, of course, that human intelligence is far ahead of other animals. As long as other animals are not as intelligent as humans, they will never be able to threaten human domination. Even if zombies break out among human groups, these zombies after all, It is impossible to affect the survival of mankind. This was the case in the previous army's war to recover cities. In just 1 week, most of the provincial capitals were recovered. At present, there are no provincial capitals that have been recovered. It is because of the special geographical situation that they are still recovering. However, this shows that under modern firepower, the primitive crowd tactics of zombies no longer work. That's why the army can quickly recover the city and drive all the zombies out of the city. It's just that there are too many cities in the land of China. Besides the first-tier cities, there are already countless second-tier cities, and there are even more third-tier and fourth-tier cities. So many cities need to be recovered one by one. As you can imagine, this is very difficult. Slow things. Zombies will not surrender, and it is impossible for humans to accept the surrender of zombies. The two sides cannot coexist, so there is only one dead end waiting for zombies. At dusk, Chang Jianyi found Guo Pinming and began to ask what happened today. Guo Pinming also honestly told what happened today. Only then did Chang Jianyi understand that there should be a relationship between Shen Feng and Yu Renshu. It is innocent, and the wound on Yu Renshu's face when she was sent back was caused by Renjing. Renjing was dragged back to the base. Although he lost a lot of blood, he still did not die. Now he was tied to a tree. He stopped the bleeding, and when Renjing was being beaten, he was still cursing. Anyway, he was already at this point, and begging for mercy was useless, so he kept cursing. Yang Chang didn't like hearing this guy's voice, so he took off his socks and blocked Renjing's mouth, so that Renjing couldn't say anything. As for the taste, only Renjing himself knew, and Renjing can't even ask for death at present. He can only endure the humiliation of Yang Chang and others at this time. Shen Feng has gradually woken up. After waking up, Shen Feng felt a huge change in his body. It seemed to be different from his previous body, with faster speed and stronger strength. Shen Feng felt that he could kill a cow with his bare hands. Shen Feng grabbed a lamp by the bed, and with a little force, the lamp was crushed, and Shen Feng felt particularly relaxed, as if doing so was effortless. The girls from the supervisory team outside the door heard the noise, and hurried in to check, only to find that Shen Feng had woken up at this time, and the wound on his abdomen had already healed. So the two hurried to report to the vice president. Chang Jianyi heard the news that Shen Feng was safe, and hurried to the ward, but she had just entered the door and wanted to get closer to Shen Feng, but found that she seemed to have bumped into an invisible wall. There is such a wall in existence. Seeing Chang Jianyi appearing here, Shen Feng quickly withdrew his ability and said, "Senior sister, are you here? This is a new move I learned. I plan to call it Wind King Barrier. This time being plotted against is because I have no means of defense. If I am plotted against again now, I will be able to block these hidden weapons." Chang Jianyi asked in surprise, "How did you do it?" Shen Feng was also not very clear, so he had to explain roughly, "Actually, the air flows, so there will be wind. Therefore, as long as the air does not flow, a wall will be formed in the air, probably that way. I can't describe anything else." Chang Jianyi looked at Shen Feng enviously, and said, "Is this the power of a person with supernatural abilities? It would be great if I could also obtain supernatural abilities." Shen Feng quickly comforted, "After a few days, you can just drink the potion, can't you? Then you can also get the power. Speaking of which, I threw the corpse king's head into a room in the city. I'll get him back later, and then make a supernatural potion, and then I'll give one to your brother, and another to my family." Chang Jianyi didn't pay much attention to this matter, but said, "As long as you are safe, then nothing is important, and you can't take such risks in the future, otherwise no one will block the sword for you unless you appear next time." Hearing this sentence, Shen Feng suddenly remembered that Yu Renshu didn't know what was going on, so he quickly asked, "Sister, where's the doctor now? Is she okay?" "Of course it's fine. I've already undergone the third evolution, and I haven't woken up yet." Chang Jianyi said a little unhappy, "Really? I'll go check it out right away. I hope the doctor is safe." Shen Feng said quickly, and then walked out of the ward. Chang Jianyi gave Shen Feng a complicated look, and followed Shen Feng's footsteps. Shu was still lying in the ward, not waking up, but the wound on her body had healed, and her swollen face from being slapped by Renjing had also recovered. When she woke up, she was still a chic and beautiful woman. Guo Pinming's arm has been splinted, and it will take at least a month for him to recover his arm. After all, he is an evolutionary, and the recovery speed is much faster than ordinary people. Shen Feng took Guo Pinming to the base and walked around. After seeing Shen Feng, the survivors gradually calmed down. Before, they thought that the president would be in danger, but now it seems that the president is still safe and sound. That's good. The crisis in the base is over, and the casualties here are not very serious. However, when Shen Feng came to an open space covered with a white cloth, he fell silent. More than 300 members of the combat team died, and many of them were left with stumps and broken arms. They wanted to be buried. At the very least, the corpses are not complete. Such a tragic scene is really distressing, Guo Pinming said in a low voice. President, these brothers will be buried tomorrow. The vice president said that they will be buried in Hezhou. They are all heroes. Bury it earlier to avoid being bitten by zombies or birds and beasts, but I hope that there will be no such serious casualties in future battles. Shen Feng said with emotion. Guo Pinming looked around and said in a low voice, President, if we had guns, we wouldn't have suffered such serious casualties, so you see, in the future, we will also, well, I see. After recovering Luzhou, we must find a way to get guns. It is already the 21st century, and we can no longer use cold weapons to fight. Of course Shen Feng knew what Guo Pinming meant. If there were guns in the battle this time, Shen Feng would definitely be able to defend the dam without any effort. Instead of letting the people in the battle group fight at this time, Shen Feng also began to think, how can he get a gun? It is definitely possible to make it yourself, but the quality is not clear. Don't just make old-fashioned rifles. The firing rate of bullets is not as good as automatic rifles, but the army will definitely not give them guns. According to their own words, they themselves are lacking. Shen Feng didn't continue to think about the gun. After night fell, he went directly to the city and found the corpse king's head. Fortunately, it was a locked room, so no zombies ate the corpse king's brain. This means that after making the potion, Shen Feng can still cultivate 2 supernatural beings, and for these 2 supernatural beings, Shen Feng intends to train 2 family members so that they can obtain enough self-protection in troubled times ability. Nowadays, in the troubled times, having guns must have the ability to protect oneself, but sooner or later the bullets will run out, so supernatural powers are very important, and there may not be a supernatural person among tens of thousands of people. And the ability will never disappear. From this aspect, the ability must be much better than the gun. Shen Feng tested his newly developed moves in the city. After using the Wind King barrier, dozens of zombies rushed up to bite, but stopped when they were 2 meters away from Shen Feng. They couldn't rush through at all. The enchantment formed by the air blocked the zombies' attack. The zombies seemed to hide an invisible wall, and their strength couldn't break through this wall at all. Shen Feng is perceiving the physical strength he consumes, and finds that using the Wind King barrier consumes much more physical energy than accompanying the wind. His current physical strength can only support the existence of the barrier for an hour. It's going to be exhausting. You know, Shen Feng has evolved 3 times at this time, and his physical strength has also made a qualitative leap. As a result, he still cannot use the Wind King barrier for a long time, which makes Shen Feng puzzled. Keeping the air still doesn't flow is more energy intensive than letting the air flow. I don't understand. Shen Feng began to mutter afterwards. Shen Feng quickly eliminated the surrounding zombies, and went away before the distant zombies came. At this time, Shen Feng was already a man like the wind, and he had reached the speed of coming and going without a trace. It can be said that even if Shen Feng rushed into the crowd of zombies, no zombies could catch Shen Feng. When Shen Feng returned to the base, he handed over the corpse king's head to everyone in the laboratory to make evolution potions, and he also received the news that Yuren Shu had woken up, and she had become a 3 evolution. Although the supernatural person did not show their strength again, everyone knew that besides Shen Feng, Yuren Shu was probably the most powerful person. Hearing the news that Yuren Shu woke up, Shen Feng went to the ward to see how Yuren Shu was recovering, and hoped that she would not be left with a psychological shadow because of Renjing. As for Renjing, Shen Feng planned to follow up, slowly torturing him for a long time. It was too easy to kill him with 1 knife. He lived in a peaceful age before, so Shen Feng did not encounter any dangerous and disgusting things, but with the advent of troubled times, the suppressed crimes have now exploded. Renjing is a living example. He was still very simple back then. But after becoming an evolutionary, he became greedy and cruel. Even partners who were born and died together have become pawns that can be discarded at will. For such scum, Shen Feng does not intend to kill them casually. He intends to set the most basic rules, and Shen Feng will kill all those who want to violate the rules. Chapter 93 City Defense Plan. When Yuren-shu woke up in the ward, she happened to see Wang Ziren sitting on a chair beside her and reading a book. She seemed to be reading a book of fairy tales. She looked around carefully and found herself lying in the ward. Looking at the alarm clock beside him, he found that it was already night, and it seemed that he had been unconscious for a long time. The little girl Wang Ziren followed Yuren-shu 2 weeks ago, and Yuren-shu didn't plan to order this little follower around after that. Yuren-shu lifted the quilt and found that she was already wearing a hospital gown. The wound on her stomach had healed, and there was still a faint scar here. Thinking that she had already evolved for the 3rd time, so she was considered safe. However, Yuren-shu was more worried about Shen Feng's situation, so she asked, Wang Ziren, how is the president doing now? After hearing Yuren-shu's words, Wang Ziren woke up suddenly, quickly put down the fairy tale book and ran to Yuren-shu's side, saying, the president has gone out and hasn't come back yet. Doctor, you are awake. I will report to the vice president. After hearing such an answer, Yuren-shu finally felt relieved, because she also knew that if Shen Feng was able to leave the base, it was probably because of his health at this time. Yuren-shu also remembered what happened today, and she suddenly felt heavy. After today's battle, she learned one thing, that is, no matter what she does, she can't go all out. Jing must not be able to catch himself. After all, he was on the edge of the Yangtze River at that time. As long as he jumped into the water, he would survive. Another point is about Shen Feng's opinion. If Shen Feng hadn't come to the rescue today, Yuren-shu couldn't imagine what she would be like after being arrested. Maybe she would be trapped by those scumbags in her life. Ruined. Yuren-shu recalled the time when Shen Feng was plotting against Ren Jing. At that time, she didn't know what she was thinking, and found that the moment the long sword shot at Shen Feng, she exhausted all her strength and rushed behind Shen Feng. She blocked the sword, but it was a pity that after her body was pierced, Shen Feng was also injured, and then she fell into a coma without thinking about anything. Why would I rush up at that time? Yuren-shu suddenly felt a little strange. What was she thinking at the time? Why did she help Shen Feng to block the damage? She obviously hated Shen Feng very much. This guy almost killed herself before. However, thinking that Shen Feng appeared today when she was so desperate and saved herself, Yuren-shu didn't want to hate Shen Feng. After all, Shen Feng saved herself. When Yuren-shu was thinking wildly, Wang Ziren brought Shen Feng to the ward. After Shen Feng walked in, he randomly found a stool and sat down, and said, Doctor, as long as you are fine, I will rely on you for many things in the future. Well, you sit down first, I'll make you tea. Yuren-shu said softly, and then got up to find a tea set to make tea. Don't be so polite, I just came to visit you, I'll go back later, don't bother you to make tea. Shen Feng said with a smile. Yuren-shu insisted on making tea, but Shen Feng couldn't refuse, so he had to drink tea in the ward, and after chatting casually for a few words, he confirmed that Yuren-shu's mental state was still in good condition, so he left. In fact, Shen Feng planned to sit for a while longer, but after seeing Yuren-shu's eyes, he changed his mind. During the conversation, Shen Feng accidentally saw Yuren-shu's eyes, and her eyes were like autumn waves, her brows were black, and she was looking at herself steadily. These eyes seemed to be able to speak, and they were telling the friendship in her heart. Immediately Shen Feng felt uncomfortable, looking at him with this kind of eyes. Could it be that he is interested in him? Thinking of this, Shen Feng quickly found an excuse to leave, never daring to look at Yuren-shu again. When Shen Feng left the ward, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and said to himself, this matter must not be known by senior sister, otherwise it will be bad for senior sister to get angry. In the early morning of the next day, the meeting room was full of people, and everyone was waiting for the meeting. Now that the corpse king is dead, most of the zombies are still in a state of dysentery, and it is impossible for these zombies to recover in a short time. What is being discussed now is how to recover Lu Xiao. Shen Feng sat in the front seat, Chang Jianyi sat next to him, and then announced the start of the meeting. Shen Feng first said, everyone here today needs to discuss how to recover Lu Xiao and what to do after recovery. These are issues that need to be considered. This meeting is to discuss these issues. Who has suggestions? Now it can be brought up. Josiah Oxio stood up without hesitation, walked directly to the side of the computer, and said, please look at the big screen, I have a plan for the future urban construction of Lu Xiao. When defending against zombies in the future, the city wall must be indispensable. After all, we lack guns here, and using the city wall can effectively resist zombies. So, My plan is to gather people to build a city wall after recovering the main area of Luzhou. It is impossible to support these people all the time without doing anything, right? Shen Feng nodded and said, this suggestion is very good. It can indeed allow the survivors to build a city wall and work hard to protect Luzhou. At present, work for relief must be a must. Building a city wall can make people have something to do, so they don't have to wander around the streets all day looking for trouble. This is something that Chu Yangshan reminded Shen Feng in particular. Shen Feng only knew that he wanted the area stability, then find a way to eliminate the vagrants, and the best way is to give these people something to do. After Josiah Oxio finished speaking, Yang Yi stepped forward confidently and said, in addition to building the city wall, I think that the production of various factories must also be carried out at the same time, especially the steel factory. You may think that we have to supplement steel, but there are always a lot of scrap iron on the street, such as cars or some old tools, which can be melted down to make suitable weapons or tools, so resuming production is also an important thing. No problem, after Luzhou is recovered, recruit workers and start production. Shen Feng agreed with Yang Yi again. Everyone then looked at Tu Zuhui. This guy was the last of the 3 staff members, and the others had already made plans, so this guy wouldn't say nothing, right? Tu Zuhui Sharon walked up, said with a smile, my suggestion is not that important, just listen to it. The first is to change the name. I suggest that Luzhou's name be changed to Jiangyang, in order to appease the survivors' hearts, scars, and then to collect food, allocated in a unified way, and finally, to arrange personnel activities, establish the Jiangyang City Lord's Mansion, and issue orders in a unified way. After hearing what Tu Zuhui said, everyone felt that this suggestion was useless. Is it so important to change the name of a city? It seems unnecessary to build another City Lord's Mansion, right? Isn't the Sulfate Association now also able to issue orders? Tu Zuhui saw that the crowd didn't speak, and he didn't take it seriously. He said softly, if the name is not correct, the words will not go well. Everyone, the Sulfate Association is always the Sulfate Association. At this time, Shen Feng suddenly remembered that when he used the radio to contact the military, the attitude of the other party had always been towards the non-governmental organizations. Now that he heard the saying that the name is justified, he immediately realized that he wanted to get rid of the attitude of the non-governmental organizations. Label, then you need to make yourself have a more reasonable identity, and the establishment of the City Lord's Mansion is a very important thing. So, Shen Feng directly made a decision and said, Mr. is right, the establishment of the City Lord's Mansion must be carried out. As for Luzhou, it can be renamed Jiangyang. At this time, Shen Feng remembered what Chu Yangshan said before. If he takes Luzhou, and the main power of the country is placed in the coastal cities at this time, it seems that he can really become the emperor of the land. Thinking of these, Shen Feng couldn't help but feel eager to try. Since Shen Feng had already agreed to Tu Zuhui's suggestion, of course the others could not object and began to agree one after another. Chang Jianyi also stood up at this time and said, in addition to the urban area of Luzhou, we must also actively search for survivors outside the city. This is very important. At present, our population here is only 15,000, and many jobs are it needs people to do it, so it is imperative to search and rescue survivors in other areas. Shen Feng has also agreed with Chang Jianyi's statement. After all, due to the outbreak of zombies, the human population has dropped by 9/10. Now that they want to restore the glory of the past, the population is also very important, and the search and rescue of survivors needs to be put on the agenda. Everyone felt that the discussion was almost over. After all, those who could make suggestions had already spoken, and the rest of the people had nothing to say. All the suggestions they could think of had already been expressed by these people. Worth telling about, however, at this moment, Yuren Shu stood up slowly, looked at Shen Feng with both eyes, and said softly, Shen Feng, I suggest that we can use the shipping on the Yangtze River to make deals with civil organizations in nearby cities. We have evolution medicine, other cities may not have this kind of thing, so we can exchange some urgent supplies. Shen Feng didn't expect Yuren Shu to make a suggestion at this time, and he couldn't help but glance at Yuren Shu, and found that the other party's eyes were still tender and tender, which seemed to reveal infinite concern at this time. Shen Feng saw the look in Yuren Shu's eyes, and couldn't help but feel flustered. Unable to speak for a while, Chang Jianyi's palm hidden under the table quietly reached Shen Feng's waist, and pinched it fiercely. Then Shen Feng woke up with a start, and reluctantly said, no problem, Trading is also possible. It is best to exchange some important resource. Shen Feng also knew that the senior was angry, so he didn't dare to look at Yuan Shu anymore, and when no one spoke, he announced the end of the meeting in the open space in Huzhou. More than 300 pieces of white cloth were covering the corpses, and a large pit had been dug near the open space. Many of the corpses were mutilated, and many of them could not recognize who they were at all. So, it is impossible for each of these people to have a tomb. Shen Feng decided to bury these people together, and if he erected a monument, engrave everyone's names on it are funerals for the dead? Most people think this way, but in fact, funerals are for the living, because the dead don't know anything, and the moment they die, they don't know anything, and the reason why funerals exist is that in order for the living to reminisce and remember, the existence of funerals is for the living, not for the dead. Shen Feng first carried a dead body into the big pit, and other members of the combat team stepped forward to do the same. 10 minutes later, the big pit was filled with corpses wrapped in white cloth. Shen Feng said loudly, "These people are all heroes of the Self-Aid Association. They died in the battle with the Corpse King. We will pay high respect to these heroes, and their families. The Self-Aid Association will also give preferential treatment. Every year, we will organize people come here to sweep the grave." Yang Chang stood in front of the pit with the remaining members of the combat team, and shouted loudly, "Go all the way, go! All the way!" The rest of the combat team also shouted. Although the time to fight side by side is only a month at most, in fact, everyone already has a deep relationship. Doesn't it mean that the strongest relationship between brothers is better than that of four brothers thing? Among them, carrying a gun together is the proof of the strong relationship between brothers. At this time, heaven and man are separated, and everyone's heart is full of sadness. Those who died in battle had family members crying nearby. Some were wives, some were children, and some were old mothers. They could only watch helplessly as their sons were buried here. For them, the people in the pit may be their last relatives. No, things are impermanent, and they left forever. Shen Feng led the people in the combat team to hold up the soil and covered the brothers' white cloths, and the rest of the people also picked up the soil one after another, and everyone used their actions to see the brothers off. After burying the dead, Shen Feng looked around. There were more than 700 people in the combat team, and he said loudly, "From today onwards, we officially start to recover Luxiao. Brothers, follow me. Take back our own city." The team members cheered immediately, and after that, everyone set off for Luxiao to formally recover the city. The Corpse King was dead, and the city was at your fingertips at this time. Everyone believed that as long as they could regain their own city, a good life would come. At the same time, the satellite captured the movement of the base, and then quickly transmitted it to the command center of the military. When the military leader heard about this, he had to shake his head helplessly and said, "Now that the troubled times are coming, all careerists have appeared. This is not the first, nor will it be the last. Never mind, let's recover the coastal cities." The eastern region has many plains, a large population, and is the economic center of gravity. It must be more important than a small Luxiao city in the southwest, so the military chose to ignore it. Isn't it just a Luxiao city, unimportant? Chapter 94 Mutant Mouse. On the streets of Luxiao, zombies were lying on the ground staggeringly. These zombies were completely dehydrated, so they couldn't stand up at all. At this time, mice had appeared on the street unscrupulously. These mice usually eat garbage in the city, but after the cessation of human activities, the mice could not find anything to eat, so they had to look around for food, and the zombies that fell on the ground became the objects of the mice. Foraging, the mouse tentatively bit the zombie twice, but found that the zombie was still motionless. It seemed to be different from the human beings a month ago, so it continued to eat the zombie. Many mice that ate the flesh and blood of the zombie gradually became bigger. And the zombies didn't even have the strength to drive away the mice, so they could only let the mice eat them if it is in normal time. The rats certainly have no guts to bite people, but it is different when they are extremely hungry. Rats that are extremely hungry will start to bite the zombies who are unable to move on the street after they can't find food, and eventually eat them one by one. His belly was round, obviously because he had a good life. However, at this moment, a human voice came from the street in the distance, shouting loudly, "Brothers, follow up, the zombies here are all dehydrated." The mouse heard the human voice, and immediately hid in the sewer, but the body became much bigger, and it became more difficult for the mouse to drill the hole. Yang Chang rushed to the street with more than 100 people. When he saw zombies lying everywhere on the street, he quickly said, "Brothers, quickly deal with these zombies. Remember, no one is allowed to be left alive. In addition, the corpses will be recovered by the logistics team. A group of people will clean it up, so we don't need to carry it." While talking, Yang Chang hacked to death a dying zombie with a knife in his hand, and the rest of the team members also started their hands one after another. Everyone's hands were all cold weapons, but when dealing with zombies, it was much easier. After all, these zombies have basically lost their mobility. Guo Pingming, Xiao Fuli and others also took their hands to kill the zombies. At present, they only need to kill the zombies, which is enough. Shen Feng is going deep into the city to find traces of mutant zombies. He is worried about the number of people on his side. Too many will scare away these mutated zombies. After all, they already have basic intelligence, so Shen Feng plans to kill the mutated zombies by himself. Anyway, he can move freely in the city like no one else. Yu Renshu originally wanted to hunt mutant zombies. Her reason was, the Sulfate Association has wasted more than 90 evolution potions for me. I can't turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, I want to contribute a piece of my own to the Sulfate Association. Strength, Chang Jianyi sneered when she heard such an explanation, and said to herself, "I don't know what you are thinking yet. Don't you just want to take the opportunity to get close to Shen Feng? You have a good idea, ever since." Chang Jianyi said solemnly, "Doctor, I can understand that you want to make a contribution, but you are recovering from a serious illness and cannot do strenuous exercise, so you should take someone to carry the corpses of the zombies, which is also very important." Content, Yu Renshu had no choice but to take people to carry the corpses as ordered. The logistics team and the transportation team cooperated to transport the corpses from the city to the edge of the Yangtze River, and then threw them into the Yangtze River. The turbulent river will take them away, zombie corpses, and this method is to avoid the appearance of the plague. You must know that the lack of medicines is a troublesome thing when dealing with a plague. In order to avoid casualties caused by the plague, let's throw the corpse away. Chang Jianyi is organizing everyone to move. The base here in Hezhou no longer needs to be used. Is it uncomfortable to live in reinforced concrete houses in the city? Isn't Simmons more comfortable than a plank bed? In particular, all kinds of circuits in the city are well established, and the lights are bright, which can be said to be much better than narrow and dim shacks. The urban areas near the dam are the first to move in, and people can live in them after tidying up casually, and the dam has already started to supply power to the city. With electricity, human civilization can continue to develop, whether it is the speed of information transmission or other things. Get a qualitative leap. After moving into the city, the survivors thought that the previous disaster was over. After all, they had returned to live in the city and would never face the threat of zombies again. After all the zombies were cleaned up, everyone would continue rebuild a better world. However, Shen Feng, who was wandering around in the city, found something was wrong, because he found that fat mice were often seen in the city. It would be fine if a mouse was as big as a mouse, but a mouse can grow to be as long as 40 or 50 centimeters, which is not right, and it is not a guinea pig, so how can it be so big? So, Shen Feng drew out his dragon-slaying sword and killed a mouse with one sword, only to find that the mouse still had no resistance and was killed immediately. Are mutant mice so weak? Do you want to try breeding them? Shen Feng muttered to himself. It is obviously impossible for ordinary mice to grow so big, so Shen Feng thought that what he killed was a mutated mouse. But this is strange. Is the mutated mouse so weak? Shen Feng's idea is very simple. Since the mouse is so weak and can grow to the size of a rabbit, it is better to breed and eat meat. I just don't know if this idea will be approved. After all, eating mice is still too magical. One point, what if you eat a disease? While Shen Feng was thinking wildly, he quickly turned the corner and came to the next street, and saw a shocking scene in an instant. Hundreds of mice were eating the zombies on the ground in the street, and these mice were also so fat. Shen Feng rushed to the intersection. These mutated mice immediately turned their heads to look at him. The mice's eyes kept turning, as if observing Shen Feng's movements. "Hey, a bunch of beasts!" Shen Feng yelled, and the fear engraved in the mouse's genes suddenly appeared, so the mouse hurriedly ran away, and only a minute passed, and the mice on the street disappeared. Shen Feng was very proud of his performance, and said to himself, back then, even if Zhang Fei and Chang Banpo yelled, it was just as powerful as me, right? So, what about the hundreds of mutated mice? Didn't they scare away with a loud shout? Shen Feng felt pretty good about himself, but then he thought about it. Hundreds of mutant mice were no threat, but what about 1,000? What about 10,000? Mutated mice are not easy to deal with. They usually hide in dark places, such as sewers and garbage dumps. They are all hiding places for these things, and the more they are, the greater the threat to humans. It seems that the mutated mice need to be properly cleaned up. Shen Feng said with the thought of being prepared originally. Shen Feng thought that zombies are the biggest enemy at present. After all, the number and threat of zombies are the most troublesome. However, apart from zombies, animals seem to mutate. It is not that becoming zombies has no intelligence, but physical fitness becomes stronger. If all animals have this similar mutation, then after the zombies are eliminated, other animals will also be very dangerous. Mice can grow so big, wouldn't tigers be more dangerous? Fortunately, there is no zoo in Luzhou, so Shen Feng doesn't have to worry about whether tigers will escape from the zoo. Otherwise, a tiger hunting everywhere in the city may be very dangerous. But after thinking about it, hundreds of thousands of zombies are moving in the city, even tigers will eat you. It is impossible to survive until now. Zombies are entrenched in the city, and there seems to be good and bad. The bad thing is that these zombies must be killed to recover the city. The good thing is that with the existence of zombies, the danger caused by other mutant animals will be reduced. If it is in the wild, it would be a disaster if all the animals started to attack humans. Shen Feng spent half a day looking over the main urban area of Luzhou, and confirmed that there is no danger in the urban area. If there is still a corpse king, it would be too miserable, but at this time in Luzhou, apart from zombies, mutant rats are the only thing that can pose a threat to humans. These things are as big as stray cats, and there are quite a lot of them. They must be cleaned up in time. Hu Liu also followed Chang Jianyi's order and contacted 100 people guarding the granary. At this time, Li Xiong was guarding the granary in fear, always worried about whether zombies would come to attack him, but he heard that Shen Feng Luzhou is being recovered. At this time, there are no zombies in Luzhou City that can form combat effectiveness, so I feel relieved. It seems that my task of guarding the granary is over. Hu Liu also brought an order, that is to prepare to move all the grain in the granary. These grains will be placed in a safe place and guarded by special people, and these grains are the 2-year rations that support many people in Luzhou. Must not be lost. Everyone knows very well that if the food production cannot be organized quickly in recent years, the existing food will be eaten up sooner or later. Therefore, agricultural production is imminent, but it is a pity that it is already late autumn. In addition to planting some beans, other crops are basically impossible to grow. Li Xiong began to organize the people below to carry the grain, and at the same time began to ask Hu Liu, what will we do in the future? Have the president and the others decided? Hu Liu quickly said, the president and the others decided to form the city lord's mansion to manage the affairs of Luzhou in a unified manner. We will establish new departments in the future. In addition, Luzhou will also be renamed Jiangyang, and the city wall will be built. Live on. Oh, I can only do what the president said. Li Xiong said in a low voice. In the past, Li Xiong was still imagining that the army would come to rescue him, so that his life would return to the way it was before, but now it seems that before the zombies are wiped out, his life cannot be restored to the past, and, even if all the zombies are killed, but the labor force is also particularly lacking, I don't know how many years it will take to restore the original population. Luo Qing stood near the radio station, and patiently recorded the news from the radio station. It was all about the army annihilating so many zombies and winning huge victories. Luo Qing had heard too many such words. At first, Luo Qing thought that the progress of this kind of recovery was fast, but after she knew the population in the east, she completely understood that killing more than 100,000 to 200,000 zombies every day is not worth mentioning at all at this time. Luo Qing suddenly noticed that the headquarters seemed to have sent a contact, so he quickly connected and said, "This is the base of the Self-Aid Association. What's the matter? We have observed that your base is undergoing large-scale combat operations. We came to inquire about the specific situation. Please report the results at any time." The people at the headquarters said so. Luo Qing didn't expect that the headquarters actually wanted to connect to the combat situation on his side, and he didn't know how to answer, so he said directly, "Currently the president and vice president are not here, so I can't give an answer. Please contact me later." Hearing Luo Qing's words, the people at the headquarters were silent for a moment, and then continued, "For the operation to recover the city, it needs to be reported to the headquarters for approval. The Sulfate Association has violated the relevant regulations by recovering the city without authorization. Or the vice president will come to reply, otherwise, what are you talking about? The signal here is not good, I can't hear you, goodbye. Seeing that the situation was not good, Luo Qing quickly interrupted the other party's words, and then hung up the phone afterwards. Luo Qing said to the people around him, unplug the power and remove the battery. No one is allowed to answer the phone. I will go to the vice president to explain the situation now. Afterwards, out of breath, Luo Qing found Chang Jianyi, who was directing the relocation in the city, quickly said the call from the headquarters just now, and asked worriedly, Vice President, have we violated the military regulations? What should we do now, Chang? Jianyi laughed when he heard Luo Qing's report, and said, you have done a good job in this matter, so just pretend you don't know anything, and contact the other party after Lu Xiao is recovered. Luo Qing asked worriedly, but is this really good? It's just an application, and the headquarters shouldn't approve it, right? If we make decisions without authorization, won't the people in the headquarters be unhappy, Chang? Jianyi said confidently, if the application is written, then something is wrong. We are not members of the military, why should they agree? We are recovering our hometown, and they have no reason to stop us. When we recover the city after that, it's done, so don't bother with their orders. Luo Qing left suspiciously. Although she still had a lot of doubts in her heart, at this moment, she could only follow the vice president's orders. Chapter 95 Underground Network. The Sulfate Association began to recover the city smoothly. The corpses were thrown into the Yangtze River one after another. The corpses went down the river and were discovered by the army stationed at the edge of the Three Gorges in Yiling. They reported to the higher authorities, and Shen Yad received the report. After hearing the news, he could only shake his head slightly and said, the guys in Lu Xiao don't worry, but after Lu Xiao is recovered, they can talk about anything. If you don't believe them, how dare they be disobedient? Lu Xiao is located in the lower reaches of Lu Xiao. It only takes half a day to travel from Lu Xiao to Lu Xiao. At this time, Lu Xiao is being recovered by the army. 5,000 soldiers have already begun to attack the zombies in Lu Xiao. General Chen believes that it only takes in a short time, Lu Xiao will be recovered, and then Lu Xiao will be able to radiate several surrounding provinces, so that those who are ambitious will not dare to jump out. A young man next to General Chen asked puzzledly, does Lu Xiao need to be so important? It's not a particularly big city, and there are no major transportation routes. Even if the people here are more ambitious, they shouldn't be so worried, right? This young man was wearing a military uniform, but he didn't look like a soldier. Presumably he had just joined the army. General Chen smiled, found a few photos from the file bag he carried with him, handed them to the young man, and said, K. Yiming, just take a look at these photos and you will understand. It's not because I don't pay attention to them, but they have the capital to make us value. K. Yiming quickly refused and said, no, I'm just your bodyguard. How can I read these top secret documents, General? Chen explained, although you are my bodyguard, you are not my direct subordinate. Under normal circumstances, you should not see these photos, but now is a special situation. These people in it are likely to be your future enemies. What do you do if you don't know them well? When K. Yiming heard this, he didn't refuse anymore. Since some of them might be his enemies, he couldn't continue to refuse. Only by understanding the characteristics of the enemy can he win the battle, right? Afterwards, K. Yiming took the photos and began to look at them. The first one was a photo of a woman, and the next photo was a scene of a huge wave washing away zombies. This was taken by a satellite from the sky, and it was not particularly clear, but you can also know what happened. In fact, the scene where Shen Feng led the people and the zombies to fight was monitored by satellites in the second half. At that time, the dark clouds in the sky cleared, so the scene of the battle was captured by high-altitude satellites. Therefore, the headquarters actually had grasped the details of Shen Feng's side early on, a supernatural person of the water system, and it is likely to be at the second level. Otherwise, it is really difficult to control such a large water flow. K. Yiming made a judgment on Yuan Shu in the photo. Since this woman is a supernatural person, it is not easy, but after using this trick, she seems to be exhausted, and the threat is not great afterwards. K. Yiming picked up the next photo and found that it was a person in military uniform, but it was marked beside it that this person had retired. The photo below also introduces the ability This person drove his car into the tide of corpses, and then detonated the car, but he hid himself in the iron ball and did not die. This supernatural person can probably control steel. The threat is okay, but he shouldn't be able to beat me. K. Yiming continued. In his opinion, Guo Pinming's supernatural power is to pay attention to keeping a distance. You can kill him with a kite, don't worry about it. The next photo is a photo of Shen Feng, which was taken when Shen Feng was in college. At this time, he was very young and sunny, but from the photo, he seemed not very happy. Period. Very young. K. Yiming couldn't help frowning. K. Yiming thought that since he was so young, he should already be a leader among the younger generation, but he didn't expect that there seemed to be someone younger than him with supernatural powers, which made him very upset. General Chen said with a smile, "This young man is called Shen Feng, and he should be under 20 this year, that is, only 19 years old, just 2 years younger than you." K. Yiming picked up the photo below to look at it, but found that the scene recorded in the photo was Shen Feng killing the Corpse King. Around Shen Feng, countless zombies were blown away, and he and the Corpse King were in the central position. The ending should be very simple, that is, Shen Feng killed the Corpse King. It's probably a win-type superpower. Although it is rare, the headquarters is not without it. It seems that he should only be a second-level superpower. I can still win. K. Yiming made this evaluation. Although there are relatively few win-type supernatural beings, K. Yiming has seen them before, so he also has combat experience. General Chen continued, under normal circumstances, there is only 1 in 10,000 people who can survive after being exposed to the rain, and among them, there are even fewer people who can obtain supernatural powers, but this Shen Feng can reach the second level. The degree is enough to imagine how good his talent is. It seems that there are only 20 or so people in your supernatural association. When K. Yiming heard this question, he nodded and admitted, since the loss broke out, we supernatural beings have been discovered and cultivated by the country, but the number is only 23, and most of them have gone to the battlefield. Some, like me, were sent as bodyguards. You would be happy to be my old man's bodyguard, would you? General Chen asked with a smile. K. Yiming quickly shook his head and said, where will it be? You are guarding such an important place as the Three Gorges. How could I not be happy to protect the electricity in several downstream provinces? On the contrary, wait until the eastern region is recovered. I'm going to take back the west when I come down, and I'm sure I'll be a pioneer by then, so it's too late to be happy. General Chen sighed suddenly at this time. He stood on the bank and looked at the surging river, feeling a little depressed, and said, if it's a zombie, the eastern part can be recovered in a few years. I'm afraid there are other things. What? K. Yiming asked quickly. It's nothing, you don't need to know yet. General Chen waved his hand quickly. K. Yiming immediately realized that it was not the so-called nothing, but that he had insufficient authority and was not qualified to know these contents. He immediately became curious, could it be that there are other things besides zombies in the current world? What danger? K. Yiming thought carefully, but he couldn't figure it out. After all, he could get too little information, so he had no choice but to take out a pack of cigarettes from his body, handed one to General Chen, and took another in his mouth. One, without using a lighter, stretched out a finger, and a flame immediately appeared on the finger. After the two of them lit their cigarettes, they continued to look at the river, chatting one after another. In short, the zombies around the Three Gorges had been wiped out, and there was no danger, so everyone didn't need to be busy. It took 5 days, and the Sulfate Association finally recovered most of the urban areas in Luzhou. During this period, the radio station had not been turned on, and even the batteries had been removed. The military learned of Shen Feng's attack. After the attitude, I don't plan to contact anymore, so Shen Feng is finally cleared up. The people in the Sulfate Association are very tired every day, especially the people in the combat team and the logistics team, who are the hardest people among all people. Shen Feng killed all the mutated zombies he could find in Luzhou City, but there were only more than 30 mutated zombies. These mutated zombies were all the ones who escaped during the decisive battle a few days ago, but unfortunately they ran too slowly. Shen Feng found them after these zombies, killed them all with one sword, just to make more evolution potions, and it is best to cultivate more evolutionists. The zombies are all dehydrated, so they have lost the ability to resist. The people in the combat team only need to kill these zombies with a knife, and then there will be no problem. It's just that the people in the combat team have to kill 100,000 zombies every day, so at least everyone has to swing the knife 100 times to do it. So after a whole day of fighting, the members of the combat team couldn't lift their hands. This kind of hard work is worth it, because there are no large-scale zombies in Luzhou at present. There are still some scattered zombies outside the city, but inside the city, the zombies have been eliminated, except for the occasional mutations that can be seen. Apart from mice, there are basically no other animals to be seen. In the evening, Shen Feng held a meeting as usual, that is, said a few words casually, and then the meeting ended. The most important thing at present is to form the City Lord's mansion. The position of the City Lord is naturally held by Shen Feng himself. However, before, Shen Feng was more or less polite. If you feel that you have outstanding abilities, and think that your talents are stronger than mine, you can recommend yourself, and everyone will vote democratically. Whoever can get support will be the City Lord. Shen Feng said solemnly. When everyone heard what Shen Feng said, they quickly waved their hands, saying that they were not capable enough to do the job. Even a person with enough ability must say that he is not capable. After all, being a City Lord is not really based on who has talent, but who has the most supporters. As the president of the Self-Aid Association, Shen Feng is of course the best candidate. At this time, if anyone took it seriously and stood up and offered to recommend himself, then Shen Feng would definitely lead him to fork him out afterwards. Shen Feng could only reluctantly become the City Lord of Zhengyang, and then announced the appointment of various officials in the City Lord's mansion. Among them, Josiah Oxio was in charge of urban planning, including the construction of the city wall, and Yang Yi was in charge of organizing the restoration of production, including the factory. To recruit people, as for Tu Zuhui, he became an official in charge of personnel transfer. At this time, Shen Feng announced that old Professor Chu Yangbian had become his staff. Everyone had no opinion, probably because they thought the old man had more experience. As for what will happen after the Self-Aid Association, everyone is still waiting, and Shen Feng has not announced how to arrange the members of the Self-Aid Association for the time being, because he has not yet made up his mind. It is so huge, it is impossible to disband casually. At least we need to consider what everyone should do in the future. After the meeting ended, Shen Feng returned to his residence and started surfing the internet. At this time, the place where Shen Feng lived was a luxurious villa. Only Shen Feng, Chang Jianyi, and Chang Haoji lived here. Chang Haoji had nothing to do all day long, so he liked to bring some children home. Watching TV, although there is no signal, but these children found a small shop selling pirated CDs, went in to find good TV series or cartoons, and then went home to watch them. Chang Jianyi was worried that her younger brother saw some unhealthy CD, so she searched frequently, and if there was such an unhealthy CD, she broke her brother's thoughts with her hands. At this time, Shen Feng is surfing the internet, but the websites he can open are only some important official websites. Now is an extraordinary period, and the internet is such an important means of communication, all of which have been controlled. Therefore, even if Shen Feng wants to hit 2, I can't even play the game, so I have to browse the news casually. At present, zombies have broken out all over the world, and the official website is reporting the disasters caused by zombies. Some of these small countries have already perished at this time. Even if there are survivors, it is impossible to make any noise. And there are quite a few such countries. It can be said that except for some big countries, small countries are basically facing disaster. Fortunately, the countries in East Asia have basically never been destroyed. After all, they are monster houses in East Asia, and their ability to resist disasters is not at the same level as other places. It can be said that the Northern Hemisphere can still prevent the killing of zombies and have basic organizational skills, but the Southern Hemisphere is basically over. When Shen Feng was browsing the news, he suddenly received an email, which said, Mr. Shen Feng, if you are interested in the underground website, you can enter the following website, where you can trade materials and exchange information. This is a website specially created for non-governmental organizations. When the end is coming, everyone should help each other. Shen Feng was suddenly surprised. He had just surfed the internet for a while, and someone contacted him from the internet. Could it be that the leakage of personal information is so serious? Out of curiosity, Shen Feng immediately clicked on the URL below, and started to register. After entering. After the background review, Shen Feng had an account. After entering this so-called underground website, I was immediately surprised. This website seems to be not simple at all. You can see a lot of news here, which is not available on the official website. Introduction to the types and levels of zombies. How should we deal with them? How Should humans evolve? How many supernatural beings are there? I saw 2 supernatural beings today. A mutated wild boar appeared on my side, and I killed it with traps and guns. There are giant dragons appearing in the ocean, and I have pictures here. On the information exchange page, there are countless posts. You can see the introduction of zombies and mutant beasts here. Moreover, if you look at the locations of these people, there are people from all over the world. But I can be sure that this is a Chinese website, and it is not officially managed, because many dark speeches can also be seen here. Out of curiosity, Shen Feng also posted a post with a simple title, "Please call me the Dragon Slayer. I killed a 50-meter-long mutant python." Shen Feng also accompanied the post with 2 pictures, a picture of the boa constrictor he killed, and a picture of grilled snake meat. After all, there are pictures with the truth. In order to enhance persuasiveness, Shen Feng also posted his account. It was changed to Dragon Slaying Warrior, and the avatar was also that of a python. Just a while after the post was posted, there were many comments. "The poster is so powerful, such a big mutant beast can be killed, it must be a supernatural being. It doesn't have to be a superhuman, maybe it's just a relatively strong evolutionary. The python's eyes are stab wounds. My focus is different from yours. I just want to know, is python meat delicious? I am also concerned about this matter. Is the meat of the python delicious? Is there any stock?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Commendation Order. Shen Feng turned off the computer soon after posting, and was about to go to bed. At this time, Chang Jianyi was holding the green potion and was hesitating. She didn't know if she should drink the potion now, mainly to drink it in the future. I will be in a coma for several days. If something happens during this period and I don't deal with it myself, who knows what will happen? Shen Feng hugged Chang Jianyi and said with a smile, "Senior sister, if you want to become a supernatural being, drink these potions quickly. Don't worry, I will find someone to protect you, and I won't let you be harmed. If it hurts, I will take care of your brother." Hearing what Shen Feng said, Chang Jianyi nodded lightly and said, "In that case, I'm going to drink the potion. If something happens these days, you should discuss it with other people. I'm here for a short time. I can't give you any advice." "Yeah, sister, drink it up, I will think carefully." Shen Feng nodded and agreed. Anyway, all the zombies in the city have been killed now, there will be no danger in a short time, and the next step is to repair apart from building the city wall and finding survivors. What other important things can there be? Afterwards, Chang Jianyi drank the supernatural potion, and just about to say something, she fell into coma. Shen Feng quickly hugged the senior sister, sent her to the bed, and covered her carefully with a quilt. At this moment, Xia's whole body was scorching hot. Shen Feng knew that this was because the senior sister was gaining supernatural powers, so he wasn't particularly worried. Senior sister's body was too hot. Shen Feng couldn't sleep, so he had to lie on the sofa to make do for the night. But when he woke up, he found Tu Zuhui waiting outside the house, so he quickly asked what happened. Could it be the city? Something went wrong. Tu Zuhui hurriedly said, "City Lord, the country has issued a commendation order to you, not through the radio, but airdropped in the early hours of this morning. I took a look at the commendation order. The country appointed you as the city lord of Luzhou, responsible for recapture the surrounding cities and villages, but no other rewards." Hearing this, Shen Feng suddenly had a headache, and quickly said, "Go and call Professor Chu to the city lord's mansion to discuss this matter with him." Unexpectedly, I received a commendation order. It seems that it's been taken seriously. Before, Shen Feng didn't get attention, and he complained about it, but now, he got the attention he deserved. But he suddenly felt something was wrong, making himself responsible for recovering the surrounding cities. It's not letting himself continue to kill zombies elsewhere? If you don't give any benefits, why do you want to kill zombies? Isn't it good to guard a city honestly? The so-called city lord's mansion is actually an office building. This was originally the headquarters building of a certain large company. However, when the troubled times came, the office building was confiscated. After all, under the current situation, everyone's starting position has changed. It's the same, wealth and everything are meaningless, Because in troubled times, only food and force are the most important. There is a saying that goes well, the neighbor stores grain and I store guns, and the neighbor is my granary, which is enough to explain what is the most important thing in troubled times. Professor Chu quickly arrived at the office building. He picked up the certificate of commendation, looked at it carefully, and said with a frown, "It seems that the country has recognized your management of Luzhou, but correspondingly, you also need to bear corresponding responsibilities. That is to let you recover the surrounding cities, not to mention anything else, even if it is a county town, at least 100,000 people start. It seems that the meaning of the country is obvious. If you want power, you can give it to you, but you have to do things, can't occupy the latrine or anything." Shen Feng threw the award order on the table, and said helplessly, "It's okay to recover the surrounding cities, and it's okay to recover the countryside, but what about material support? Don't give me anything, and a reward order just wants to make me work hard. Isn't it a little too simple, Professor?" Chu smiled, leaned on the office chair, and said slowly, "It depends on what you think. If you think this is a disadvantage, then you can take back the surrounding villages at will, and you can also benefit from it. The above explanation, but if you think this is a good thing, then you have to try your best to recover the surrounding cities. After all, the hidden meaning of the reward order is that as long as you can conquer these cities can be managed by you. That's it. That is to expand the chassis." Shen Feng said to himself. Tu Zuhui spoke at this time, and he said directly, "City Master, I don't want to make a decision for you, I want to express my own opinion, please give me some pointers." Shen Feng nodded, he hasn't thought about it yet, why not listen to what Tu Zuhui has to say. Tu Zuhui then said, "Now Luzhou has been recovered, with a population of 50,000 to 60,000, but for a while, Luzhou will be the safest place nearby, so many people will come to live in Luzhou. With such a large population, the consumption of food is very serious. Our current food reserves can only last for less than a year. Therefore, if we want to feed so many people, we need to cultivate, and we need food to be self-sufficient. Therefore, the land that can be cultivated is the most important." Hearing this, Shen Feng understood that it was no longer a question of whether he wanted to recover other places, but a question of whether he had to recover other cities. If there was not enough land to cultivate, it would be difficult to feed the huge population of Luzhou. Shen Feng thought that he had obtained Luzhou's granary, and it would be no problem to support it for a few years, but now it seems that it is not what he imagined at all. Once the city is recovered, the population will continue to increase, and the consumption of stored grain will increase. Further intensified, so agricultural production has become particularly important. "Can't you get food through trade?" Shen Feng asked with a frown. "I'm afraid not." Tu Zuhui spread his hands helplessly, and said, "In the next few years, the food shortage will become bigger and bigger. Not only are we short of food, but other cities will also be short of food, and zombies are rampant. Grain production will not recover in a short period of time, so we really need to cultivate by ourselves. But you can rest assured that our northern area is located in the basin, and the grain production capacity here is still good. As long as 5 or 6 counties are recovered, the grain in Luzhou will be reduced. It can be guaranteed." Regarding this, Shen Feng said helplessly, "I have no objection to recovering the cities, but they can't give nothing, right? We want guns but no guns, and food but no food. How can we recover other cities?" Chu Yangshan thought about it carefully, and suddenly understood, and said to Shen Feng, "I understand, the country is definitely not simply giving you a commendation order, but rewarding you based on your performance. And if you perform well, then they will give you enough support. It must be like this." Shen Feng and Tu Zuhui were very puzzled, looked at Chu Yangshan, as if they wanted to know more explanations. Chu Yangshan pondered for a moment, and said, "Shen Feng, you may not have noticed that you have become an early bird. Because you recovered the city of Luzhou without relying on the strength of the army. Before that, other cities must have been recovered. Therefore, in the eyes of others, you are a disobedient and unscrupulous person. Now the country has no time to deal with you, so this commendation order is used to beat you. As long as you express your attitude, then will be supported." Shen Feng thought about it carefully, and it seems that this is indeed the case. A few days ago, he directly turned off the radio station, did not contact the military at all, and did not even write the minimum application. The appearance of being under control, that is, the so-called stab head, is now being targeted by the country, Of course it is very reasonable having figured this out, Shen Feng quickly asked, then how should I express my attitude? Chu Yangshan said directly, when the announcement was made, it said that you recovered Luzhao with the consent of the army, and strongly praised the role played by the military in the recovery operation. When the country knows your attitude, it will naturally give you supplies. What if they still don't give it? Shen Feng asked back. What he was worried about was that if he still couldn't get support after making such an announcement, wouldn't he lose his reputation? City Lord, I think this suggestion is good. Tu Zuhui had already figured it out at this time, and began to persuade Shen Feng, saying, if we don't get support, we can continue to stay in Luzhao without material support for a day. We will not set off to recover the city for a day. Shen Feng finally nodded in agreement, and then asked Luo Qing to turn on the radio again, and began to actively contact the military, preparing to issue an announcement through the military. Tu Zuhui was in charge of contacting the military himself, while Shen Feng stood aside and watched. After connecting the phone, Tu Zuhui quickly said, this is the base of the Sulfate Association. The battery is out, so I haven't been able to contact the headquarters in the past few days. Please forgive me. The other end of the phone was silent for a long time. Just when Shen Feng wondered if the other party was listening, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone, and said in a majestic voice, don't be an example, too. Zuhui himself is talking nonsense. After all, there is a power plant inside the dam, so how could there be a shortage of electricity? The people at the headquarters also knew that Tu Zuhui was lying, but they didn't expose it. The two parties chose to settle the matter peacefully, as if the disconnection didn't happen. Tu Zuhui continued, under the guidance and support of the army, the Sulfate Association finally killed the Corpse King. Now that Luzhao has been recovered, the army's guidance and help are indispensable. It may be easy to win, so we intend to issue an announcement to show the importance of the army in this recovery operation, and to show that we will always accept the command. Please instruct. Understood. The other end of the phone was still so short, and then the phone was hung up. Shen Feng shrugged and said helplessly, is it really useful, too? Zuhui didn't answer, but after 10 minutes, Luo Qing excitedly turned on the phone, pointed to the official website and said, President, no, City Lord. Look here, there is an announcement about Luzhao. Shen Feng quickly took his mobile phone and started watching, and found that such an announcement really appeared on the official website. With the cooperation of the military and civil organizations, Luzhao has been recovered. Survivors nearby can go to Luzhao for refuge. Set up the city lord's mansion to manage various affairs in Luzhao. What about the support? Didn't you mention the supplies? Shen Feng asked suspiciously. As soon as Shen Feng's voice fell, another request for contact appeared on the radio station, so Tu Zuhui quickly connected the phone and said respectfully, this is the Luzhao City Lord's mansion, please give instructions. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, saying, tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon, we will receive supplies at the pier in Luzhao, and we will keep in touch with the radio station for 24 hours. There must be no abnormalities, otherwise, we will not be able to contact you in the future. Headquarters. The phone was then hung up. Shen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, shook his head helplessly and said, it seems that being a city lord is not such an easy thing. I thought I would be fine if I got Luzhao, but I didn't expect to fight again and admit cowardly. I knew it would be better if I knew it earlier. Go directly to Rongcheng to work, and the family can be reunited. When Shen Feng regained Luzhao, he called his mother as soon as the signal was restored, hoping to find an opportunity to pick them up. Unfortunately, Shen Feng's father joined the army, and his sister worked in the government. It would take a year to resign, so they still had to stay in Rongcheng. Fortunately, Rongcheng is very safe now, and the old man who joined the army can also fight with a rifle, so safety can still be guaranteed. Shen Feng is not too worried, but just wants to be reunited, and I am afraid it will take a year. What Shen Feng felt most uncomfortable was the commendation order. He thought it was his superior's affirmation of his work, but he didn't expect it to be a kind of beating. If he didn't bow his head and be obedient, he might not get any supplies in the end. This made Shen Feng feel that his strength was too weak. At this time, Shen Feng also began to guess, this time, what exactly is the material given to him by the military? Could it be a weapon? Chapter 97 Modern Firepower. On the second day after the announcement was made, Shen Feng led his people to wait by the pier early, and at noon, a warship finally appeared from the end of the Yangtze River. Soldiers in white uniforms stood on board. Shen Feng, seeing the people on the ship from a distance, I couldn't help but admire. The warship is not ordinary, it looks a little too grand. The warship is tens of meters long and looks majestic, while the soldiers on it are wearing military uniforms with solemn eyes. Shen Feng looked back at the people on his side of the pier. They were all standing in twos and threes. Although there was a basic formation, the degree of disorder was exaggerated. Those who didn't know where they thought they were gathering Yurinshu looked at the people on board and murmured, I don't know if they can send me to Yanjing. Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help but take a look at Yurinshu. It seems that in the transaction between the two parties, Yurinshu's condition was to send her back to Yanjing. Unfortunately, there is no airport or plane in Luxiao. It is very difficult to come to Yanjing. Speaking of it, it seems that Yurinshu has not been able to contact her family, and she doesn't know the situation of her family at all. Therefore, it probably feels uncomfortable to stay in Luxiao alone, right now. Even if Shen Feng wants to help Yurinshu, there is no good way, because he doesn't have a plane to use, so he can't drive to Yanjing by land, right? This is thousands of miles away, who knows if there will be any danger on the way? Therefore, Shen Feng has no way to comfort Yurinshu. The warship stopped near the pier, and a steel ladder was placed on the edge of the pier. A young man in a green military uniform stepped down first, walked up to Shen Feng and stretched out his hand with a smile. Hello, my name is K. Yiming. Shen Feng held out K. Yiming's outstretched palm, and said with a smile, hello, I am Shen Feng, please deliver the supplies. K. Yiming grabbed Shen Feng's palm and suddenly began to exert force, as if he wanted to use this move to give Shen Feng a bad impression. At the same time, he said, I have known you for a long time, and I am really lucky to meet you. Shen Feng had no idea that the young man on the opposite side would test him, and was caught off guard, and his hand was pinched so painfully, but Shen Feng was not to be outdone, and then began to use force, smiling and saying, it's an award, it's not worthy of such importance. At this moment, K. Yiming suddenly felt a strong force coming from his hands, kaka, and a strange sound came from the palms of the clasped hands. At this moment, before he had time to react, he was pinched by Shen Feng. The pain was endless. If it continued, my palm would be broken, and said quickly, it turns out that you are already a third-level supernatural user, unexpected. Shen Feng frowned. He didn't expect that the guy opposite him was actually testing his own strength. Then he let go and asked, how are you sure, K? Yiming smiled, rubbed his palms and said, I am a second-level supernatural user. Generally speaking, the speed and strength of the same-level superhumans will not differ much, but your strength is far superior to mine. This means that you are a third-order supernatural user. Thank you for your mercy. Shen Feng knew that once he evolved, he became a first-order person. People with supernatural powers are called supernatural beings, while those without supernatural powers are evolutionaries. He just didn't expect it at all. It's just a warship that transports supplies. There is a Tier 2 supernatural person on it. Could it be that the strength of the military far exceeds my imagination? Afterwards, Shen Feng asked, what kind of supplies are these? 3,000 rifles, a few bullets, and 50,000 grenades. Let me pass on the instructions of the country. In extraordinary times, people with justice need to stand up, so please protect the peace of one side. K. Yiming said seriously. Shen Feng quickly replied, of course, I will definitely protect the people and resume production, please rest assured. Although only rifles and grenades can be used, Shen Feng is already very satisfied. In fact, with rifles, he can fight on a large scale. Although it is much less than the 10,000 guns Shen Feng hoped for, 3,000 is enough. At present, Shen Feng has the confidence to recover other cities afterwards. Shen Feng asked people to start transporting the supplies and bring them back to the city. By the way, he invited the soldiers to have dinner in the city. K. Yiming agreed. You can enter Luxiao by yourself and take a closer look at the layout here. Maybe you can use it in the future. K. Yiming knows that people like Shen Feng, even though he is the lord of the city now, are actually just ambitious. Taking advantage of the outbreak of zombies and the appearance of supernatural beings, he stole power and status, and waited until the zombies were killed. After it's over, we need to deal with this kind of careerist who jumped out. At present, everyone is just standing still. In the future, it will be unclear. When he came to the outskirts of the city, K. Yiming saw the people who were building the city wall, and a look of disdain suddenly appeared on his face. Seeing his appearance, Shen Feng asked, Brother K, do you think it's inappropriate to build a city wall? K. Yiming didn't hide it, and said directly, I personally think that building a city wall is useless. I can tell you that the military's plan is to kill all the zombies within 3 years, and building a city wall is just to keep the zombies away. Wouldn't it be useless after 3 years? Moreover, no matter how thick the city wall is, as long as it is in front of gunpowder, it will be vulnerable. After hearing such an answer, Shen Feng asked, could it be that the cities recovered by the military didn't build walls? K. Yiming nodded, and replied, it is true that the city wall was not built, because it was unnecessary. Modern warfare is fought because of poor information. Zombies are found every 1 kilometer. It is impossible to threaten people. Building the Great Wall is too exaggerated. I suggest, stop quickly, let them all be workers, produce clothes, weapons and so on. Isn't this much better than building an immovable city wall? In addition to blocking zombies, we must also block mutant beasts. Shen Feng shrugged and said, in addition to zombies, mutant beasts are also a serious problem. I think that mutant beasts will emerge endlessly in the future. After all, zombies, the virus has not disappeared, so the animals will continue to mutate, and it is impossible to have no defense against mutant beasts, right? K. Yiming shook his head lightly, and said, mutated beasts do exist, but the probability of them mutating is too low. It's completely unnecessary to worry about these mutated beasts, but it seems that I can't convince you. You can do whatever you want. If you want to build a city wall, then go ahead and build it. After the repair of the city wall, K. Yiming couldn't help but start to despise Shen Feng. He thought in his heart that Shen Feng was just a supernatural being with relatively strong combat effectiveness. As for the position of the leader, he could only say so. It really shouldn't be so short-sighted. Building the city wall is obviously a meaningless action. In addition to consuming labor and food, it can only block some zombies, which is not worth it at all. After entering the city, K. Yiming shook his head slightly when he saw the children wandering the streets with nothing to do. I don't know how to organize education to cultivate the next generation, and I am short-sighted. After walking for a while, K. Yiming found that many people in the logistics team were carrying the corpses of the zombies, and these corpses were going to be thrown into the Yangtze River. It's shameless to be beggar thy neighbor, to throw the corpses into the river in order not to cause plague in one's own city, and to let the cities downstream bear the risk of plague. Shen Feng has no idea that his image has become synonymous with shamelessness in K. Yiming's mind. He just wants to inquire about the situation in other places, but when eating, K. Yiming sees a table full of good dishes. His attitude became indifferent. He said a few words casually, and then ignored Shen Feng. What K. Yiming thought in his mind was, common people eat from the big pot, but Shen Feng and other high-level officials are enjoying the big fish and meat, and they can't share the joys and sorrows. It seems that this guy will not succeed in the end, and now he is just stealing high positions. Seeing K. Yiming's attitude, Yuren Shu also showed displeasure on his face. Isn't this young man sent by the military a little too arrogant? Obviously their strength is not very good, but they didn't show any good looks along the way. If they had known earlier, they shouldn't be invited to eat together. After transporting the supplies, let them go back by themselves. I don't understand how he behaves in the world. As a result, everyone was silent during the meal, and Shen Feng didn't bother to talk to K. Yiming. Anyway, he should have a lot of opinions on himself. Although he doesn't know why, since he hates himself, then he also it's better not to stick your face against his cold ass. After the supplies were delivered, Shen Feng asked Guo Pinming to check them. After confirming that there was no shortage of supplies, Shen Feng signed his name on the receipt, and K. Yiming continued to return to the Three Gorges by warship. This time, K. Yiming thought that he has already seen Shen Feng's strength clearly, so his views on Shen Feng are also extremely extreme. General Chen specially sent K. Yiming to deliver supplies this time, just to show him what kind of person Shen Feng really is, and after K. Yiming came back, he replied directly, Shen Feng is just a strong man. It's just a little superhuman. Other than that, there's really nothing special. General Chen could only shake his head helplessly when he heard such an answer, and said to himself, it seems that it is not a good decision to ask the bodyguard to observe the leader of the other party. We can't let him go in the future, and no effective information can be brought back. Originally, General Chen's purpose was to hope that K. Yiming could observe Shen Feng's mind after he went to Liziao. After all, after the zombies are dealt with, the enemy will become an independent careerist. People like Shen Feng need to be dealt with. However, He didn't expect that Ke Yiming just tested Shen Feng's strength. After carefully understanding Shen Feng's mission, he made no progress at all. As for Shen Feng, he opened the box containing the firearms, touched the cold rifle inside, and was filled with excitement. Men have a deep obsession with guns, and he is almost 20 now, and it was the first time he touched it. When it comes to the gun, it is understandable that I am very happy at this time. Shen Feng asked Guo Pinming beside him, how long do you think it will take to train a qualified team, Guo? Pinming heard this question, and immediately replied, if you want to learn to shoot, 1 day is enough, but if you need to fight, it may take several months. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, no, it's too slow. I have to take over the entire city before winter, otherwise, it will be difficult to organize agricultural production next year, so, there is not so much time. It seems that we need to discuss it, Guo Pinming said helplessly. If killing zombies is used for training soldiers, the progress will definitely be very fast, but the ammunition is definitely not enough. The bullets are only about 1 million rounds, and there are millions of zombies in the city. Our killing ability is not enough. In this way, cold weapons are also necessary. Shen Feng heard that the ammunition was insufficient, so he was at a loss. He thought that with guns, he could use Washuang to flatten the camp of zombies, but now it seems that cold weapons cannot be discarded. Yes, after all, there is a lack of bullets. In fact, Shen Feng also planned to make guns by himself, but he was helpless. He couldn't find anyone who could make guns in the whole city. He went to the library to search, but he could only find the principle of gun manufacturing, but there were no blueprints for guns. And there are no specific steps. If you want to make a gun, you can only start from scratch. If you wait, you can only see guns after a few years. Shen Feng can't wait for a few years. If he really waits for a few years, the raw rice will be boiled into crackers, and all the zombies will be killed. At this time, guns are of little use. Therefore, in the short term, if Shen Feng wants ammunition, he can only rely on the military to provide it, otherwise he cannot obtain it. In the middle of the night, Shen Feng stayed in the office to deal with official business. In fact, most of the things, he only needed to sign his name. Josiah Oxio and Tu Zuhui would write all the plans. After reading it, Shen Feng signed and agreed. If you think it's not good, you can send it back and write it again. As for the secretary, Shen Feng wants it in his dreams, but Chang Jianyi doesn't let it. While Shen Feng was thinking deeply, Yuren Shu knocked on the door and walked in, looked at the office, and asked, where is Chang Jianyi? Why haven't I seen her these 2 days? Shen Feng said casually, she has something to do and is in a bad mood. She won't show up these days. If you want to find her, come back in a few days. Shen Feng does not intend to tell others about the existence of supernatural potions. After all, supernatural powers are too rare. He has learned a lot of information through the underground network. It is impossible for a person with supernatural abilities to appear among 10,000 people. It is rare, and the method of becoming a supernatural person has never been announced, so it is best not to tell others about the supernatural potion, lest someone will be malicious. Why? Am I looking for Chang Jianyi? I'm here specifically to look for you. Yuren Shu pulled up a chair and sat beside Shen Feng, looking at him tenderly. Shen Feng hurriedly moved to the side, and said, men and women don't know each other, please respect yourself, I still have something to do. If you want to look for me, please come back tomorrow during the daytime. When Yuren Shu heard this, he laughed immediately. Are you afraid of me? Chapter 98. Shen Feng quickly said, I am a married man, and I am very dedicated to my senior sister. If there is no place to get a marriage certificate right now, my senior sister and I would have already obtained the certificate, so please respect yourself, don't marry me. Do something out of the ordinary. When Yuren Shu heard this, she just smiled lightly, and did not answer Shen Feng's words, but looked at the paper he was writing and drawing at this time, and said, so you are thinking about the arrangement of the Sulfate Association. Let me help you. I can give you some advice on how to deal with these people. Don't bother, I'll think about it slowly. Shen Feng didn't want to talk too much with Yuren Shu, but Yuren Shu said to himself at this time, the combat team should be split up. 1 or 2 people can't lead a huge combat team. It's better to split it into 3 parts, and 1 part will be used as a common combat force. Part of it serves as the city defense force, and part of it serves as the personal guard. Hearing what Yuren Shu said, Shen Feng suddenly felt that it made sense. Why did the former Renjing cause the reduction of the combat team so easily? It was not because of his status as the leader of the combat team, and the management was not formal at that time. The people below believed what Renjing said, so he led the team members to attack the granary in the name of justice. Later, he was surrounded by zombies led by the Corpse King. Now, Shen Feng has no reason to object to Yu Renshu's stay, because Yu Renshu's point of view is reasonable. At present, Chang Jianyi is still in a coma and cannot give Shen Feng effective advice, and Yu Renshu can just make up for it now. This brief vacancy, so the two began to discuss the follow-up disposal method of the Self-Aid Association in the office. The previous Self-Aid Association was a non-governmental organization, so it could not be put on the stage and could not be valued by the military, but the current City Lord's Mansion is already an official organization, which is the saying whitewashing. This word originally came from based on the gang organizations in ancient times. It means that illegal identities can become legal, and Shen Feng currently wants to change the identity of non-governmental organizations into official identities. When the Self-Aid Association was first established, all the identity needed was an identity and a slogan. But now that they have a reasonable identity, the existence of the Self-Aid Association is naturally unnecessary. Therefore, Shen Feng intends to transfer the members of the Self-Aid Association. All are included in the management of the City Lord's Mansion, so that everyone is a regular army at night. In Luzhou, part of the streets are already brightly lit. After all, Luzhou has hydropower available and does not need to use thermal power. In the eastern region, due to the relatively low terrain, the power generation is basically thermal power generation. Once the coal supply of the power plant is cut off, then the power plant will not be able to work, and the place with the most abundant water and electricity is the most in several provinces in the southwest. After all, the terrain is quite different. Communications are currently under control, and there are only a few times a day when you can make calls. As for the phone bill, there is no need for it. Because of the appearance of zombies, banknotes can no longer be used. At present, what the people use is food or cloth. For hard currency, even if you watch TV, there are only a few important channels that you can watch, and there is nothing you can watch every day except news. The TV station may never have dreamed that it would close down at this time. At present, except for CCTV, there are no channels to watch programs at this time. There was an old warehouse in the urban area, and a bright headlight was lit. Hundreds of people gathered in this warehouse. Curry, these people were all survivors who had been rescued before. They are building the city wall, and now, these people have been gathered by Wang Chong and Han Yuang. Wang Chong said loudly, "Brothers, we can't continue to live a hard life. We used to have family, property and work, but now we need to listen to Shen Feng's orders to build the city wall. This kind of life, what's the point of continuing? We want to get back everything that belongs to us." Han Yang also stood up and said, "Brothers, when the zombies broke out, we were all huddling together to keep warm, so everyone can survive when the zombies are walking everywhere. In the end, because we are not members of the Self-Aid Association, it's not fair to be ordered to build a city wall. Why can't we choose freely? So, if we continue, we will never be able to stand up, and we will be managed by those people from the Self-Aid Association for the rest of our lives." "We all understand what you said, but we can't beat them," Lao Liu said helplessly. "The Self-Aid Association has a combat team, and now recruits many young people, at least 2,000 people, and one with more than 100 evolutionaries. We are no match at all." Wang Chong glanced at old Liu, and said with disdain, "Do you think I'm so brainless? If you want to take back your own things, you must have your own strength. Of course, we have already figured out what to do to get it back. Something that belongs to us." Han Yang sneered and said, "What about the battle group? What about the evolutionary? Can these people hold a bullet? I heard that kid Shen Feng was almost killed by a single shot, so as long as we have a gun, then Luzhou belongs to our brothers." At this time, Lao Liu became confused and asked, "Can you get a gun?" Wang Chong stood proudly in front of many brothers and said, "Of course I can't get the gun, but I have already found out where the guns sent by the warship today are kept, and I have also found out about the defense force of this place. There are only 20 or so people. We have more than 100 people now. As long as we can grab the gun, we can stand up and become the masters." Han Yang also quickly cheered everyone up. "Listen to me, we have more than 100 people here, but there are only about 20 people guarding the warehouse where the guns are stored. We will all surround them together. As long as we grab the guns, we can take the initiative. If we can kill Shen Feng and his gang, we can become city lords ourselves. After hearing this, old Liu still hesitated, and said, but what if there are evolutionaries among these people? Can an evolutionary block stop more than 100 of us? Don't be so timid. If you get scared, go back and spend your whole life repairing the city wall. Wang Chong said bitterly, but now the best timing, the guns have not been distributed yet. As long as he can successfully rob, then he's the most powerful person in Luzhou. Han Yuang pointed to the steel bars in the corner of the warehouse, and said directly, we took these steel bars secretly while everyone was eating, and they have been cut up now. Those who are willing to follow us to their death, take the steel bars and follow us. Let's rush together. We promise that after we get Luzhou, we will never treat everyone badly. Old Liu tentatively said, then we can live in a big house, don't have to work, and play with women every day. Of course, when the time comes, you will have what you want. Wang Chong made a promise. He is now convinced that as long as he gets the gun, he can get everything. So, Lao Liu boldly said, then I will work with you. I don't want to build a city wall for the rest of my life. After finishing speaking, Lao Liu went to the corner and found a steel bar in his hand. This weapon was quite convenient and easy to obtain. The rest of the people discussed with each other and felt that the idea was feasible, so they all nodded in support and went to the corner to pick up the steel bars. More than 100 people even agreed to rob guns. It seems that everyone here is unwilling to be mediocre. At this time, if you want to fight for your life, if you succeed, then what the members of the Self-Aid Association can enjoy is what they can enjoy then. Wang Chong and Han Yuang took advantage of the night to start their actions. Most of the people in the city had already turned into zombies and were killed. Therefore, there were many places in the city that could not be illuminated by lights, and these dark places, there were often mutated mice on the move, so Wang Chong and Han Yang found such a path that could not be illuminated by the lights. Heading towards the building where the guns were stored, Cao Fuli led more than 20 people here to guard the building. There was nothing to do in the middle of the night, and he guarded the building dryly. This kind of life is not easy, so he suggested grilling and eating, and then found the grill of the barbecue shop, and found charcoal. Cao Fuli thought about it, and it is true. The Self-Aid Association has no regulations, and it is not allowed to eat when guarding the building. Barbecue, so hit the kids on a rainy day, idle is idle, why not enjoy some barbecue now? Cao Fuli found a case of beer and looked at the date. He didn't care if it was 10 days past the expiration date. Just because it's only 10 days old doesn't mean you can't drink it. More than 20 people searched scatteredly and found some food in sealed packages. Although most of the food in the city was collected and distributed by the Self-Aid Association, in the homes of many residents, if you want to find it, you can still find some food. It's a pity that everyone can only barbecue meat products, and it is particularly difficult to find fresh vegetables now. So, more than 20 people ate barbecue and drank beer at the gate of the building, while thinking about the future. Compared with a group of people who were struggling to build a city wall, the life of Cao Fuli and others was still very good. Although it is necessary to go through life and death when fighting, but now that there is no fighting, it is really idle. While pouring wine for Cao Fuli, he flattered him, Captain Cao, you have gained the respect of the president and vice president recently, and you will definitely have a bright future in the future. Hearing this, Cao Fuli was not proud. He picked up the cup and drank while saying, it is all supported by the president. As long as we all follow the pace of the president, we will have a better future. In a few days we will probably have a better future. You can fight with the rifle, and by then, it won't be that difficult to fight zombies. He looked at the dimly lit building. The guns were stored in the building. During the daytime today, he moved them many times. He could only see green leather boxes being carried in one by one. The only people who could open them were the president and Guo Pinming. Other than that, other people can only watch from afar. If only we had guns when we regained Luzhou, we wouldn't have so many casualties. Li sighed while drinking. Cao Fuli said, the hardest days are over now. Now that we have guns, it will be much easier to deal with zombies. When all the zombies are killed, our good life will come back. I don't know when the good life will come back in the future. I only know that our good life will be destroyed now. A team member suddenly pointed to the dark street not far away. Suddenly a group of strong men came out. All of them were carrying steel bars in their hands, and one could tell at a glance that these people were not good people. If they were good people, they wouldn't be walking around the street with weapons in the middle of the night at this time. The barbecue meeting of Cao Fuli and others had just started, and everyone had just cooked the barbecue, and this group of people came smelling it, which immediately made more than 20 people present unhappy. What are you doing here? Why don't you hurry back and stay up late at night? Why are you hanging around here? Cao Fuli began to scold, and ceremoniously while scolding, Cao Fuli led people forward, also holding a weapon in his hand. Kaylee, on the other hand, hid behind the crowd and quietly called the city lord's mansion. This situation is obviously not right now. These people are probably here to find fault. It is best to report to the city lord's mansion at this time. People come to support. However, Cao Fuli did not have this kind of worry, because the people on duty here are all evolutionaries. Of course, it is easy to deal with these ordinary people. Although these people seem to be crowded, but in Cao Fuli's eyes, he was nothing more than a chicken and a dog. As for Wang Chong and Han Yang, who stood at the front, Cao Fuli only regarded them as bidders. Brother, get out of the way if you're trying to persuade you to be sensible. We're just here to borrow a few things. If you cooperate, nothing will happen. If you don't, Wang Chong said bluntly. He began to threaten the people on duty. It would be best if he could snatch the guns without bloodshed. Who the hell is your brother? Cao Fuli said disdainfully. Still cooperating with you? A bunch of idiots. If you want to grab something, then pass me first. Chapter 99. The ideal is full. Shen Feng was discussing with Yu Rinshu in the office how to arrange for the members of the Self-Aid Association. Unexpectedly, at this time, the little girl in the communication room rushed into the office and said anxiously, "The president is not good, someone is going to store it. The gun building was robbed, you go quickly." Before the words fell, the little girl saw Shen Feng and Yu Rinshu sitting together discussing something. Considering that there were only these two people in the office, the little girl immediately began to wonder if she interrupted the tryst of these two people. The vice chairman Chang Jianyi hasn't shown up these days. Could it be that the chairman took the opportunity to develop another relationship line? I've heard that the president is a game master. I didn't expect that in real life. The president is also so good that he has learned multi-line operation. The little girl set off a storm in her heart. Shen Feng was shocked when he heard that someone dared to rob guns. If the guns were really stolen, wouldn't the foundation be unstable? I originally planned to distribute the guns tomorrow, but I didn't expect that someone would start robbing tonight. It's really daring. Shen Feng also knew that there was a high probability that he would not be able to withstand the gunshots, so Shen Feng absolutely did not want other people in Luzhou City to have guns afterwards. Shen Feng opened the window, jumped down from here, and then used the ability to let the wind support his body down. After landing smoothly, he quickly used follow the wind and rushed towards the building where the guns were stored. He wanted to what kind of guy dares to snatch guns from the hands of more than 20 evolutionaries. It is definitely no problem for an evolutionary to fight against ordinary people, but if the number of opponents is particularly large, it will be difficult for the evolutionary side to parry, especially if the enemy starts to use indiscriminate methods. It will be even more difficult to deal with. What Shen Feng was worried about was the group of evolutionaries under him. If they were accidentally plotted against, it would be too bad. In the office, the little girl looked at Yu Rinshu, who was sitting behind the desk, and stammered, I won't go out and talk nonsense." "No, you will talk nonsense after you go out, the more exaggerated the better, understand?" Yu Rinshu stood up and said. The little girl nodded, expressing that she already understood. Although she didn't understand why she deliberately told this matter, since it was Yu Rinshu's request, she had no choice but to obey her orders. Yu Rinshu leaned on the office chair and stretched, guessing in her heart, "Chang Jianyi, if you hear about this, will you continue to trust Shen Feng? If you don't trust him, then it's mine already." After Yu Rinshu was rescued by Shen Feng, her whole body changed. She began to appear in front of Shen Feng on her own initiative, not only to dress up beautifully, but also to show her own charm, hoping that Shen Feng could take the initiative with herself. Now she has an idea. Can she find a way to snatch Shen Feng from Chang Jianyi's hands? It's a pity that Yu Rinshu discovered that Shen Feng is sometimes a stickler. After he liked Chang Jianyi, he never provoked other women. He was simply a good man with one heart and one mind. It seemed impossible to make him like himself, so Yu Rinshu wanted to use some other means. At this time, Cao Fuli, Wang Chong and others in front of the building were confronting each other. Wang Chong saw that Cao Fuli was not going to let go, so he yelled, "Brothers, come together, grab the guns, we are the masters of Luzhou, Afterwards, Wang Chong took the lead in charging, and more than 100 other people also rushed up, waving steel bars in their hands, as if they were about to kill someone at any time. Facing these people rushing up, Cao Fuli kicked Wang Chong away, and shouted, "Kill, Cao." Fuli's side is full of evolutionaries, whose physical fitness is far superior to the ordinary people present. More than 20 people here charged against more than 100 people. Facing the steel bars in the hands of this group of people, they waved them one after another without any fear. The blade in his hand began to resist. Basically, these more than 100 people could not successfully attack the evolutionary, and the evolutionary could disembowel these people with a single knife. Cao Fuli was the first group of people to follow Shen Feng, that is, he followed Shen Feng when he was in medical school, so he was already extremely proficient in combat, let alone the battle with the Corpse King some time ago. A group of people fought desperately, killing countless zombies. At this time, when facing the crowd of robbers, they didn't hold back their hands, and they were about to kill people. Wang Chong was the first to charge up, because he knew that if he didn't take the lead in the charge, the others would not have the guts to charge up, and there were so many people on his side, he only needed one charge to defeat the group of people on the opposite side. The reason why he had such an idea was because Wang Chong hadn't seen the scene of the evolutionary fighting, and he didn't know how strong the evolutionary was. In his opinion, the evolutionary should be a slightly stronger human being, and it is impossible to fight. It is particularly exaggerated, so Wang Chong is not afraid of evolutionaries at all. This is the fearlessness of the ignorant. As a result, Wang Chong, who rushed up, was the first to be kicked away. Afterwards, Cao Fuli led the charge, and no one on his side was injured. The more than 100 people on the opposite side were splashed with blood, and many of them were stunned by this rush. Did they say that if they fight together, they can win? Why did dozens of people die on my side, but the other side was still completely uninjured? Ever since, seeing the situation was not good, Han Yuan yelled "Run," and then took the lead and slipped away. The rest of the people saw that they couldn't beat them, so they quickly retreated. The guy couldn't help scolding, "You have no guts." After that, he led people to catch up with him, and even dared to rob them of guns. Wouldn't it be a mistake to let them run away? Cao Fuli first rushed to Wang Chong, who was lying on the ground. Without saying a word, he broke the guy's legs with the back of his knife, preventing him from escaping, and then continued to chase him out. Wang Chong lay on the ground and yelled. At this moment, he felt severe pain and wanted to run for his life, but he couldn't stand up at all. His leg was broken, and even moving it now hurts his heart. For this, Wang Chong was terrified. At the extreme, I didn't expect that the people guarding the building were all evolutionaries, and their strength was too exaggerated. Before he had time to react, he was kicked away and couldn't stand up for a long time. Afterwards, everyone scattered and fled. His legs being interrupted again, even if he wanted to run at this time, he was completely unable to run away. Wang Chong didn't want to die. He no longer wanted the so-called glory and wealth. He just wanted to live, so he crawled on the ground with his hands. However, at this moment, a pair of leather shoes appeared in front of Wang Chong. He raised his head and took a look, only to find that the person in front of him was a young man with a very sunny appearance and a faint smile on his face. Chong was in despair, because the person who appeared in front of him was Shen Feng. "Robbery, right?" Shen Feng asked with a sneer. "Then have you ever thought about what will happen after?" Finishing speaking, Shen Feng kicked Wang Chong's body, and directly sent Wang Chong flying a long distance. The distance Wang Chong crawled just now was a negative number because he had already been kicked to the edge of the building. Cao Fuli and the others grabbed one person and came back. After they were caught, they all knelt down and begged for mercy. They were still blaming Wang Chong, who had his legs broken, and said, "It's this Wang Chong who bewitched us. It's him. It is said that if we rob guns, we can stand up and be the masters. It's a pity that Cao Fuli and others didn't listen to this." They caught these people in front of Shen Feng, and said, "City Lord, the leaders are one named Wang Chong and the other named Han Yuan. Wang Chong is the one lying on the ground. Han, if you were brave, we didn't catch it." Shen Feng looked at a group of kneeling people begging for mercy, and shook his head helplessly. He thought that the person who came to rob guns must be some kind of hero, at least a gang leader, but he didn't expect that these rebels turned out to be a group of guys who built the city wall, were dissatisfied with the current treatment, so they wanted to make trouble. Take them to identify other people. Be sure to catch all those who caused trouble tonight. Shen Feng gave the order, and then prepared to send more people to guard the building. However, At this moment, there was a click, the sound of glass shattering, which seemed to be coming from the back of the building. Shen Feng's face changed, and he quickly kicked open the door of the building, turned on the light and walked in. At this time, one of the rooms where the guns were stored had been knocked open. It turned out that after Han Yang escaped, he thought that he would never be able to escape, so he acted boldly, detoured from a distance to the rear of the building, broke the glass and entered it, and began to look for guns in the room here. He knew that as long as the guns were in hand, the battle would definitely be reversed. After Shen Feng led people into the building, he immediately saw Han Yang coming out of the house with a rifle in his hand. Immediately, everyone started to scatter in search of cover. Even Cao Fuli was no exception. He also found her. He hid in the corner of the wall, only to find Shen Feng still standing at the door of the building, and couldn't help shouting, "The city owner, be careful, be careful, be careful." Shen Feng stood at the door of the building without dodging at this time, and walked towards Han Yang. Seeing Shen Feng approaching him, Han Yang showed a ferocious expression on his face, and shouted, "Go to hell, I'm going to kill you." After finishing speaking, Han Yang pulled the trigger, but found that there was no bullet fired from the gun at all. He didn't understand what happened at once. Why couldn't he increase his combat power even though he had already got the gun? While walking, Shen Feng said, "Idiot, do you think I will put the gun and the bullets together? You didn't even load the bullets, who can you scare? If you want to grab my gun, then prepare to die." Cao Fuli only remembered it at this time. It seems that when Shen Feng was carrying supplies during the day, Shen Feng asked people to store the guns and bullets separately, and the grenades were also stored separately. If the gun was found, the bullets had to be searched separately. Only then did he walk out from the corner in embarrassment. He didn't expect to be frightened by an empty gun with no bullets, and the others also hurried out. Han Yang was terrified. Seeing Shen Feng's approaching footsteps, he threw the gun in Shen Feng's position to try to delay time, and then turned around and ran towards the broken glass window. He just wanted to escape now. No matter what. Shen Feng quickly caught a gun. It would be a great loss if it was damaged. He only had 3,000 rifles on his side, one was missing, and he hadn't replenished it in a short time, so it couldn't be damaged. Cao Fuli rushed out quickly. Han Yang had just arrived at the window and was about to climb over the wall to escape, but Cao Fuli slashed on his thigh with a knife, and blood shot out instantly. Han Yang fell to the ground and begged for mercy, but Cao Fuli could, regardless of these, kill him with a knife. Shen Feng put the gun back to its original position, closed the metal box, shook his head helplessly, and said, "It seems that I don't kill people. People always think I'm easy to bully. Tomorrow, gather people and hold a meeting in the square." The incident of the building being robbed this time reminded Shen Feng that these people dared to make trouble with more than 100 people. Is it because they were not given enough food or a safe place to live? Neither. The reason they make trouble is because they want more. They are very greedy and think that as long as they have a gun, they can get a life of luxury. Therefore, Shen Feng planned to come tomorrow to make an example of others. The group of people who robbed tonight will all die tomorrow. Afterwards, Wang Chong and those who were caught were imprisoned in a temporary prison, transformed from a school dormitory. Security windows were installed here, and it was obviously impossible to slip through the windows. Renjing was also imprisoned here. Shen Feng originally planned to execute in public, but he didn't want to take advantage of him. Shen Feng planned to find a cruel way to deal with Renjing. Those who escaped were lucky enough to escape from the urban area. At this time, the city wall had only laid a foundation, so it was completely uncovered. Those who were unlucky thought they could get away with it and hide at home. The people who finally hid at home were identified by their accomplices and people from the combat team, and were eventually taken away. These people were basically single men, and a few of them had family members who were still alive. The family members saw the combat team and came to arrest them. People begged one after another, hoping to let these people go. The combat team doesn't care about this. "We let you go, but the city lord will not let us go." Then all the perpetrators were arrested. Chapter 100. When the sky was just getting dark, people from the propaganda department announced on the street with loudspeakers that people would take the initiative to go to the square for a meeting. They made a special statement that children and the elderly do not need to go to the meeting. After hearing such an announcement, many people would rather lie down, sleeping late at home. Anyway, it is said to be taking the initiative to have a meeting. Who has nothing to do, go to the meeting now, and have to get up to work at 8 or 9 o'clock, go to the meeting now, It is better to let me continue to sleep for a while. Some people chose to sleep late, but others chose to go to the square for a meeting to see if something special happened. Otherwise, how could they hold a meeting for no reason? After everyone came to the square, they found that the place had changed a lot. A high platform was built overnight on the square. Dozens of people were tied and kneeled on the high platform, crying bitterly, and there were people from the combat team around them. They were guarding them with weapons. At this time, everyone asked each other, and only then did they know that last night, these people wanted to rob guns and rebel, so they were caught, and they will be executed today. About 10,000 people came to the square. Standing on a high platform, the square was about to be overwhelmed, so Shen Feng stepped forward and stood on the high platform and said, "These people are bastards, because their existence will make Lu's house suffer. Threats, they wanted to snatch guns last night. Let me ask you, what will our future life be like if such people who are greedy for life and fear of death get guns? Fellow countrymen who take the lead, what will happen if they come to rule everyone?" Afterwards, Shen Feng looked at the reactions of the people below and found that everyone was listening quietly, so he continued, "For these heinous people, the decision is left to you. What do you all say? Kill. Kill them." Everyone in the audience clamored. Everyone was aroused by Shen Feng. Everyone hated these people who snatched guns, and made suggestions one after another, hoping to kill these people. In fact, many atmosphere groups were arranged among this group of people, just to bring the rhythm at critical moments. Now the opportunity came. A few people shouted slogans, and the rest started shouting after them. There was no room for thinking. Shen Feng was naturally obedient, and announced, "Execution." Yang Chang led a group of people to the high platform. Everyone found the target of execution, grabbed the big knife in their hands, and prepared to strike. Shen Feng announced loudly, "In the future, there will still be people who dare to rebel and make trouble, or commit crimes, and this will be the end." Yang Chang shouted, "Kill." After that, everyone started fighting together, and dozens of people were beheaded on the spot. It has been a long time since the head fell to the ground, but only this kind of bloody method can deter those who are about to move. Everyone in the audience saw this scene, and some people they were frightened and fainted on the spot, some people showed fanaticism in their eyes, and some people were deeply afraid. They knew one thing from this execution, that is, if they dare to make trouble, Shen Feng Bian really can kill. Taking this opportunity, Shen Feng announced the resettlement method of the Self-Aid Association. All members of the Self-Aid Association will be merged into the City Lord's Mansion, and the departments will be notified later. As for the battle group, it will be divided into 3 parts. They are the City Defense Army, Expeditionary Army, and Pro-Guard Army. The ministers among them are Li Xiang, Guo Pinming and Yang Chang. The 3 of them are either outstanding in ability, or they followed Shen Feng early, so they are reused now immediately. The members of the Self-Aid Association in the audience cheered. They knew very well that the previous Self-Aid Association was at most a non-governmental organization, but now everyone has been cleansed and transformed into the manager of Luzhou. It will probably be called Jiangyang in the future. It is said that when the city wall is built, the name will be officially changed. Shen Feng took this opportunity to announce that the City Lord's Mansion will conduct talent selection in the future. As long as they have a skill, they can be reused and enter the City Lord's Mansion. Then more people cheered. Everyone was still envious of why the members of the Self-Aid Association could easily become members of the City Lord's Mansion, but now, when the opportunity is in front of them, they can't wait to join immediately the City Lord's Mansion. After all, the preferential treatment that the City Lord's Mansion can get is really great. Suzing, who was watching from the audience, was holding a samurai sword. She looked at the majestic Shen Feng on the stage, and she couldn't help being fascinated. At this time, she also wanted to join the City Lord's Mansion, and she also wanted to fight, so Suzing said to her mother beside her, "I also want to join the City Lord's Mansion, and I want to become a member of the guards. I'll show Brother Shen Feng the samurai sword right now, and he will definitely agree." But Suzing's mother couldn't help frowning when she heard this, and said, "No, you're just a high school student and a girl, so you're not allowed to fight. Even if you want to join other departments, I don't care about you anymore. But the department that absolutely cannot join the battle, don't you know how dangerous it is? I've heard that the benefits you get from joining the combat department are the best. I can earn you a lot of food. Why don't you agree?" Suzing said dissatisfiedly to her mother. My mother shook her head helplessly, and said, "I am a worker in a textile factory now, and I can support you and my mother and daughter. If you go to the combat department and fight and kill all day long, how can I be worried? So either you join another department, or you stay at home and don't run around. Su Xing nodded helplessly. She still couldn't resist her mother's suggestion. Although she really wanted to fight, she couldn't just go if she wanted to. She could only choose other departments at this time ever since Su Xing and her mother found a girl with a red cloth strip tied on her arm, handed over the samurai sword, and said that this was what Shen Feng meant. Contact Shen Feng and ask Shen Feng for his opinion. When Shen Feng saw this sword, he immediately remembered that when he went to the Buddhist temple to attract zombies, he was rescued by a mother and daughter, so he gave the samurai sword to the little girl and promised to help in the future. Unexpectedly now the other party has really found it. Therefore, Shen Feng asked Yuan Shu to preside over the meeting, while he himself went to look for Su Xing's mother and daughter, and finally saw them under the high platform. Brother Shen Feng, we met again. You were really majestic just now. Su Xing was very happy to see Shen Feng, and hurried forward to speak. Su Xing's mother looked at her daughter worriedly. She saw dozens of human heads fall to the ground when Shen Feng announced the execution just now. This scene scared her at the time. For her, Shen Feng is a terrifying character, who can be described as murderous without batting an eyelid. Shen Feng smiled, handed the samurai sword to Su Xing again, and said, "This sword was originally given to you. This time you are looking for me. If you need my help, just tell me. I want to join the city lord's mansion, can I?" Su Xing asked hastily. Yes. What department do you want to join? Just say it." Shen Feng was very kind to Su Xing. Fortunately, Su Xing threw a rope from the second floor, and he was saved, otherwise he would have been killed. The zombies were eaten, so Shen Feng was going to do his best to meet Su Xing's request. Su Xing looked at the mother beside her, and found her mother's eyes showing a threatening look, so she could only say in a depressed mood, "I want to work in a safe department." Su Xing's mother added, "It's better to be free, not to do physical or mental work." Shen Feng frowned. Originally, if Su Xing proposed to go to the combat department, he would give a bottle of evolution potion as a gift, but now it seems that Su Xing just wants to go to a safe and leisure department, which is equivalent to finding it's an idle job. But Shen Feng really thought of a place, so he said directly, "Then go to the orphanage. After you go, you can play with the children. Normally, you don't need to fight. It should be fine to bring the kids. This position is good, safe and relaxing." Su Xing's mother nodded quickly, agreeing on behalf of Su Xing. Su Xing had no choice but to nod with her samurai sword in her hand. Afterwards, Shen Feng told her when she was going to work, and then left. Su Xing is actually very eager to become a knight, just like the description in it, a person with a long sword, while wandering in Cape Jianyi, while punishing evil and promoting good, is admired by others, but unfortunately, now she is replaced by her mother. I chose the position by myself, but in the end I could only go to the orphanage to accompany a bunch of little kids. It seems that I will never be able to fight in my life. Su Xing gave her mother a resentful look, and then followed her home. The combat team was officially divided into 3 departments. After the number of people was divided, Shen Feng approved to let these people get guns, but the bullets will not be provided for the time being, so in the next training, there is no target shooting task. That's all. Even killing zombies is not enough. Where are the bullets for you to practice target shooting? However, even if there is no bullet, the members of the 3 combat divisions are still very happy. If there is no bullet, there will be no bullet. Anyway, sooner or later there will be bullets in the future battles. Now as long as there is a gun, it is enough. There are 800 people in each of the 3 departments, and their combat effectiveness is not very good. After all, most of them are newly recruited. As long as they are 16 years old, they can join the combat department. As for the candidates for training, there Guo Pinming introduced some retired veterans to help with training. What needs training most is discipline. The discipline of the current combat troops is too bad, especially last night, when Shen Feng discovered that more than 20 people guarding the building were eating barbecue. He didn't say anything, but secretly he was telling Guo Pinming that the people below must pay attention to discipline. In the afternoon, Chang Jianyi ran to Shen Feng's office and said excitedly, brother-in-law, my sister is awake. Go back and have a look at." This time, Shen Feng was idly browsing the underground website in the office. Anyway, the people under the official business can handle it, so he only needs to sign. Unexpectedly, Chang Jianyi came to report the news at this time. Shen Feng immediately got up and went home, 4 days had passed, and the senior finally woke up afterwards. Shen Feng followed his brother-in-law back to the villa. As soon as he entered the door, he was shocked by the scene in front of him, because as soon as he entered the yard, he found that the plants in the garden were growing crazily. But 2 minutes passed. The grass in the yard grew up to the waist. Shen Feng quickly picked up Chang Jianyi and walked towards the house. Shen Feng guessed that the plants in the yard could grow so fast. It must have something to do with the senior sister, and sure enough, just as Shen Feng opened the door, he saw that the room was full of vines, and Chang Jianyi, who was sitting on the sofa, he stretched out his hand to touch these vines with great interest, and when he saw Shen Feng coming back, he said happily, Feng, come and see, I can catalyze the growth of these plants. After waking up, Chang Jianyi finally got the supernatural ability she had dreamed of, and she was immediately happy. She found that she could control the rapid growth of plants, so she aimed at the creeper outside the window. The vines and leaves of Pan Shen who look very green. Senior sister, I think you can go out and have a look. The scope of your influence is not only the ivy in the house. Shen Feng said helplessly. Chang Jianyi hurriedly went out to watch. She was so surprised that she couldn't speak, because the shrubs, which were still very low before, had grown to a height of 2 meters, and the grass on the lawn was already 1 meter high. She immediately understood, his own ability seems to be used in a range, not a single one. Is this ability so powerful? I didn't expect it at all. Yu Renshu is a second-level ability user at this time. Makes plants grow that fast. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.